Howdy, folks. You found your way to Proxima What If. Today's adventure is called What If Harry Discovered He Could Devour the Magic of Other Horcruxes to Become an Immortal God. Love our content. Smash that like button and subscribe. Don't forget to leave a comment telling us what you think. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, The Hunger. The fire had died 2 hours ago, and neither of them had moved to relight it. Harry sat with his back against a frozen oak, the locket pressing against his sternum like a hot coal. It was his turn to wear it. They took shifts now, 4 hours on, 8 hours off, because anything longer and the wearer started saying things they couldn't take back. Ron had called Hermione useless yesterday. Hermione had told Harry he was leading them nowhere the day before that. Neither of them had meant it, but the words hung in the air of the tent like smoke that wouldn't clear. The forest of Dean was silent in a way that felt deliberate, as though the trees were holding their breath. Snow clung to the branches overhead, muting the world to white and gray and the black lines of bare wood. Harry's fingers were numb. His wand hand ached from gripping it in his sleep. 3 weeks since they'd left Grimmauld Place. 3 weeks of moving camp every other night, eating mushrooms and whatever Hermione could transfigure into something resembling food, sleeping in shifts, and getting absolutely nowhere. They had the locket. They had no way to destroy it. Harry pressed his palm flat against it through his shirt and felt the thing pulse. Not like a heartbeat, more like breathing. Slow, patient, aware. Sometimes he swore it adjusted its rhythm to match his own, syncing up so perfectly he couldn't tell where his pulse ended and the locket's began. You should sleep. Hermione's voice came from the tent entrance. She was wrapped in 2 jumpers and a blanket that had seen better decades, her hair escaping in wild coils from under a knitted cap. She looked exhausted. They all looked exhausted, but Hermione wore it differently, less in her body and more behind her eyes, where the brightness was dimming by the day. Can't, Harry said. She came and sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. She didn't ask why. She knew why. The locket made sleep a special kind of hell, Voldemort's presence pressing in from the Horcrux side while his scar throbbed from the connection side, squeezing Harry's mind between 2 crushing walls of dark magic. Ron's out cold, she said. Finally. Good. They sat in the quiet for a while. The forest creaked around them, branches shifting under ice, something small moving through the underbrush. Normal sounds that felt loaded with menace because everything felt loaded with menace now. I've been thinking, Hermione said. Dangerous habit. She almost smiled. Almost. The sword of Gryffindor. Dumbledore left it to you in his will for a reason. Goblin-forged silver absorbs what makes it stronger, it took in basilisk venom when you killed the serpent in 2nd year. It's the only thing we know that can destroy a Horcrux. And it's locked in the headmaster's office at a Death Eater-occupied school. Or it isn't. Dumbledore was clever. He might have. The locket pulsed hard, and Harry hissed through his teeth. Pain lanced from his chest to his temples, sharp and specific, like a needle being threaded through his skull. Harry. It's fine. It does that. It's doing it more often. She was right. Over the last 3 days, the locket had become more aggressive. Not just the emotional manipulation, the whispered inadequacies, the amplified fears, but something physical. It was pulling at something inside him, testing boundaries, probing. And there was something else. Something Harry hadn't told either of them. The thing in his scar was responding. He'd felt it the first night he wore the locket, a stirring behind the old wound, like something waking from deep sleep. The scar fragment and the locket were the same substance, pieces of the same fractured soul, and when they were close, they recognized each other. Called to each other. And there was an impulse that came with that recognition, rising from somewhere deeper than thought. Hunger. Not his hunger. Not Voldemort's. Something more fundamental, the magic itself wanted to reunite, and the pull was getting stronger. You're doing it again, Hermione said softly. Going somewhere I can't follow. Sorry. Don't be sorry. Just talk to me. Harry turned the words over in his mouth and couldn't find the right ones. How did you tell your best friend that the dark magic in your forehead wanted to eat the dark magic around your neck? That some mornings you woke up and the first thing you felt wasn't dread or exhaustion but a raw, electric want that had nothing to do with food or warmth? Tomorrow, he said. I'll explain tomorrow. She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. She'd learned to pick her battles. Get some sleep, Harry. I'll take watch. He handed her his wand. They'd been using it for the protective enchantment since her casting range had shortened under the locket's influence, and crawled into the tent. Ron was a lump of blankets in the far corner, snoring softly. Harry collapsed onto his bunk and stared at the canvas ceiling, feeling the locket breathe against his chest. You know what I am, the locket seemed to whisper. Not in words. In impressions. Warmth and cold and the promise of completion. You know what we could be together. Harry clenched his jaw and forced his eyes shut. Sleep, when it came, was full of green light and a high, cold laugh that fractured into something older, a sound like tectonic plates grinding together in the dark. He woke to screaming. Harry was on his feet before his eyes were fully open, grabbing the wand Hermione had left on the camp table, crashing through the tent flap into grey dawn light. Hermione was on the ground 15 feet from the fire pit, convulsing. Not physically, her body was rigid, locked in a full-body spasm, her eyes wide and white and rolled back. But the air around her was moving, rippling like heat haze, and in the distortions Harry could see shapes forming. Faces. Figures. Things pulled from nightmare and given just enough form to be recognized. Her parents, blank-eyed and accusatory. You erased us. You erased us and you'll never get us back. Herself, older, alone, surrounded by books in an empty room. This is all you'll ever have. Harry, dead on the ground, eyes open and empty. Your fault. Always your fault. The locket hung in the air 3 feet above Hermione's chest, chain taut, glowing with a sickly green gold light. It had activated on its own, no, not on its own. It had been building to this. 3 weeks of feeding on their fear and doubt, and now it was strong enough to attack directly. Hermione. Harry ran to her, dropped to his knees, and grabbed for the locket. Ron burst from the tent, wand up. What's happening? What, the locket? The moment Harry's hand closed around the metal, the world inverted. He'd touched the locket before. Dozens of times. It had always been unpleasant, cold, oily, wrong. But this was different. This time, his scar split open like a fault line, and the thing inside it lunged. Not outward. Inward. Toward the locket. Harry felt it happen in a place beyond the physical, a space where magic existed as substance, as current and tide and the raw architecture of reality. The fragment in his scar reached for the fragment in the locket, and the locket reached back, and the 2 pieces of Tom Riddle's soul touched across the gap between their containers. And Harry's fragment bit down. The hunger he'd been feeling for 3 weeks exploded into something all-consuming. It wasn't thought. It wasn't choice. It was gravity, a force as fundamental and indifferent as a black hole's pull. The scar fragment was larger, older, more deeply integrated into Harry's magic, and it wanted the locket's piece the way a river wanted the sea. The locket screamed. Not with sound, with magic. A psychic shriek that shattered the protective enchantments around the campsite like glass, sent birds erupting from trees in a quarter-mile radius, and dropped Ron to his knees with his hands over his ears. Harry couldn't let go. His hand was locked around the locket, fingers white, and he could feel it, the soul fragment inside the Horcrux being ripped from its anchor, pulled through the metal, up through his hand and arm and into the thing behind his scar. It tasted like lightning and ash and something sweet underneath, like honey left too long in the sun. Power flooded through him in a torrent, hot and electric and terrifyingly good. The locket fought. Green-black energy erupted around his hand, burning his skin, trying to pry his fingers loose. The phantom figures around Hermione turned on Harry instead, his parents now, screaming at him, telling him he was becoming the monster, becoming Voldemort, becoming something worse. Harry held on. The last of the soul fragment tore free with a sound like ripping silk, and the locket went dark. The glow died. The phantom figures dissolved into smoke. The metal in Harry's hand was suddenly just metal, cold, inert, empty. A dead thing. He dropped it. The chain clattered against the frozen ground, and the locket cracked down the middle, falling open to reveal nothing. No trace of the dark magic that had lived inside it for decades. Just a dead hinge and the faint residue of something that had been consumed. Harry stood there, shaking, with both hands held out in front of him like he didn't trust them. His scar burned with a sensation that was part pain and part something for which he had no name, a fullness, a completion, a warmth that spread from his forehead down through his skull and into his chest and outward into his extremities until his whole body hummed with it. The world looked different. Not metaphorically, literally, physically different. The air was laced with threads of light he'd never seen before. Gold and silver and deep violet, winding between the trees, flowing through the ground, pooling around Hermione's body in warm amber currents. Magic. He was seeing magic, not sensing it, not feeling it, but seeing it with his eyes as plainly as he saw the snow and the trees and the pale morning sky. Harry. Ron's voice, distant and afraid. Harry, your eyes. Harry turned and saw Ron on his knees, wand forgotten in the snow, staring at him with an expression that was equal parts wonder and terror. Harry didn't need a mirror to know what Ron was seeing. He could feel it, a light behind his irises, faint but present, like looking at a candle through green glass. Hermione, Harry said, and his voice sounded wrong. Deeper. Resonant. Like it carried in directions sound shouldn't travel. He crossed the distance to where she lay and dropped beside her. The phantom attack had ended the moment the locket died, and she was breathing, fast, shallow, unconscious but breathing. Harry touched her shoulder, and a pulse of warmth left his fingers without him meaning it to. The amber magic pooling around her brightened, and Hermione's breathing steadied. Her eyes fluttered. Harry. She blinked up at him, disoriented, and then her gaze sharpened because Hermione's gaze always sharpened. Your eyes. Why are your eyes? Can you sit up? She could. Ron helped her, hovering with the careful awkwardness of someone who wanted to do more but didn't know what. Harry picked up the cracked locket and held it out on his palm. It's dead, he said. Hermione took it from him and turned it over, her brow furrowing. She whispered detection charms, 3 of them, progressively more complex, and each one came back negative. No dark magic. No soul fragment. No enchantment of any kind. You destroyed it? Ron asked. No. Harry flexed his fingers. The humming in his body was settling into something steady, like a second heartbeat beneath his first. I didn't destroy it. I took it. Absorbed it. The thing in my scar pulled the locket's fragment into itself. Into me. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. You absorbed a piece of Voldemort's soul, Hermione said slowly, and to her credit, her voice was clinical and curious, not horrified. Not yet. I don't think I chose to. It just happened. What does it feel like? Harry considered lying. Considered saying it was terrible, agonizing, a violation. But Hermione would see through it, and Ron deserved the truth. It felt like starving for years and then sitting down to a meal, he said. It felt like coming home. Ron's face went white. Mate, I know how that sounds. That's soul magic. Ron ran both hands through his hair and stood up, pacing. That's the darkest magic there is. That's what Voldemort did to make the Horcruxes in the first place. What Voldemort did was split himself apart, Hermione interrupted, and Harry could practically see the gears turning behind her eyes. This is the opposite. Harry didn't fragment anything. He integrated. Pulled the pieces back together. Back together into himself. He's not, those aren't his pieces to pull together. No, Hermione agreed. Which makes this something else entirely. Something I don't think has a name. Harry held up his hand, and without thinking about it, without reaching for his wand, without speaking an incantation, he called light. Not Lumos. Not any spell he knew. Just light, pouring from his palm like water, warm and gold and so bright it cast sharp shadows across the snow. He closed his fist and the light went out. Something is very different, he said, which was the understatement of several centuries. They spent the rest of the morning testing it. Hermione approached the situation the way she approached everything, methodically, relentlessly, and with barely concealed fascination warring against genuine concern. She cast diagnostic charms on Harry until she'd exhausted her repertoire and then invented 3 new ones on the spot. Ron sat on a fallen log, cleaning his wand and watching with the expression of a man trying very hard to be supportive while also being fundamentally unnerved. The findings were significant. Harry's magical core, the internal reservoir of power that every witch and wizard possessed, had roughly tripled in capacity. Hermione measured it twice to be sure and then sat down hard on the frozen ground. That's not possible, she said. And yet. Your core was already above average. This puts you somewhere beyond any documented measurement. Dumbledore's was estimated at, you're past that. Significantly past that. Harry cast a Patronus without his wand. Not the wispy, effortful thing he'd produced in 3rd year, a fully corporeal stag that blazed with silver-white fire, 12 feet at the shoulder, so vivid and powerful that it melted a circle of snow 30 feet wide before Harry dismissed it. Right, Ron said faintly. That's normal. There's more, Harry said. He was trying to describe the way the world looked now, the threads of magic woven through everything, the currents of power flowing through the earth and air. I can see it. Magic. It's everywhere. The trees have it. The ground has it. Hermione, you're beautiful. Ron coughed. I mean your magic, Harry said quickly, though his neck went warm. It's this deep gold. Concentrated. Really dense and complex, I've never seen anything like it. You've never seen magic before at all, Hermione pointed out, but she was blushing. Ron, yours is different. Warmer. More spread out, like a fire. Less structured but more, alive. Ron looked grudgingly pleased at that before catching himself. So you've got super sight and triple magic and you can cast without a wand. Anything else? Harry hesitated. Memories. What kind of memories? Voldemort's. From when he made the locket. I know when he did it, I can see the room, feel the spell, remember the murder he used to split his soul. Harry's voice was steady but his hands weren't. A Muggle tramp. Voldemort killed a Muggle tramp in an alley off Nocturne and used the death to fracture his own soul and bind a piece into Slytherin's locket. I remember how it felt. The tearing. The pain. And then the satisfaction. Nobody spoke for a long time. There's something else, Hermione said finally, watching him with the careful attention she usually reserved for complex arithmancy problems. Something you're not telling us. Harry met her eyes. In the bright morning light, with his enhanced vision, he could see the individual threads of magic in her irises, gold filaments woven through brown. I can feel the others, he said. The remaining Horcruxes. I could always feel Voldemort through the scar, but now it's expanded. I can sense the cup. It's in London, underground, deep underground. Gringotts, probably. The Lestrange Vault. He closed his eyes and reached further, and the awareness unfurled from his mind like a map drawn in sensation. There's something at Hogwarts. In the castle itself. Higher up, a tower, maybe. And the snake. Nagini. She's moving. South of here, with Voldemort. You can sense all of them, Ron said. Just like that. Just like that. Ron let out a long breath. Well. That's useful. Spectacularly useful, Hermione agreed, and Harry could see the shift happening in real time, the scientist in her gaining ground on the frightened friend. We've been searching blind for months. If you can pinpoint every Horcrux, there's a catch, Harry said. They waited. There's something else out there. Not a Horcrux. Not Voldemort. Something, bigger. Older. When I reach out to feel the Horcruxes, I brush against it, like sonar bouncing off something enormous in deep water. I can't get a clear read on it. But it's aware. And it's interested. The forest chose that moment to go absolutely silent. No birds. No wind. No creaking branches. Just the three of them and the snow and the vast, watching quiet of the Dean. Interested in what? Ron asked. In me, Harry said. In what I just did. They moved camp. Standard procedure after any magical disturbance, the shattered protective enchantments alone would have drawn attention, but this time Harry handled the wards himself, and the difference was staggering. He could see what Hermione's enchantments did, weaving threads of magic into a lattice around the campsite, bending light and attention away, creating a bubble of unremarkability. But where Hermione's wards were careful and layered, Harry's were instinctive and dense. He raised his hands and the magic poured out of him in rivers, braiding itself into a dome of interlocked protections that made Hermione's eyes go wide. That would take me 4 hours, she whispered. I can see where the threads need to go. It's like reading, but for magic. I can just see the grammar of it. Magical grammar, she murmured, and he could practically hear her mentally composing the theoretical paper. Ron gathered firewood while Harry and Hermione set up the tent in its new location, a sheltered depression between two hills, surrounded by ancient oaks. By the time they had a fire going, the sun was dropping toward the tree line and the temperature was falling fast. They ate in relative silence, tinned beans heated over the fire, the last of the bread Hermione had transfigured from stones 3 days ago. The food was terrible. Harry barely noticed. His body felt different. Not just the magic, though that was the most dramatic change, but physically. The constant, grinding exhaustion of the last 3 weeks had lifted. His joints didn't ache. The persistent headache from the scar connection had softened to a background hum. He felt alert, energized, almost restless, as though his body had been running on fumes and someone had suddenly filled the tank. You look better, Hermione observed, studying him over her tin of beans. Actually better. Your color's improved, the circles under your eyes are lighter. He looks scary is what he looks, Ron said, not unkindly. The eye thing, mate. It's unsettling. Does it bother you? Ron considered this honestly, which Harry appreciated. A bit. But you know what bothered me more? Starving in the woods with no plan and a necklace that wanted us all dead. So I'll take scary eyes and a direction to go. Harry felt a rush of gratitude so intense it surprised him. Thanks, Ron. Don't mention it. Literally, please don't. I'm holding it together with string and denial. Hermione laughed, the first real laugh any of them had produced in weeks, and the sound cracked something loose in Harry's chest. They were still here. Still together. Still fighting. The locket was dead, the hunt had direction, and whatever was coming next, they'd face it the way they always had. At least, that was what he told himself. The snatchers came at dusk. Harry felt them before he heard them, new threads of magic approaching through the trees, moving fast, 5 or 6 distinct signatures pulsing with hostile intent. His ward should have been undetectable, but the blast of magical energy from the locket's death that morning had apparently been louder than he'd hoped. Company, Harry said, standing. 6 of them. Coming from the northeast. Ron and Hermione were on their feet instantly, wands drawn. How far? Ron asked. 300 yards. Moving fast. They know roughly where we are but haven't pinpointed. Harry paused, tracking the signatures. One of them just cast a detection charm. He's good. Our wards will hold for maybe 2 minutes. Then we apparate. No. The word came out with a certainty that surprised all 3 of them. Harry looked at his hands. They were steady. The magic inside him was steady, coiled, ready, eager. I can handle this. Harry, we don't know how many. 6. I told you. I can feel them. He picked up his wand, habit, more than necessity, and walked toward the ward boundary. Stay here. Stay behind the wards. Like hell, Ron said, moving to follow. Ron. Harry turned, and whatever Ron saw in his eyes made the other boy stop. Please. I need to see what I can do. And I need to know you're both safe while I do it. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. Something passed between them, an assessment, a decision, and Hermione nodded. 2 minutes, she said. If you're not back in 2 minutes, we're coming. Harry stepped through the ward boundary and into the darkening forest. The world sharpened. Without the wards filtering his perception, the incoming magic signatures blazed like torches, 6 figures spread in a loose hunting formation, working their way through the trees with practiced efficiency. Snatchers. Bounty hunters working for the ministry, scooping up muggleborns and blood traders for gold. These were the experienced kind. Harry could tell by the way they moved, how their detection charms interlocked to cover gaps. He could have hidden. The forest was dense enough, and his enhanced magic could bend light and muffle sound better than any disillusionment charm. He could have slipped past them, led them away, been invisible. But the hunger was there again, not for souls, not like with the locket, but for use. The power inside him wanted to move, wanted to flow, wanted to be wielded. It pressed against his skin from the inside like steam in a kettle. Harry stopped in a clearing and waited. They came through the trees in pairs. 6 men, rough and hard-edged, wearing mismatched cloaks and the self-satisfied expressions of people who'd learned that cruelty paid well. The leader was a thick-necked wizard with a facial scar and a wand that crackled with poorly controlled jinxes. He spotted Harry and grinned. Well, well. Alone in the woods, are we? Bit young for a stroll this far out. He squinted. Wait. That scar, scabier, look at this. Look at his forehead. The thin man beside him, scabier, apparently, went very still. That's Potter. That's Harry Bloody Potter. The mood shifted. Greed replaced casual menace. 6 wands came up, 6 minds calculating the reward for delivering the most wanted wizard in Britain to the Dark Lord. Don't do anything stupid, boy, the leader said. You're worth a fortune alive. Dead too, but alive's the premium. Harry looked at them, really looked, with his new sight. Their magic was dim and muddy, poorly trained, held together by brute will rather than understanding. He could see the spells loaded in their wands, the jinxes ready to fire, the shields they were preparing. He could see all of it, and it was small. You should leave, Harry said quietly. The leader laughed. He wants us to leave. 6 on 1, and he wants us to leave. I'm giving you a chance. Walk away. Stun him, the leader said, and 6 spells fired simultaneously. Harry raised his left hand. The stunners hit an invisible wall 3 feet from his palm and stopped. Not deflected, stopped, frozen in midair, 6 bolts of red light hanging motionless like insects in amber. Harry could see the spell structures, see the magic that composed them, see exactly how they were put together and how they could be taken apart. He closed his fist, and the stunners dissolved into sparks. The clearing went very quiet. What the leader started. Harry moved. Not with his body, with his magic. He reached out, found the threads of power connecting the snatchers to their wands, and pulled. 6 wands ripped free of 6 grips and flew to Harry in a neat line, hovering above his open palm. One of the younger snatchers broke and ran. Harry let him go. The others were frozen, not by magic, but by the simple, primal recognition that they were in the presence of something outside their understanding. "I said you should leave," Harry repeated. He snapped his fingers and the hovering wands broke cleanly in half, the pieces falling to the snow. "Consider this your warning." The leader found his voice, though it came out as a croak. "You broke our wands. You can't, that's..." Harry looked at him, and the faint green light behind his irises flared. The leader flinched as though he'd been struck. "Run," Harry said softly, and the word carried weight, not a compulsion, not a spell, just a voice backed by so much power that disobedience felt physically impossible. They ran. Harry stood alone in the clearing, listening to the sound of 6 men crashing through the forest like panicked deer, and let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. His hands were trembling, not with fear or exhaustion but with the aftershock of power used easily, casually, in a way that should have required enormous effort and instead had required almost none. He could have done more. He could have dismantled their shields, bound them, obliviated them, rearranged the magic in their bodies until they couldn't remember how to cast a spell. He could have done all of it without breaking stride, and the terrifying thing, the thing he would lie awake thinking about later, was how natural it had felt. Harry went back through the wards. Ron and Hermione were exactly where he'd left them, wands up, faces tight with worry. Hermione lowered her wand slowly as Harry approached. "We heard the spells," she said. Then nothing. Then screaming. They ran. All 6 of them. Harry nodded. "What did you do?" Ron asked, and there was something careful in his voice, not accusation, but a need to know. "Stopped their spells. Broke their wands. Told them to leave." Harry sat down by the fire and stared into the flames. It was easy. It shouldn't have been that easy. Hermione sat beside him. "Close." She reached over and took his hand, and Harry realized his fingers were still shaking. Her grip was warm and steady and utterly human, and the contact grounded him in a way nothing else could. "You let them go," she said. "Of course I did." "Then you're still you." Harry looked at her. In the firelight, with his enhanced sight, she was radiant, magic flowing through her like liquid gold, complex and beautiful and alive. She was watching him without fear, without awe, without the careful distance that Ron was already starting to maintain. She was looking at him the way she'd always looked at him, like a problem worth solving, a person worth knowing, a friend worth keeping. "Am I?" he asked. "Because I'm not sure what I am anymore." "You're Harry. The rest is details." Ron cleared his throat. "Important details. Really significant, world-altering details. But yeah. You're Harry." He paused. Harry who can apparently swat 6 wizards like flies, but still Harry. Night settled over the forest like a held breath. Ron took first watch, and Hermione retreated to the tent to pore over every book she'd packed about soul magic, Horcruxes, and magical theory. Harry sat by the fire and tried to make sense of what he'd become. The memories from the locket kept surfacing, fragments of Voldemort's past that played behind his eyes like a film he couldn't pause. Tom Riddle at 16, cold and brilliant, discovering the concept of Horcruxes in a restricted library book. The first murder, careful, calculated, committed without remorse. The ritual itself, pain beyond description, the soul tearing like wet cloth, the fragment being bound to the locket while the main soul sealed itself back together, diminished but enduring. Harry felt sick. Not from the memories themselves, though they were vile enough, but from how well he understood them. The magical theory behind Horcrux creation was clear to him now, crystalline, precise, horrifying in its elegance. He could see exactly how it worked, exactly why it worked, and exactly how it could be refined. He shoved that thought deep and locked a door on it. The other awareness was harder to ignore. The sense of the remaining Horcruxes, pulling at him from different directions like compass points. The cup in the deep vaults of Gringotts, pulsing with stolen warmth. The unknown artifact at Hogwarts, radiating cold intelligence. Nagini, coiled and dreaming, alive with a fragment of soul that gave her a terrible, alien sentience. And beneath it all, deep and vast and patient, the other thing. Harry closed his eyes and reached for it, carefully, the way you'd reach toward a sleeping predator to check if it was breathing. The awareness was there, enormous, ancient, diffuse. Not a Horcrux. Not Voldemort. Something else entirely, resonating on the same frequency as soul magic but at a scale that made Voldemort's work look like a child's crayon drawings next to a cathedral. For one vertiginous moment, he brushed against it, and he got a flash, a throne of black stone in a void without stars. A figure seated on it, perfectly still, wearing darkness like a cloak. Eyes that were holes in reality, pulling light in and letting nothing escape. And a voice, not heard but felt, vibrating in Harry's bones, "There you are." Harry yanked his awareness back so hard he physically stumbled, catching himself against the oak tree. His heart was hammering. The fire flickered and died, snuffed out by a pulse of raw magic that escaped his control, and he had to spend 30 seconds breathing through clenched teeth before the flames would relight. "That bad?" Ron said from his watch position, trying for casual and landing somewhere around terrified. "Something's out there. Something old. I think it's been sleeping and I think I just knocked on the door." Ron was quiet for a moment. "When you say old, older than Voldemort. Older than Hogwarts, maybe. I don't know what it is. I just know it felt me the same way I felt it." "Brilliant. Love that for us." Harry almost laughed. "Almost. Go to sleep, Ron. I'll take watch." "Not a chance. You just psychically poked an ancient horror. You're not sitting out here alone." So they sat together in the firelight, not talking, watching the dark press in around them and wondering what was watching back. Hermione found him at dawn. Harry was sitting cross-legged by the dead fire, eyes closed, and the air around him was doing something strange. Faint currents of visible magic, gold and green and silver, were spiraling slowly around his body like a lazy whirlpool. He wasn't casting. He was just existing, and the ambient magic in the forest was gravitating toward him like iron filings to a magnet. She stood and watched for a moment. "Then, you're pulling ambient magic." Harry opened his eyes. The faint green glow was still there, subtle enough to miss in bright light but unmistakable in the gray pre-dawn. "I noticed. I don't think I can stop it." "You shouldn't stop it. It's incredible." She sat across from him, and the spiraling magic shifted to include her, gold threads reaching toward her like curious fingers before pulling back. "I've been reading all night." "Find anything?" "Nothing about this specifically. But I found 3 historical references to wizards who consumed magical artifacts for power. All 3 went mad." She held up a hand before he could react. "All 3 were trying to consume raw magic. None of them were absorbing soul fragments. What you're doing is fundamentally different." "Different how?" "Soul magic has structure. It carries information, memories, abilities, personality. When you absorbed the locket, you didn't just take in power. You took in a piece of Voldemort's understanding of magic. That's why you can see magical currents. It was one of his abilities, developed over decades, and now you have it. That's why your core expanded. You didn't just add power, you added a framework for holding more power." Harry stared at her. "You worked that out in one night." "I had motivation." She hesitated, then pushed forward with the determination that had always been her most defining trait. "Harry, if this works the same way with the other Horcruxes, I've been thinking the same thing. Each one would increase your power exponentially. The cup, the diadem, the snake, each one carries different aspects of Voldemort's magic. If you absorbed them all, I might become powerful enough to face him directly. Without the prophecy, without Dumbledore's plans, without dying, Hermione said quietly. That's what Dumbledore was preparing you for, wasn't it? The scar. The fragment. He knew about it, and his plan was for you to sacrifice yourself. The words landed like stones in still water. Harry had suspected, had half known since the night Dumbledore fell, but hearing it stated plainly, in Hermione's clear and unflinching voice, made it real in a way his own suspicions never had. Yeah, he said. I think it was. Well. Hermione's jaw set, and the gold magic around her flared bright. We're not doing that. There was something in her voice, a fury so controlled and so absolute that it went beyond anger into a kind of foundational resolve. Harry looked at her and saw not just his best friend but a force of nature wearing a knitted cap and 2 jumpers, and something shifted in his chest that had nothing to do with soul magic. Hermione, we are not doing that, she repeated. You are not going to die so that a dead man's chess game plays out the way he wanted. You are going to devour every last Horcrux, and you are going to walk up to Voldemort with the power of his own fractured soul, and you are going to end this. And then you are going to live. And the thing I sensed last night? The Ancient, one apocalypse at a time. Harry laughed. A real laugh, the first in weeks, and the spiraling magic around him pulsed with warmth. Hermione smiled, tired, fierce, beautiful in the grey light, and reached across the dead fire to squeeze his hand. We should tell Ron, she said. About the plan. About Dumbledore. About all of it. He's going to hate it. He's going to be terrified. And then he's going to help us anyway, because that's who he is. She was right. She usually was. Ron took it better than expected. So let me get this straight, he said, pacing the length of the tent with a mug of truly awful tea. Dumbledore raised you to die. The scar is a Horcrux. You can eat other Horcruxes. Eating them makes you stupidly powerful. There might be some kind of ancient evil out there connected to soul magic. And our plan is to eat 4 more pieces of the Dark Lord's soul, kill him, and then deal with the ancient evil. That's the gist, Harry said. And we have no idea what consuming 4 more soul fragments will do to you. You might go mad. You might turn dark. You might become so powerful you accidentally blow up the moon. The moon seems unlikely, but not impossible, which is sort of my point. Harry waited. Ron stopped pacing, drank his terrible tea, and stared at the canvas wall of the tent for a long moment. Sod it, he said. I'm in. Just like that. The alternative is you dying and Voldemort winning, so yeah. Just like that. Ron set down his mug with a decisive clunk. But I have conditions. Conditions. 1. You tell us immediately if you start hearing voices. More voices. Different voices. Whatever. 2. If you go dark, I mean really dark, not just moody and glowing, Hermione and I get to stun you and sort it out. 3. After we win, you're buying me a drink. A really expensive drink. Deal, Harry said, and meant it with his whole heart. They spent 3 days in the Forest of Dean, preparing. Hermione researched. Ron planned logistics. Harry trained, testing the boundaries of his new abilities, learning to control the enhanced magic that threatened to overflow at every emotional spike. He could do things now that defied his understanding of magical theory. Wandless casting was effortless, spells leaped from his hands with a fluidity that made his wand feel like a crutch. He could disassemble enchantments by sight, pulling apart the threads of magic like unpicking stitches. He could feel the emotional states of people nearby through their magical signatures, Ron's stubborn loyalty, Hermione's burning determination, both of them laced with an undercurrent of fear they were working hard to hide. And the memories kept coming. Not a flood, more like a slow seep, Voldemort's knowledge filtering through in dreams and quiet moments. Spells he'd never heard of. Magical theory so advanced it made any WT-level work look like primary school maths. The political landscape of the wizarding world, mapped in Tom Riddle's cold and analytical mind with the precision of a military strategist. On the second night, Harry woke from a dream of the Chamber of Secrets, not his own memory, but Riddle's, opening the chamber at 16, standing before the basilisk and speaking Parseltongue with a fluency that went beyond language into something almost musical, and found Hermione sitting beside his bunk, reading by wandlight. "You were talking in your sleep," she said. "In Parseltongue." "Sorry." "Don't be." It was fascinating. She closed her book, a battered copy of Magic Most Evil that she'd stolen from the Hogwarts restricted section 2 years ago, and studied him in the dim light. "How are you really?" "Terrified." "Of what specifically?" Harry sat up, pulling the blanket around his shoulders. Ron was snoring in the far bunk, oblivious. "Of how good it feels." "The power. Every time I use it, there's this rush. This sense of rightness. Like I was always supposed to be this, and everything before was just preparation." "Yeah. And that can't be healthy, can it? Enjoying it this much?" Hermione was quiet for a moment. "Do you know why dark wizards go mad? Because they're evil. Because they're alone. Every study ever done, and I've read them all now, which is a disturbing sentence, shows the same pattern. Dark wizards isolate themselves. They lose connections, relationships, the ability to see other people as real. The power feeds the isolation feeds the power, and eventually there's nothing left but the magic." She looked at him directly, and her eyes were steady and warm and completely unafraid. "You're not alone, Harry. You have Ron. You have me. As long as that's true, the power is a tool, not a trap." Harry felt something loosen in his chest, a knot of fear he'd been carrying since the locket, maybe longer, maybe since the night in the graveyard when Voldemort's wand had connected with his and he'd felt, for the first time, the true scale of what he was facing. "What if it changes me?" "It already has. You're stronger, you can see magic, and your eyes glow in the dark. None of that changes who you are. How can you be so sure?" She reached out and touched his hand. Her fingers were warm, and the magic in her skin hummed against his, gold threads meeting green, intertwining, a harmony he felt in his bones. "Because monsters don't sit in the dark worrying about becoming monsters," she said. "They just become them." Harry held her gaze, and something passed between them that was bigger than words, an acknowledgement, a promise, a bridge built from trust and shared terror, and something else, something warmer, that neither of them was quite ready to name. "Thank you," he said. "Always." She squeezed his hand and let go. "Now go to sleep. We're robbing a bank in 2 days." But the bank robbery would have to wait. The next morning, Harry felt it, a ripple in the soul connection, a disturbance that propagated through the magical bonds linking every Horcrux to its creator. Voldemort knew. Not the details. Not how or what or where. But the Dark Lord had felt the locket die, and what he'd felt wasn't the cold snap of destruction, what he'd felt when Dumbledore had destroyed the ring. This was different. Warmer. Hungrier. Something had consumed his soul fragment, and the remaining pieces were resonating with alarm. Harry sat by the morning fire, eyes closed, riding the connection like a surfer riding a wave. He could feel Voldemort's mind at the other end, a cathedral of cold rage and icy control, but beneath it, for the first time, something else. Fear. Tom Riddle was afraid. Not of death, he'd moved beyond that fear decades ago, or so he told himself. But this was different. Death was an ending, comprehensible and final. What had happened to the locket wasn't death. It was absorption. Something had eaten a piece of his soul, and the predator was still out there, and it was hungry for more. Voldemort was calling his Death Eaters. reinforcing the protections on the remaining Horcruxes. Moving Nagini closer, keeping the snake within arm's reach at all times. And he was reaching into the darker corners of his knowledge, looking for answers. What kind of magic could consume a Horcrux? What kind of being possessed that ability? Harry pulled back from the connection and opened his eyes. Ron and Hermione were watching him with matching expressions of concern. "He knows the locket's gone," Harry said. "Not destroyed, consumed. He can feel the difference. He's scared." "Good," Ron said. "He's going to protect the others. Increase security, move defenses. The cup in Gringotts, he'll be relying on the bank's own protections, but he might add more. And Hogwarts." Harry frowned, tracking the thread of connection to the unknown artifact in the castle. Whatever's at Hogwarts, he's not moving it. He trusts the castle's defenses. "Overconfident," Hermione said. "He always has been about Hogwarts. He considers it his mistake." Harry stood and stretched, and the ambient magic in the clearing swirled around him. "We need to move faster than he expects. The cup first, Gringotts. If we wait, he'll add protections we can't counter." "We don't have a plan for Gringotts," Ron pointed out. "We barely have an idea." "I know someone who does." Harry pulled the fragment of mirror from his pocket, the two-way mirror Sirius had given him, cracked and barely functional. "It's time to talk to Aberforth." "Aberforth Dumbledore?" Hermione asked sharply. "Why would he? Because he hates his brother's plans as much as we do. Because he knows things Albus never told us. And because the entrance to Gringotts' lowest vaults runs directly under Hogsmeade, and Aberforth runs the only safe house in the village." Hermione blinked. "How do you know about the subvaults?" Harry tapped his scar. "Voldemort's memories. He explored every inch of Gringotts when he hid the cup. I know the vault number, the traps, the route. What I don't know is how to get in without alerting every goblin in Britain. And Aberforth does. Aberforth knows people. Specifically, he knows goblins who don't love the current regime. The enemy of my enemy, and all that." Ron looked between them. "This is the most organized I've seen either of you in weeks. Is it weird that I find that more concerning than the soul-eating?" Harry smiled, and for a moment, despite the glowing eyes and the spiraling magic and the vast, hungry thing stirring in the depths of his awareness, he felt like himself. "One more thing," he said, because he'd been thinking about it all night and the certainty had been growing steadily, the way certainty always grew in him, quietly, stubbornly, taking root in the space between terror and determination. "After the cup, we go to Hogwarts. We find whatever Voldemort hid there. And then we end this." "Just like that," Ron said, echoing their conversation from 3 days ago. "Just like that." Hermione stood and began packing the tent with crisp, efficient movements. Ron drained his tea, cleaned his wand, and tucked extra socks into his jacket with the solemnity of a man preparing for war. Harry looked out at the forest, at the threads of magic winding through the trees, at the dawn light filtering through ice-laden branches, at the world he could now see in its full, terrifying, beautiful complexity. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was afraid. Somewhere deeper, something ancient was waking up. And somewhere in between, Harry Potter was standing in the snow with his two best friends, preparing to storm a goblin bank, break into a castle, and destroy the most dangerous dark wizard in history. He should have been terrified. He was. But under the terror, electric and undeniable, the hunger pulsed. "More," it whispered. "There's so much more." Harry closed his eyes, felt the distant pull of the cup calling to the thing in his scar, and let the hunger guide him north. Chapter 2, The God-Eater. The Hog's Head smelled exactly the way Harry remembered, stale beer, goat hair, and something indefinably wrong that might have been the floorboards or might have been the clientele. Aberforth Dumbledore stood behind the bar, polishing a glass that would never be clean, and regarded the 3 teenagers who just materialized in his back room with the resigned expression of a man who'd seen this coming. Took you long enough, he said. Harry stepped forward, and Aberforth's hand tightened on the glass. The old man's eyes, blue like his brother's but harder, flintier, less inclined toward twinkle, locked onto Harry's face. Onto the faint green luminescence behind his irises. What's happened to you, boy? Long story. We need your help. Everyone needs my help. Nobody wants to hear what it costs. Aberforth set the glass down and came around the bar with the stiff-legged gait of a man whose knees had given up decades ago. He stopped 5 feet from Harry and studied him with an intensity that had nothing to do with politeness. You feel different. The whole room feels different with you in it. My wards flexed when you walked through the door, and those wards have held against Death Eaters. I absorbed a Horcrux, Harry said, because there was no point dancing around it with a man who'd spent his entire life distrusting pretty words. The locket. I didn't destroy it, I consumed the soul fragment inside. It changed me. Aberforth's face did something complicated. Albus knew this was possible. I'm starting to realize Albus knew a lot of things he didn't share. That was his defining trait. Aberforth pulled out a chair and sat heavily. He came to me, must have been 15 years ago. Right after he figured out what was in your scar. Sat right where you're standing and told me the boy would have to die. Said it was the only way, that if the scar fragment ever learned to feed, it would be worse than Voldemort. The silence in the pub was absolute. Ron and Hermione stood behind Harry like flanking guards, and he could feel their magic, Ron's warm and bristling, Hermione's gold and sharp with fury. Worse how? Hermione asked, her voice carefully level. He had a name for it. An old name. Said there'd been one before, someone who'd done what the boy's done, consumed soul fragments to gain power. Said it had taken the founders themselves to stop it. Aberforth's gaze was steady on Harry. He called it the God Eater. The words landed in Harry's chest with the weight of prophecy. Not the prophecy, not Trelawney's vague pronouncement about powers and marks. This was something older, heavier, carved into the bedrock of magical history. The founders, Hermione breathed. That connects to what Harry sensed, the ancient presence. Something sealed away. My brother kept files. Journals. Hidden behind spells I spent 40 years unraveling because that paranoid old bastard never trusted anyone with the whole truth. Aberforth stood, crossed to the fireplace, and pulled a stone from the mantel. Behind it was a folded piece of parchment, yellowed and crackling with preservation charms. He handed it to Hermione. She unfolded it with trembling fingers. Harry watched her eyes move across the text, fast, then faster, then back to the beginning to reread. This is Dumbledore's handwriting, she said. It's a historical account. Someone called Moros. A wizard who lived before the founders. He discovered soul-splitting independently, centuries before Herpo the Foul, who history credits with the first Horcrux. But Moros went further. He didn't just split his soul. He consumed the fragments, reintegrated them, and the process transformed him. Into what? Ron asked. Hermione looked up from the parchment. Her face was pale. Into something immortal. Something that stopped being human. He called himself the Hollow King, and he ruled magical Britain for 300 years before the Founders and Merlin combined their power to seal him away. Seal, Harry said. Not kill. They couldn't kill him. He'd consumed too many soul fragments, hundreds, maybe thousands, taken from others by force. He was beyond death. Harry felt the thing in his awareness stir, the vast, sleeping presence he'd brushed against in the forest. There you are, it had said. Recognition. Not hostility. Something worse, kinship. We're not here to discuss ancient history, Harry said, though every instinct told him that ancient history was exactly what was about to catch up with them. We're here because I need to get into Gringotts. The Lestrange Vault. There's a Horcrux inside, Hufflepuff's cup, and I need to reach it before Voldemort adds more defenses. Aberforth raised both eyebrows. You want to rob Gringotts? I want to rob one vault in Gringotts. And I know the layout. Voldemort's memories, I got them with the locket's fragment. I know the vault number, the passage routes, the standard trap configurations. What I don't know is how to get past the front door without starting a war with the Goblin Nation. And you think I can help with that? I think you've been smuggling people and goods through Hogsmeade for 40 years, and in that time, you've built relationships with every black market operator in magical Britain, including at least 2 goblin clans who'd love to see Gringotts' management overthrown. Aberforth stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a short, sharp sound, like a bark. You sound like your mother. She had the same trick, walking into a room and knowing exactly what everyone in it could do for her, then asking so directly they couldn't say no. He shook his head. There's a goblin named Ragnarok. Not the director, his cousin. Black sheep of the family. He's been selling information on Gringotts security for years to anyone with gold and grievances. I can get you a meeting, but it'll be tonight. Tomorrow Voldemort's people start their new rotation on Diagon Alley, and the place'll be crawling. Tonight works, Harry said. There's a passage from this pub to Hogwarts, too. Ariana's passage comes out behind her portrait in the Room of Requirement. If you need to get into the castle after Gringotts, that's your way in. Hermione folded the parchment about Moros carefully and tucked it into her beaded bag. Mr. Dumbledore, this document, are there more? More of your brother's research on the Hollow King? Probably. Albus kept research the way dragons keep gold, in enormous hoards that nobody else was allowed to touch. Aberforth's expression softened fractionally. He wasn't a bad man, girl. Just a frightened one. Frightened of power, his own, everyone else's. Spent his whole life trying to control what couldn't be controlled. His eyes moved to Harry. Sound familiar? Harry didn't answer. He didn't need to. Ragnarok the Lesser was 3 feet tall, iron-gray, and possessed of a smile that had too many teeth in it to be comforting. He met them in the cellar of the Hog's Head at midnight, arriving through a tunnel that apparently connected to the Gringotts subnetwork, a passage so narrow that Ron had to turn sideways to navigate it. Harry Potter, the goblin said, peering up at Harry with eyes like polished onyx. You look different from your photographs. I get that a lot lately. Aberforth says you want the Lestrange Vault. Vault 711, deep storage, maximum security. Ragnarok's many-toothed smile widened. That vault has 3 layers of enchantment, a thief's downfall, a flagranti curse on every object, a Gemino curse that will bury you in burning duplicates, and a Ukrainian iron belly chained outside the door. I know, Harry said. I remember the protections being placed. Ragnarok's smile vanished. Goblin politics ran on information, and a wizard who already knew the layout of a maximum security vault was either an extraordinary asset or an extraordinary threat. The thief's downfall, Harry continued. It strips enchantments and reveals concealment. It'll cancel any polyjuice, disillusionment, or disguise we're using. I need a way around it. There is no way around it. The downfall is woven into the cart track itself, you cannot reach the deep vaults without passing through it. Then we don't use the cart track. Hermione stepped forward, and Harry watched the goblin's eyes narrow with professional interest. The sub-vault network, she said. The maintenance tunnels the goblins use for ward upkeep. They bypass the public routes entirely. Those tunnels are goblin-only. Sealed with blood wards. Blood wards that you can open, Harry said. That's what Aberforth is paying you for. Ragnarok was quiet for a long moment. His long fingers drummed on the stone table, each tap precise, rhythmic, calculating. The current director has allowed wizards to dictate goblin policy for too long, Ragnarok said finally. Death Eaters come and go as they please. They add their own enchantments to goblin vaults. They treat Gringotts as their personal armory. He looked at Harry with eyes that burned with a grievance centuries old. I will open the tunnels. In return, when you have won your war, you will remember who helped you. And you will support goblin rights to bear and craft wands. Done, Harry said, without hesitation. Ron made a small choking sound. Hermione's eyes widened. Wand rights for goblins was the single most contentious political issue in magical Britain, the source of 14 goblin rebellions over 6 centuries. Harry had just promised to overturn the foundational power structure of wizarding society in a cellar, at midnight, over a handshake with a disgruntled banker. Ragnarok extended his hand. Harry shook it. Tomorrow, the goblin said. Sunrise. The shift change creates a 40-second window when the deep tunnel wards reset. I'll meet you at the entrance beneath Hogsmeade Station. He disappeared into the tunnel without another word. Ron waited until the sounds of goblin footsteps faded before exploding. Wand rights? Harry, you just promised. I promised something that should have been granted centuries ago. The Ministry keeps goblins disarmed because it's afraid of them. That fear has caused 14 wars. 15, Hermione said quietly. He's right, Ron. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and shook his head. Fine. Politics later. Dragon now. Because there's apparently a dragon guarding the vault, and I'd like to discuss the dragon. I can handle the dragon, Harry said. You can handle the dragon. I can see its magical bonds. The chains, the conditioning, it's all enchantment. I can take it apart. Ron looked at Hermione. He can handle the dragon, she says. He can just casually disenchant a dragon. I didn't say anything, Hermione protested. You were thinking it loudly. The entrance to the Gringotts subnetwork was hidden beneath the abandoned platform at Hogsmeade Station, a section of track that hadn't seen a train in decades, warded and forgotten. Ragnarok was waiting, his grey face barely visible in the pre-dawn gloom. The window begins in 6 minutes. Follow me. Do not touch the walls. Do not speak above a whisper. And whatever you do, do not use magic in the tunnels, the wards will interpret it as an attack. I'll need to use magic eventually, Harry said. In the tunnels, no. In the vault, do as you wish. The vault wards are separate systems. Ragnarok produced a blade from his belt, obsidian, wickedly sharp, and drew it across his palm. Black blood welled up. He pressed his hand to the stone wall, and a section of rock dissolved into a doorway. Now. They went in. The tunnels were narrow, dark, and ancient. Not the polished marble of Gringotts' public face, these were raw stone, hewn by goblin hands centuries ago, rough-walled and dripping with moisture. The air smelled of iron and earth and something faintly sulfuric. Harry could see magic here even without trying, dense networks of protective enchantment layered into the stone itself, glowing dull red in his enhanced vision like veins of molten rock. They moved fast. Ragnarok set a brutal pace, his short legs covering ground with a speed that belied his stature. The tunnel branched and rebranched, a labyrinth that would have been impossible to navigate without a guide, and twice they had to press flat against the walls as goblin maintenance crews passed through adjacent passages, their lanterns casting orange light through cracks in the stone. 20 minutes in, the tunnel opened into a cavern. The dragon was the first thing Harry saw, an enormous Ukrainian iron belly, metallic grey scales scarred and dulled by decades underground, chained to the cavern floor by enchanted shackles that glowed a sickly yellow. It was half blind, its eyes clouded by years of darkness, and it flinched at the faintest sound, conditioned by pain and fear into a broken guard dog. Harry's stomach turned. Not at the danger, at the cruelty. He could see the enchantments layered over the creature's mind, compulsions, pain triggers, loyalty bonds that weren't loyalty at all but slavery. Decades of magical abuse, written in threads of yellow and black across the dragon's consciousness. We need to go past it, Ragnarok whispered. Quickly and quietly. The clankers, no. Harry stepped forward. Potter, what are you? Harry raised his hand, and the magic responded before he'd fully formed the intention. He could see the enchantments on the dragon like a schematic, every thread, every knot, every anchoring point. They were cruel and clumsy, designed to inflict maximum pain with minimum sophistication. Taking them apart was almost insultingly easy. He pulled. The shackles flared bright yellow, then dimmed, then went dark. The chains clattered to the stone floor. The compulsions dissolved like smoke. The pain triggers unwound and dissipated. And the dragon, 60 feet of scarred, abused, half-blind iron belly, lifted its head for the first time in years and blinked. It looked at Harry. Really looked, with eyes that were clearing by the second as the magical cataracts dissolved along with everything else. And it made a sound, not a roar, not a growl, but a low, resonant rumble that Harry felt in his chest like a second heartbeat. "Go," Harry said softly, and though dragons didn't speak Parseltongue, the intent carried through his magic like a current. "You're free. Go." The iron belly regarded him for one long, ancient moment. Then it turned, gathered itself, and launched upward. The cavern's ceiling was honeycombed with shafts, ventilation, drainage, the architectural bones of the bank above, and the dragon found the widest one and climbed, claws gouging stone, wings tucked tight, ascending toward air it hadn't tasted in decades. "That's going to cause a distraction," Harry said. "That's going to cause a catastrophe." Ragnarok was pressed flat against the tunnel wall, his iron-gray face several shades paler. "Do you have any idea, the structural damage alone, perfect cover. How far to the vault?" Ragnarok stared at him with the expression of someone rapidly reassessing every assumption they'd ever made about a situation. Then the goblin shook himself, straightened, and pointed deeper into the cavern. "Through there. Third passage on the left. The vault will be the one with the door that tries to kill you." The Lestrange vault was exactly as Harry's borrowed memories described it, a towering stone door inscribed with enchantments that predated the bank itself, flanked by columns carved with goblin runes of possession and warding. The Flagranti and Gemino curses were layered over every surface inside. Touch anything, and it would burn you while multiplying, burying you in searing hot duplicates until you suffocated. "Hermione, Ron, stay outside the vault. Don't cross the threshold." "Harry, the curses," Hermione started. "I can see them. Every thread. Give me 2 minutes." He stepped through the door. The vault was a cathedral of dark magic. Golden objects gleaming on every surface, goblets, coins, armor, jewelry, each one a trap. The Flagranti curse painted the air in threads of angry red, and the Gemino curse wove through it in sickly green, ready to activate at the slightest contact. Harry ignored all of it. He closed his eyes and reached out with his new senses, feeling for the thing that matched the hunger in his scar. There. High on a shelf, tucked between a tarnished tiara and a stack of gold plates. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, small, golden, with the badger engraving barely visible under centuries of grime. And inside it, pulsing with dark energy, a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul. It was calling to him. Or rather, the fragment in his scar was calling to it, and the cup's fragment was answering, and the space between them vibrated with potential energy, like two magnets held apart by the thinnest barrier. Harry didn't fight the hunger this time. He understood it now, not as corruption, not as Voldemort's influence, but as a natural force. The soul fragments wanted to reunite. The magic wanted to flow downhill. And Harry was downhill. He reached up, threading his magic through the gaps between the curses, a needle through a minefield, and wrapped the cup in a cocoon of power. Then he pulled it to his hand. The Flagranti curse activated. The cup's surface blazed white-hot, or tried to. Harry's magic absorbed the heat before it reached his skin, converting it into raw energy that fed into his reserves. The Gemino curse tried to duplicate the cup, but Harry could see its mechanism, and he pinched the thread of magic that powered it, snuffing it out like a candle. The cup sat in his palm, warm and heavy, its soul fragment thrumming against his scar like a heartbeat. "Here we go," Harry murmured, and opened the connection. The second feeding was different from the first. The locket had been violent, a struggle, a tearing, the fragment fighting its absorption every step of the way. The cup's fragment was weaker, less deeply anchored, and Harry's scar was stronger now, hungry and practiced. The absorption was almost gentle, a slow pull, a flow, the sole fragment releasing its grip on the metal and streaming upward into Harry like water finding its level. New power flooded through him. Different from the locket, warmer, more physical. He felt his body change, muscles tightening, bones hardening, something fundamental shifting in his cellular structure. A cut on his knuckle from the tunnel healed in seconds, the skin knitting shut so smoothly it didn't even itch. His heartbeat slowed, not from weakness but from efficiency, each beat stronger, more deliberate, more permanent. And the knowledge. Different knowledge this time, not Voldemort's memories of making the Horcrux, but the cup itself, carrying echoes of Helga Hufflepuff's magic. Loyalty. Endurance. The patient, implacable strength of earth and stone. Harry felt it settle into his magical framework like a foundation being reinforced, and the constant low-level instability he'd been managing since the locket smoothed out into something steady and solid. The cup crumbled in his hand. Empty. Dead. Just metal now, and not even particularly good metal, it collapsed into tarnished fragments that sifted through his fingers like sand. Harry turned and walked out of the vault. Ron and Hermione were waiting. Their faces told him what his own face must look like. Worse than the locket? Ron asked. Harry held up his hand, the one that had been cut. Smooth, unmarked skin. Better, actually. I feel stable. Grounded. Like the first one knocked me off balance and this one put me back. You're taller, Hermione said. Harry looked down at himself. She was right, not dramatically, maybe an inch, but his clothes were slightly shorter in the leg and tighter across the shoulders. Physical changes. The cup was Hufflepuff's. Earth magic. Body and endurance. Hermione's eyes were bright, that dangerous, fascinated brightness that meant she was building a theory. Each Horcrux carries the magical legacy of its container. The locket gave you perception and power, Slytherin's traits. The cup is giving you resilience. Physical fortification. 2 down, Ron said. 3 to go. Can we please leave before the goblins figure out we set their dragon free? They made it out through the tunnels as Gringotts erupted into chaos above them. The iron belly had surfaced, Harry could feel it, a massive magical signature rising through the bank's superstructure like a whale breaching, and the distant sound of screaming and collapsing architecture confirmed that their distraction was performing admirably. Ragnarok led them to an exit point half a mile from the bank and parted ways with a nod that contained grudging respect. The castle? He asked as they emerged into grey morning light. The castle, Harry confirmed. They returned to the Hog's Head and descended through the portrait passage, the tunnel behind Ariana Dumbledore's painting that wound deep beneath Hogsmeade and emerged, impossibly, into the room of requirement at Hogwarts. The room greeted them with hammocks, supplies, and a handful of stunned faces. Neville Longbottom stood at the far end, thinner and harder than Harry remembered, with fresh cuts on his face and a look in his eyes that suggested the last several months had been unkind. Behind him, Seamus Finnegan, both Patil twins, Terry Boot, and half a dozen other DA members who'd apparently been using the room as a base of resistance. Harry. Neville's voice cracked. Then he looked more closely. Merlins, what happened to you? I had a growth spurt. Your eyes are glowing. That too. Harry crossed the room in 3 strides and gripped Neville's hand. The other boy's magic was bright and fierce, a deep, earthy red that reminded Harry of the Hufflepuff legacy he'd just absorbed, but wilder. Gryffindor through and through. How bad is it here? The Carrows run the school. Amicus handles dark arts, and I mean actual dark arts, not defense against. He makes students practice the Cruciatus on first years who get detention. Alecto teaches Muggle studies, which is basically propaganda about how Muggles are animals. Neville's jaw was set. We've been fighting. Small stuff, sabotage, protecting younger students, hiding muggleborns who couldn't get out. But we're losing ground. Not anymore, Harry said, and the certainty in his voice filled the room like a physical force. Several of the DA members straightened unconsciously. Neville blinked. You really have changed. I really have. And I need to find something in this castle. An artifact, a Horcrux. Voldemort hid it here, probably during his visit to apply for the defense position. It's connected to Ravenclaw. A diadem, maybe. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw. Padma Patil stepped forward, and her eyes narrowed with scholarly interest. That's a myth. Not a myth. I can feel it. It's. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his expanded senses. The castle blazed around him, a staggering network of ancient magic, layered over centuries by the most powerful witches and wizards in history. Finding one Horcrux in that maelstrom of enchantment should have been impossible, but the fragment in his scar was keyed to its siblings now, and the call was unmistakable. Here, Harry said, opening his eyes. It's in this room. In the room of requirement. Not this version of it. Harry looked at the wall, through the wall, at the magic flowing behind it. The room has many configurations. There's one that stores lost things, a space where objects accumulate over centuries. The diadem is there. Hermione caught on instantly. The room of hidden things. We need to reconfigure the space. Everyone out, Harry said. Give us 10 minutes. The DA members filed through the portrait passage with varying degrees of confusion and curiosity. Neville lingered. Whatever you need, Harry. We're ready. I know you are. Thank you, Neville. When the room was empty, Harry walked to the door, closed his eyes, and asked. The room of requirement shuddered. The hammocks and supplies dissolved, and the space expanded, vastly, impossibly, becoming a cathedral-sized cavern of junk. Mountains of discarded furniture, broken cauldrons, stacked books, old robes, rusted weapons, and 1,000 years of accumulated detritus from 10,000 students who'd needed somewhere to hide something. And there, perched on the head of a stone bust atop a cabinet near the back wall, the tarnished silver diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. Harry could see its magic from across the room, a cold, brilliant blue threaded with the black-green corruption of Voldemort's soul fragment. The two magics warred within the metal, Ravenclaw's ancient enchantments of wisdom fighting the parasitic darkness that had been forced upon them. It's beautiful, Hermione whispered, and Harry knew she wasn't talking about the diadem itself but the magic it contained. Stay here, he said. He walked through the labyrinth of junk, weaving between towers of broken things, and the diadem's call grew stronger with every step. Not just the hunger, though that was there, insistent as ever, but something intellectual. The locket had given him perception. The cup had given him endurance. The diadem promised understanding, raw, unlimited comprehension of magical theory at a level that transcended human learning. He reached the cabinet and lifted the diadem from the bust. It hummed in his hands, vibrating with power, Ravenclaw's legacy and Riddle's corruption locked in eternal conflict. Harry let the hunger open. The third absorption was elegant. The diadem's fragment was sophisticated, Ravenclaw's magical container had shaped the soul piece, refined it, given it a crystalline structure that the cruder locket and cup fragments had lacked. When it flowed into Harry, it came with a clarity that was almost painful. Suddenly, the way magic worked wasn't just visible to him, it was comprehensible. Not individual spells or techniques, but the underlying grammar, the fundamental syntax, the rules beneath the rules. He understood enchantment as a language. He understood transfiguration as translation. He understood charms, hexes, curses, and wards as dialects of a single tongue, and he spoke them all fluently, effortlessly, the way a native speaker breathes their mother language. The diadem went dark in his hands, and Harry set it down gently. Unlike the locket and the cup, it didn't crumble. The metal held, but the magic was gone, both Voldemort's fragment and Ravenclaw's original enchantments, consumed together, integrated together. Harry stood in the Cathedral of Junk and felt his mind expand. And with that expansion came a name. Moros. Not from the outside, not the sleeping presence he'd felt in the forest. From within. The diadem's fragment carried knowledge that Voldemort had obtained during his years of research at Hogwarts, and Rowena Ravenclaw's original enchantments carried knowledge far older. The diadem had been created, in part, as a key to understanding the threat that the Founders had spent their lives containing. Harry saw it. A flash, like a memory surfacing, 4 figures standing at the cardinal points of a stone circle. A woman with a diadem of silver. A man with a sword that gleamed like righteous fire. A woman with a cup of gold. A man with a locket of green. And between them, at the center of the circle, an entity that was no longer human, a being of collapsed darkness, eyes like holes in reality, radiating hunger so powerful it warped the stone beneath its feet. The Founders. Sealing the Hollow King. Using their own artifacts as anchoring points for the prison. And Voldemort, centuries later, had turned those same artifacts into Horcruxes, not knowing what they'd been created for, not understanding that by splitting his soul into objects designed to cage a god, he was weakening the locks on a door that should never have been opened. Harry stumbled. The vision passed, but the knowledge remained, clear, cold, certain. Every Horcrux Voldemort had created from a Founder's artifact had compromised the seal on the Hollow King's prison. And every Horcrux Harry consumed removed a lock entirely. The ancient evil wasn't waking up because Harry was gaining power. It was waking up because Harry was removing the bars of its cage. He walked back to Hermione on unsteady legs. She took one look at his face and reached for his hand. "What did you see?" Harry told her. Hermione processed the information in the way only Hermione could, by attacking it from every analytical angle simultaneously, dismantling panic through the application of rigorous thought. The seal used the Founders' artifacts as anchoring points. Voldemort corrupted those anchoring points by making them Horcruxes. When you consume the Horcruxes, you remove the corruption, but you also remove the anchor. She was pacing, her beaded bag swinging at her hip. "So we need a new seal. Or we need a way to defeat Moros directly." "I don't think a seal will hold," Harry said. "Not with 3 of 4 anchors gone. The prison is already failing, that's why I can feel him stirring. Then direct confrontation. Which means you need to be strong enough." She stopped pacing. "The remaining Horcruxes. Nagini. And the one in my scar." They looked at each other, and the unspoken weight of that statement compressed the air between them. "One thing at a time," Hermione said firmly. "Right now we need to." The room of requirements door exploded inward. Not a knock. Not a careful opening. The door blew off its hinges with a concussion of dark magic that sent splinters screaming across the room, and through the smoking gap came Amicus Carrow, wand raised, face twisted with cruel delight. "Thought I felt something," he said, and behind him crowded half a dozen students in Slytherin robes, wands up, faces pale but determined. Draco Malfoy wasn't among them. Potter. "In the castle. The Dark Lord will reward me beyond." Harry raised his hand and Carrow's shield, a powerful protego reinforced with dark magic, shattered like spun glass. The Death Eater flew backward into the corridor, hit the opposite wall, and slid down it unconscious. The Slytherin students scattered like startled birds. "That was 2 seconds," Ron said from the doorway, slightly awed. He was broadcasting his shield structure. "I could see every flaw." Harry stepped over Carrow's unconscious body and into the corridor. "We need to move." If he was monitoring, others know we're, his scar blazed. Not pain, information. Voldemort had felt the diadem's consumption. 3 Horcruxes gone now, 3 pieces of his soul devoured, and the Dark Lord's response was not caution or fear but incandescent, blistering rage and a single, absolute directive sent to every Death Eater in Britain: Hogwarts. Now. Kill everyone but Potter. Bring him to me alive. Harry staggered, caught himself against the wall, and looked at Ron and Hermione with eyes that were glowing bright enough to cast shadows. He's coming. He's sending everyone. Full assault on the castle. From somewhere below, the Hogwarts alarm bells began to ring. The next 2 hours were chaos. The castle's defenders mobilized with the desperate efficiency of people who'd been preparing for this moment without daring to believe it would come. McGonagall, headmistress in all but titles since the Carrow's authority collapsed the moment the alarm sounded, orchestrated the defense with the terrifying competence of a woman who'd spent 50 years wrangling teenagers and had finally been given permission to take the gloves off. Stone soldiers marched from their alcoves. Suits of armor formed ranks in the corridors. The castle itself responded to the call, ancient enchantments stirring to life as Hogwarts recognized the threat and began to fortify. Harry stood at the highest point of the astronomy tower and watched the Death Eaters come. Not all of them. Not yet. This was the vanguard, a strike force, fast and lethal, sent ahead of Voldemort's main army to soften defenses and, if possible, capture Harry before the full battle began. Maybe 50 Death Eaters, operating in waves just outside the castle's anti-apparition boundary, their dark marks burning like signal fires in Harry's enhanced vision. And at their head, madness incarnate, Bellatrix Lestrange. She looked wrong. Harry could see it from the tower, her magical signature, always volatile, was now augmented with something alien. Dark rituals, blood magic, power that had been grafted onto her core like armor bolted to flesh. Voldemort had enhanced his most loyal servant, turning her from a dangerously skilled lunatic into something approaching a war engine. That's a lot of Death Eaters, Ron said from beside him. 53, Harry said. Most of them average. A dozen are dangerous. Bellatrix is, different. Different how? Voldemort juiced her. Blood rituals, probably sacrificial. She's carrying twice the magical power she should be. Maybe more. And you? Harry looked at his hands. 3 Horcruxes consumed. Power beyond anything he'd imagined 3 days ago. The ability to see, deconstruct, and counter any spell. Physical resilience that might make him genuinely hard to kill. Let's find out, he said. The battle for Hogwarts began not with a bang but with a silence, the held-breath moment between the last Death Eater operating into position and the first curse splitting the night. Then everything happened at once. Death Eaters hit the main gates with bombardment hexes. The castle's wards absorbed the first volley, but Harry could see them flexing, ancient magic straining against modern firepower. McGonagall's stone soldiers poured through the gates to meet the attackers head-on, and the grounds erupted in a chaos of spelllight and screaming stone. Harry launched himself from the astronomy tower. Not flew, not exactly. He pushed his magic downward in a controlled blast and rode the recoil, arcing across the night sky toward the thickest concentration of enemy signatures. Wind tore at his robes. The ground rushed up. He landed in the middle of a squad of Death Eaters with a concussion of force that cratered the earth and sent 5 of them flying. The nearest Death Eater, masked, anonymous, fired a killing curse. Harry sidestepped it. Not dodged, sidestepped, the way you'd move past someone on a sidewalk. The curse was fast, but Harry could see it forming in the wand before it was cast, could read the magical intent like body language, could predict the trajectory before the green light left the wand tip. He flicked his fingers, and the Death Eater's wand reversed direction, sending a stunner back into its owner's chest. The man dropped. 2 more came at him from the flanks. Harry raised both hands, and the ground itself responded, stone and earth erupting upward in a wall that caught both killing curses and then collapsed forward onto the casters, burying them to the waist. He twisted their wands away with a thought and left them trapped, screaming, harmless. Ron and Hermione hit the grounds 30 seconds behind him, arriving through the main gates with Neville, the DA, and a contingent of Order members who'd been called in through the flue. The defenders fanned out, and the battle became a tapestry of individual duels and small group skirmishes scattered across the grounds. Harry moved through it like a force of nature. He didn't kill. The thought never crossed his mind, not from mercy, exactly, but from efficiency. Killing required specific, focused intent. Disabling was easier, faster, and left fewer moral complications. He shattered shields with a gesture, reversed spells with a thought, bound Death Eaters in conjured chains and moved on before they hit the ground. Every fight was over before it properly began, and the Death Eaters began to realize what they were facing. Word spread through their ranks like poison: Potter is different. Potter isn't human anymore. Potter is, Potter. Bellatrix's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Harry turned and found her standing at the edge of the battle, 30 yards away, alone. The other Death Eaters had cleared space around her, whether from deference or fear, Harry couldn't tell. She looked like she'd been carved from something harder than flesh. Her dark mark writhed on her arm, pulsing with the augmentation rituals Voldemort had layered onto her, and her magic blazed in Harry's vision, a wild, dark red that hurt to look at directly. Her wand was held loosely at her side, and she was smiling. "Little baby Potter," she crooned. "Eating things that don't belong to him. The Dark Lord is so disappointed." "The Dark Lord is terrified," Harry said. "I can feel it through the connection. Every time I consume one of his fragments, he feels a piece of himself die. He's losing his mind." The smile flickered. Just for a second, a crack in the mania. Then it widened. "Let's see what you've swallowed, then." She attacked. The first curse was a killing curse, standard, predictable, the opening move of every Death Eater who wanted to end things quickly. Harry deflected it with a wave, not even particularly concerned, and then Bellatrix showed him what the augmentation had really done. She moved like liquid. 3 curses in the time a normal wizard cast: one, a Cruciatus, a Severing Hex, and something purple-black that Harry didn't recognize and didn't want to. He blocked the first, dodged the second, and caught the third on an instinctive shield that buckled under the impact. That purple spell was something else. Something old. Something that tasted of blood magic and forced sacrifice when it hit his defenses. Like it? Bellatrix danced backward, firing again, a rapid chain of curses that forced Harry to move, to actually think about his defense for the first time since the Snatchers in the forest. "The Dark Lord gave me presents. So many presents." Harry counterattacked, and the duel escalated to a level that cleared the surrounding battlefield. Both sides stopped to watch, Death Eaters and defenders alike frozen by the spectacle of 2 combatants hurling magic at each other with a speed and power that warped the air between them. Harry was stronger. That was beyond question. 3 Horcruxes worth of absorbed power gave him a depth of magical reserves that Bellatrix couldn't match. But she was skilled in ways that power alone couldn't counter. Decades of practice with the darkest magic imaginable, augmented by rituals that pushed her reflexes beyond human limits, made her a genuinely dangerous opponent. Her curses were creative, vicious, and unpredictable. She chained spells together in combinations he hadn't seen in any of Voldemort's memories. She fought like she was already dead and had nothing to lose. Harry took a cutting curse across his left arm. The wound healed in 3 seconds, the Hufflepuff resilience, knitting flesh back together almost faster than it was damaged, but the fact that she'd landed a hit at all was sobering. He changed tactics. Instead of matching her spell for spell, he reached deeper, into the Ravenclaw understanding, the intuitive grasp of magical structure that the diadem had given him. He stopped looking at her spells as attacks and started looking at them as constructs, arrangements of magical energy with specific architectures, specific weaknesses, specific points of failure. The next curse she threw, a bone-shattering hex wrapped in a dark magic amplifier, he didn't block. He reached into it, found the structural flaw where the amplifier met the base curse, and pulled the thread. The spell unraveled in midair, dissolving into harmless sparks 3 feet from his face. Bellatrix faltered. For the first time in the duel, genuine uncertainty crossed her face. "What did you Harry pushed his advantage. He didn't throw a spell, he threw intent, raw magical pressure focused into a wave that hit Bellatrix like a physical blow. Her shields held, but barely, and she skidded backward across the grass, her boots carving furrows in the earth. "The Dark Lord can't protect you anymore," Harry said, and his voice carried the resonance it had acquired since the locket, deeper, more present, impossible to ignore. "He can barely protect himself." "Liar!" Bellatrix screamed, and the word was a spell, a concentrated blast of rage and dark magic that cratered the ground between them and forced Harry to brace against it with both hands. She was buying time. Harry realized it a beat too late, Bellatrix wasn't trying to win. She was trying to hold him in place long enough for Voldemort to arrive. The main force was coming. Harry could feel it through the connection, hundreds of magical signatures converging on Hogwarts, and at their center, cold and terrible and vast, the Dark Lord himself. Harry ended the duel. He dropped his shields entirely, a move so unexpected that Bellatrix's next curse flew past his ear while she stared in confusion, and then he pulled. Not at her magic. At the augmentation. The ritual-grafted power that Voldemort had bolted onto her core, unnatural and unstable, held in place by enchantments that Harry could read like text. He found the anchor points, the places where the ritual magic connected to Bellatrix's natural core, and he severed them. Cleanly. Precisely. Like snipping threads. Bellatrix screamed, not in pain but in loss. The augmented power bled away from her invisible streams of dark red, dissipating into the night air like steam. In 3 seconds she went from a war engine to a normal, if powerful, witch, and the shock of it drove her to her knees. Harry stunned her before she could recover. She dropped face first into the grass, unconscious, and the battlefield went silent. Ron appeared at Harry's elbow. "You all right? Your arm, healed already." Harry turned to face the castle. "We need to go. Now. Voldemort's bringing the full army, hundreds of them. The castle can't hold against that. Then we run." "No. We regroup. I need to talk to Dumbledore." They found him in the hospital wing. Dumbledore looked like a man being slowly unmade. The ring curse, Snape's containment had slowed it but couldn't stop it, had spread from his blackened hand up his arm, dark tendrils of necrotic magic creeping toward his chest. He was sitting up in bed, lucid but diminished, and when Harry walked in, the old man's eyes widened with something that might have been wonder and might have been dread. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was a ghost of its former self. "You found another way." "I found the way you were hoping I wouldn't." Harry pulled a chair to the bedside and sat. Hermione and Ron stationed themselves at the door, not out of politeness but because they could feel the weight of what was coming and wanted to give Harry space while still being close enough to intervene. "3 Horcruxes," Dumbledore said, studying Harry with the analytical gaze that had always made him feel like an interesting specimen. "The locket, the cup, and the diadem." "Rowena's diadem." "You knew it was a Horcrux." "I suspected." Tom was always drawn to the Founder's artifacts, they represented the legacy he craved. Dumbledore's unblackened hand trembled slightly against the blanket. "And you consumed them rather than destroying them." "I did." "And you feel powerful. Clear. Stable." Harry leaned forward. "More stable than I should, considering I have 3 extra pieces of a madman's soul integrated into my magical core. Which tells me you knew about this possibility, about what I could become, and you chose not to tell me." Dumbledore closed his eyes. For a long moment, the only sound was the distant rumble of battle preparations echoing through the castle's stone corridors. "I made a choice," Dumbledore said quietly. "Years ago, when I first understood what was in your scar. I had the Sorting Hat's records, it wanted to put you in Slytherin, did you know? Not because you were ambitious, but because the fragment recognized its home. I realized then that the scar wasn't just a connection. It was a seed. Given the right stimulus, another Horcrux, the right kind of desperation, it could learn to feed. And you decided I shouldn't know. I decided the risk was too great. Dumbledore opened his eyes, and there was pain there, genuine, bone-deep pain that went beyond the curse eating his body. The last one who walked this path, Moros, he consumed souls for 3 centuries. He became something beyond mortal comprehension, Harry. Beyond morality. Beyond empathy. Beyond everything that makes us human. When the Founders finally contained him, it took all 4 of them and Merlin himself, and even then, they couldn't destroy him. They could only cage him. You think I'll become him? I think the path you're on leads to the same destination. The soul magic changes you. Each fragment you consume makes you less human and more, something else. Something that views humanity the way we view insects, with distant curiosity and no real attachment. Harry felt Hermione's magic flare at the doorway, gold and sharp, furious on his behalf. He held up a hand to forestall her. You're wrong, Harry said. I have been wrong before. But this, you raised me to die. That was your plan. The prophecy, the training, the careful rationing of information, all of it pointed toward one outcome, me walking into the forest and letting Voldemort kill me so the Scar fragment would be destroyed. Dumbledore said nothing, which was the loudest confirmation possible. Did you know about the Founders' artifacts? That the Horcruxes were weakening Moros' seal? Dumbledore went very still. What? The diadem showed me. The Founders used their artifacts as anchoring points for the seal that contains the Hollow King. When Voldemort turned those artifacts into Horcruxes, he corrupted the anchors. When I consumed the Horcruxes, I removed the anchors entirely. The seal is failing, Dumbledore. And your plan to have me die wouldn't have fixed it, it would have just left us powerless when Moros eventually broke free. The color drained from Dumbledore's face. For the first time in Harry's memory, the old man looked genuinely, completely lost. I didn't know, he whispered. I didn't, the artifacts as seal anchors, I never found that in any of my research, maybe you should have looked harder. Maybe you should have trusted me with the truth instead of engineering my death. Harry's voice was steady, but his magic wasn't. The air in the hospital wing crackled with barely contained energy, and the glass in the windows hummed at a frequency just below hearing. You spent years telling me that love was the most powerful magic in the world, and then you planned to sacrifice me without even telling me why. I was trying to protect, you were trying to control. There's a difference. Dumbledore's eyes were bright with unshed tears. His blackened hand curled against the blanket, and Harry could see the curse spreading, dark threads of necrotic magic advancing toward his heart, unstoppable, inevitable. You're right, Dumbledore said. You are right, and I was wrong, and I don't expect you to forgive me. I don't forgive you. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Harry stood. But I'm going to fix this. All of it, Voldemort, the Horcruxes, the seal, Moros. I'm going to fix it because someone has to, and I'm the only one who can. And when it's done, if I'm still standing and still human, then maybe we can talk about forgiveness. He walked to the door. Paused. The curse is going to kill you soon, he said without turning around. Days, maybe. I could try to slow it, I can see its structure, and I think I understand how to contain it, but I don't know if, let it come, Dumbledore said softly. I've earned this, I think. Harry left the hospital wing without looking back. Hermione fell into step beside him, and Ron a half-step behind. Neither of them spoke until they were in the corridor, out of earshot. He knew, Ron said. His voice was flat. He knew the whole time and he was going to let you die. He thought he was saving the world. By sacrificing you. By sacrificing someone he loved. Hermione's voice was quiet. That's what makes it worse. He wasn't being cruel. He was being strategic. And he convinced himself that strategic love was still love. They walked in silence through the castle's corridors, past hurrying students and grim-faced teachers, past suits of armor taking up defensive positions and paintings shouting warnings. The battle was coming. Everyone could feel it, the pressure building in the air like a thunderstorm, magic and menace converging on Hogwarts from every direction. Harry stopped at a window overlooking the grounds. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of fire, and in the distance, beyond the edge of the wards, he could see them gathering, dark figures, hundreds of them, massing like storm clouds. "Voldemort's here," he said. "Or close. I can feel him, closer than before, pushing against the connection. He's angry and scared and desperate, which makes him dangerous." "What do we do?" Ron asked. "We can't fight the whole army. Not yet. I need Nagini, and she's with Voldemort. I'll have to get close to him to reach her, and that's suicide in the middle of a pitched battle." Harry pressed his forehead against the cool glass. "We need to retreat. Regroup. Come back when we have a plan for Nagini." "Retreat to where?" "This is Hogwarts. There's nowhere more defensible. There are places more hidden." Harry turned to them. "Aberforth's passage. We evacuate the students through the tunnel to Hogsmeade, leave the castle's defenses active to slow them down, and disappear. Voldemort expects a siege. We give him an empty castle." Hermione's eyes lit up. "Guerrilla warfare. We stop meeting him on his terms and start operating on ours." "Exactly. Harry." Ron's voice was serious. "The people here, Neville, the DA, McGonagall, they've been fighting for months. You can't just ask them to run." "I'm not asking them to run. I'm asking them to survive long enough for me to end this." Harry met Ron's eyes. "I need time. Time to find Nagini, time to figure out the scar fragment, time to prepare for what's coming after Voldemort. If we stand and fight here, people die. People we love." Ron held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I'll tell Neville. Hermione, you and Harry, will handle McGonagall." Hermione touched Ron's arm as he turned to go. "Ron. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when we're not running away from an army." He jogged down the corridor, and Harry watched him go, this boy who'd been his first friend, his most constant companion, who was handling the impossible with a grace that Harry didn't think he himself possessed. "He's extraordinary," Hermione said, reading Harry's expression. "Yeah. He is. And he knows about us." Harry turned to her. "Us? Whatever this is. He's not stupid, Harry. He's seen the way I." She stopped herself, color rising in her cheeks, and Harry realized with a start that Hermione Granger, the most articulate person he'd ever met, was struggling to find words. "Hermione, not now. After. When we're not about to evacuate a castle under siege." She straightened, pulling her composure back together like armor. "McGonagall first." But something had shifted between them, some boundary that had been carefully maintained through years of friendship had thinned to transparency, and they both knew it, and knowing it changed the air between them in a way that no amount of soul magic could have achieved. The evacuation took 40 minutes. McGonagall resisted, argued, in fact, with a ferocity that reminded Harry why she'd been Dumbledore's second for decades, but ultimately bowed to the strategic reality. The castle's active defenses would hold for hours without human support, buying them time to disappear. Students poured through the portrait passage in orderly lines, younger years first, prefects managing the flow with the efficiency of long practice. The DA stayed to cover the retreat, stationed at key points through the castle, ready to delay any Death Eaters who breached the wards. Neville was the last defender to leave. He stood at the entrance to the passage, DA coin in one hand, wand in the other, and looked at Harry with eyes that held no fear. "This isn't over," Neville said. "Not even close." "Good. I owe the Carrows a conversation." Harry watched him disappear into the tunnel and then turned to the empty room of requirement. The castle rumbled, the outer wards absorbing the first bombardment, stone soldiers engaging the vanguard on the grounds. Through the windows, spell light painted the sky in streaks of green and red. He sealed the passage behind them and followed the last of the defenders into the dark. They emerged in the Hog's Head cellar. Aberforth had organized the chaos with the blunt efficiency of a man who'd been running an underground railroad for months. Students funneled to safe houses, order members dispatched to secure locations, the DA regrouped and counted. Harry found a quiet corner. The noise of 200 people in a space meant for 20 pressed against his enhanced senses like static. He could feel every magical signature in the room, fear and determination and exhaustion, all of it flavored with the sharp, metallic taste of adrenaline. Hermione found him. She always found him. "You need to rest," she said, sitting beside him on a stack of crates. "I need to think." "You can do both." She was right. Harry closed his eyes and let his awareness contract, pulling it back from the overwhelming flood of sensation to a manageable scope. The room dimmed in his perception. The noise faded. His world narrowed to the sound of Hermione's breathing and the steady pulse of her magic, gold and warm, inches from his own. "The connection to Voldemort," he said. "It's stronger. Every Horcrux I consume, the link between us deepens. I can feel his emotions clearly now, anger, fear, confusion. And he can feel me. He knows I'm getting stronger. He knows the Horcruxes aren't being destroyed, they're being consumed. And it's driving him to something I didn't expect." "What?" "Desperation. The kind that makes you reach for solutions you'd never normally consider." Harry opened his eyes. "There's something in the dark. You read the parchment, Moros, the Hollow King, sealed away by the Founders. The seal is failing because of what I've done to the artifacts. Voldemort can feel the seal weakening through his connection to the Horcruxes. And I think he's going to try to contact whatever's behind it." "Contact it? Why would he? Because he's Tom Riddle. Because he's terrified of death, and he's watching his immortality be devoured piece by piece, and when Tom Riddle gets scared, he doesn't retreat, he escalates. If there's an ancient power connected to soul magic, a being that survived for millennia beyond death, Riddle will try to make a deal with it." Hermione was quiet for a long time. In the background, Ron was helping Aberforth organize sleeping arrangements, his voice carrying over the crowd with the easy authority of someone who'd grown up managing chaos in a large family. "Then we need to move faster," Hermione said. "Nagini is the last external Horcrux. If you consume her, I'll have 4 of 5. Plus my own scar. The power differential between me and Voldemort will be enormous. But so will the strain on the seal. Could you reinforce the seal? With the power from the consumed Horcruxes? Maybe. The diadem gave me Ravenclaw's understanding of the seal's construction. In theory, I could recreate the anchoring points using my own magic instead of the artifacts. But I'd need to be at the seal's location, wherever that is, and I'd need to not be fighting Voldemort and his army at the same time. Then we split the problems. You handle Nagini and the seal. Ron and I handle Voldemort." Harry stared at her. "You and Ron. Handle Voldemort. Not fight him directly. Delay him. Distract him. Give you time." She met his gaze steadily. "We've done it before. You've never faced him at full power. And he's never faced a student population that spent a year learning guerrilla tactics from Neville Longbottom." She smiled, a small, fierce thing. "We're not helpless, Harry. Stop trying to carry everything alone." The rebuke was gentle, but it landed. Harry looked at her, really looked, with eyes that could see the magic flowing through her like rivers of light, and saw something that had nothing to do with magical sight. Courage. Stubbornness. A refusal to be sidelined that went beyond feminism or pride into something more fundamental, the absolute, bedrock conviction that her place was beside him, not behind him. "You're remarkable," he said, and the words came out with more weight than he'd intended, layered with everything he'd been feeling for weeks, months, maybe years, pushed down and compartmentalized and now rising to the surface with an insistence he couldn't ignore. Hermione's breath caught. The gold of her magic brightened, and her eyes, brown, warm, human in a way that Harry found increasingly precious, softened. "Harry. I know. Not now. After." "After," she agreed, and the word was a promise, and the space between them was electric with things unsaid. "Am I interrupting?" Ron stood at the edge of their alcove, holding 3 mugs of something that steamed. His expression was carefully neutral, but his eyes, and his magic, warm and steady and reading the room with more emotional intelligence than people gave him credit for, told a different story. "Ron," Harry started. "Don't." Ron handed them each a mug, tea, strong and terrible, exactly what they needed. "I'm not blind, and I'm not 15 anymore. You two have been orbiting each other since 4th year, and I made my peace with it somewhere around the time Harry started glowing in the dark and Hermione's primary reaction was to take notes. He sat down across from them and sipped his tea with the air of a man who'd thought about this and come to terms. "Just don't be weird about it." "Ron, Hermione started, and there was guilt in her voice, and old affection, and the complicated weight of a friendship that had once held the potential for more. "Hermione. It's fine. It really is." Ron's smile was genuine, tired, a little sad, but genuine. "I want you both to be happy. Preferably in a way that doesn't involve any more soul eating, but I'll take what I can get." Harry felt something in his chest that had nothing to do with Horcruxes or hunger or ancient evil, a gratitude so deep it defied expression, for this boy who'd been his first friend and who was choosing, in the middle of a war, to be generous. "When this is over," Harry said, "I'm buying you the most expensive drink in Wizarding Britain." "You're buying me the pub," Ron corrected. "I've upgraded my conditions." The night wore on. The Hog's Head became a command center, order members coming and going, DA runners carrying messages, Aberforth as fireplace working overtime as a communication hub. Harry drifted between planning sessions and quiet moments, his mind working on the problem of Nagini while his body processed the continuing changes from 3 consumed Horcruxes. He was different now. Not just the obvious things, the glowing eyes, the height, the impossible healing. His thought patterns had shifted. The Ravenclaw knowledge from the diadem had restructured the way he processed information, giving him the ability to hold multiple complex problems in his mind simultaneously, turning them over, finding connections, building solutions with an elegance that would have been foreign to him a week ago. And the Slytherin perception from the locket let him read every room he entered, the power dynamics, the alliances, the fears and ambitions of every person in proximity. It should have been overwhelming. Instead, it was clarifying, like putting on glasses for the first time and realizing the world had always been this detailed. Around midnight, he felt the unspeakables arrive. 3 of them, operating into Hogsmeade with a precision that spoke of military training. Their magical signatures were unusual, shielded, compressed, deliberately obscured. Normal wizards broadcast their magic like radio stations. These 3 were running dark. Harry was at the pub's front door before Aberforth even registered the knock. He opened it. The man on the doorstep was old, truly old, not Dumbledore's performative antiquity but the deep, erosion-carved age of someone who'd been alive longer than he had any right to be. Thin, gray, with eyes that held the flat, assessing quality of a predator evaluating prey. He wore dark robes without insignia, and his magic was the most controlled Harry had ever encountered. Wound tight, contained, revealing nothing. "Mr. Potter." The voice was dry as parchment. "My name is Croker. I'm the head of the Department of Mysteries. I know who you are. Then you know I don't make social calls." Croker's gaze was steady on Harry's face, on the faint green luminescence behind his irises. "May I come in?" Harry stepped aside. Croker entered the pub with the unhurried confidence of a man who was accustomed to controlling every room he walked into. His two colleagues, younger, harder, with wands held in the specific grip of combat-trained operatives, flanked him and took up positions by the door. "Drink?" Aberforth asked, with the warmth of a glacier. "No." Croker settled into a chair across from Harry with the precise economy of movement that came from decades of practice. "I'll be direct, Mr. Potter. The Department of Mysteries has been monitoring fluctuations in ambient soul magic for the past 3 weeks. The readings are unprecedented. Something is consuming Horcruxes, not destroying them, consuming them, and the magical resonance is destabilizing wards and enchantments across Britain." "That something is me," Harry said. "I know. I've read the Founder's sealed records. I know about the God-Eater phenomenon. I know about Moros." Croker's flat eyes didn't blink. "I also know that every Horcrux you consume weakens the seal on the Hollow King's prison. You are, in the process of gaining power, releasing the single greatest threat the magical world has ever faced. I'm aware of the problem. Are you aware that the seal is now at 30% integrity? 3 of 4 anchor points compromised. The entity behind the seal is partially conscious. We've detected whisper frequency emanations from the department's holding facility, psychic impressions that shouldn't be possible through the remaining barriers." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. "Your holding facility. You have the seal. The original seal site is beneath the Department of Mysteries. It's been maintained and reinforced by unspeakables for 1,000 years. We've been guardians of the Hollow King's prison since the founding of the Ministry." Croker leaned forward, and for the first time, something like urgency cracked through his professional mask. "Mr. Potter, what you're doing must stop. The last Horcrux, the snake, if you consume it, the seal will fail entirely. Moros will wake. And I don't think you appreciate what that means." "I think I appreciate it better than anyone." "Do you? Have you felt it? Reached out with your new senses and touched the edge of what's behind that seal?" Harry said nothing. "I'll take that as a yes." Croker sat back. "Then you know. You know the scale of what we're dealing with. A being that consumed thousands of souls over centuries, that ruled as an immortal god-king, that required the combined power of the 5 greatest wizards in history to merely contain. And you, a 17-year-old boy with 3 stolen soul fragments and a scar, you think you can stop it? I think no one else can." The words hung in the air between them, not arrogant, not boastful, just factual. The simple, terrible truth that Harry was the only person alive who possessed the tools to face what was coming. Croker studied him for a long time. The last one said something similar. Moros. Before he became the Hollow King, before the madness and the hunger consumed him, he was a man trying to protect people he loved. The road to godhood is paved with good intentions, Mr. Potter. I'm not becoming a god. You already are. 3 Horcruxes consumed. Enhanced perception, enhanced resilience, intuitive magical comprehension beyond any living wizard. You can see magic, disassemble enchantments by sight, cast without a wand or incantation. How long before you stop needing sleep? How long before wounds stop even registering? How long before the gap between you and every other human being becomes so vast that you can't even remember what it felt like to be normal? Harry felt the words land, felt them because Croker wasn't wrong. The changes were accelerating. Each Horcrux had pushed him further from human baseline, and the trajectory was clear. At some point, if it continued, he wouldn't be Harry Potter anymore. He'd be something else wearing Harry Potter's face. I have people who keep me grounded, Harry said. So did Moros. The silence stretched. In the background, the noise of the pub continued, hushed conversations, clinking mugs, the murmur of people trying to sleep in a place designed for drinking. Normal sounds. Human sounds. What do you want, Croker? I want to be prepared. When Voldemort is dealt with, and I have no doubt you'll deal with him, the seal will be the priority. The department has contingencies. Ancient containment arrays, reinforced binding circles, artifacts designed to neutralize beings of extreme magical density. We can help. In exchange for what? In exchange for the understanding that when this is over, you will submit to evaluation. That the department will be allowed to assess what you've become and determine whether you represent a threat to magical society. Harry's magic stirred, a ripple of indignation that made the bottles behind the bar clink softly. You want to put me in a cage. I want to make sure you don't become the next thing we need to put in a cage. There's a difference, though I understand it may not feel like one. Croaker stood. Think about it. The offer stands. When you're ready to discuss the seal, you know where to find us. He left with his two silent operatives, disappearing into the Hogsmeade night like smoke. Hermione emerged from behind the staircase where she'd been listening. He's not wrong about everything. I know. And he's not right about everything either. I know that too. Harry rubbed his face with both hands. The seal. 30% integrity. One more Horcrux and it fails. Then we need a plan for Moros before you consume Nagini. Hermione sat in the chair Croaker had vacated. The diadem's knowledge, you said it showed you how the original seal was constructed. Could you recreate it? Build a new seal using your own power as the anchor instead of the Founder's artifacts. Maybe. Probably. But a seal is a temporary solution. It's what the Founders did because they couldn't destroy Moros. 3,000 years later, the seal is failing. Any new seal would eventually fail too. Then we need something better than a seal. We need to understand what Moros actually is. The Founders couldn't destroy him because they didn't understand what they were fighting. They treated him as a problem to be contained, not solved. Harry closed his eyes, and the Ravenclaw knowledge stirred, vast, complex, offering threads of understanding that led into dark and unexplored territory. He was a man once. A wizard. The first soul splitter. He consumed his own fragments, then started consuming others. Hundreds of souls, integrated and absorbed until the original identity was buried under layers of stolen power. What happened to the original identity? I don't know. But it must still be in there somewhere. Under everything else. A human core, buried under 3,000 years of accumulated darkness. Harry opened his eyes. Hermione, what if that's the key? Not fighting the god, but reaching the man. Reaching him how? I don't know yet. But it feels right. It feels like the answer is something Moros himself has forgotten, something human. Something the Founders, with all their power, never thought to try because they were too busy building a cage. Hermione was quiet for a moment, her brilliant mind working. Then, love. What? Your mother's love. The protection in your blood, it saved you from the killing curse. Not power, not skill, not ancient magic. Love. The one thing Voldemort can't understand. The one thing a soul devourer would have to sever from himself to function. She leaned forward, eyes bright. Moros consumed thousands of souls. To do that without being destroyed by guilt, empathy, or compassion, he would have had to cut those qualities out of himself. Which means there's a void where they used to be. A weakness. A void I could fill. If you had enough power. If you were close enough to his level to make contact. She looked at him steadily. If you consumed every Horcrux, including the one in your scar. The one in his scar. The fragment that had been with him since infancy, woven into his identity so deeply that removing it might destroy him, or removing it might make him something more. The final piece. The last step. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Harry said, but his mind was already racing, already building models, already testing the theory against everything the diadem had taught him about soul magic and everything the locket had shown him about Voldemort's understanding of it. Get some sleep, Hermione said, standing. She paused, then bent and pressed a kiss to the top of his head, light, quick, almost casual, except for the way her magic flared gold when she did it. Harry watched her walk away, and the hunger in his scar was quiet, and the power in his veins was still, and for a moment, just a moment, he was simply a boy in a pub, tired and frightened and grateful beyond measure for the people who chose to stand beside him. He slept for 3 hours and dreamed of the Hollow King. Not impressions this time, not vague sensations of hunger and recognition. A conversation. A meeting on a plane of existence that existed between consciousness and void, where the rules of physics were suggestions and magic was the air you breathed. The throne of black stone. The figure seated upon it, tall, lean, dark-skinned, with features that might once have been handsome before millennia of isolation stripped them of all warmth. Eyes like collapsed stars, points of absolute darkness that pulled light in and let nothing escape. "You've been busy," Morrow said, and his voice was the grinding of continents. 3 fragments consumed. "You're beginning to understand." Harry stood before the throne in a body that might or might not have been real, and he felt no fear. That should have been alarming, but the 3 Horcruxes had given him enough power that even the psychic presence of a sealed god couldn't fully intimidate him. "I understand enough," Harry said. "You're trapped, you're waking up, and you think I'm going to free you." "Free me?" "No." Morrows leaned forward, and the void around them shuddered. "I think you're going to replace me. That's what the magic does, boy. It consumes and transcends. You're on the same path I walked 3,000 years ago, the same hunger, the same growth, the same inevitable transformation. The only question is whether you'll fight it or embrace it. I'm nothing like you. You will be." The Hollow King smiled, and it was the saddest expression Harry had ever seen on a face that had forgotten sadness millennia ago. "I said the same thing once. I had friends, lovers, a cause worth fighting for. I consumed my first soul fragment to save someone I loved. And then I consumed another, and each one made the next one easier, and each one took something from me that I didn't realize I was losing until it was gone." "What did you lose?" "The ability to care that I was losing it." Morrow settled back on his throne. "You still care." "I can feel it, love, grief, fear, hope. All the beautiful, useless things that make human beings human. Hold on to them, boy. They're the first things to go." The dream dissolved. Harry woke in the pre-dawn dark of the Hog's Head cellar, and his scar was burning, and somewhere deep beneath the Ministry of Magic, a seal that had held for 3,000 years cracked another fraction wider. He lay still, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sound of 200 people sleeping around him, and made a decision. Tomorrow. Nagini. Then the scar. Then a god. But first, he needed to become something that could survive all 3. Harry closed his eyes, felt the power of 3 Horcruxes pulsing through his veins, and began to plan. Chapter 3, The Hollow Crown. Harry hadn't slept properly in 4 days, and it was starting to show in ways that had nothing to do with fatigue. The Hog's Head had emptied out since the evacuation. Most of the students had been funneled to safe houses across Britain through the Order's network, a web of flu connections, port keys, and Muggle transportation that Aberforth had been building for over a year. The DA remained, along with a core group of Order members, turning the pub into something between a military outpost and a very uncomfortable hostel. Harry stood at the window of the upstairs room Aberforth had given him, watching Hogsmeade in the grey pre-dawn light, and tried not to notice the way the glass warped when he touched it. His magic was leaking. Not dangerously, not yet, but the 3 consumed Horcruxes had expanded his magical reserves to a point where his body couldn't fully contain them. Power seeped from his skin in invisible waves, causing small disruptions in the ambient magic around him. Glass flexed. Metal hummed. Water in nearby glasses rippled without being touched. Animals avoided him. The pub cat had bolted the first night and hadn't returned, and owls circled the building at a distance, unwilling to approach. The portraits were the worst. Every painting in the Hog's Head had gone still when Harry walked past, not the natural stillness of an empty frame, but the rigid, terrified immobility of painted figures pressing themselves flat against their canvases, trying to be invisible. One portrait, a Renaissance-era witch in a fur collar, had actually fled her frame entirely. Harry watched his reflection in the window glass. The green glow behind his irises was brighter now, visible even in daylight. His features hadn't changed dramatically, but there was a sharpness to them that hadn't been there a week ago, cheekbones more defined, jawline harder, something in the set of his eyes that spoke of depth and age that 17 years couldn't account for. He looked like a weapon wearing a person's face. "You're brooding again." Ron leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, trying for casual. His magic, warm, orange-red, stubbornly human, flickered with the anxiety he was working hard not to show. "I'm thinking. You're staring at your reflection and making the window bend. That's brooding." Ron came into the room and sat on the bed, the only furniture besides a nightstand that held a candle Harry hadn't needed to light. His enhanced vision made darkness irrelevant. "Hermione sent me up. She's got news." "Good or bad?" "When has she ever sent me to deliver good news?" "That she does herself. Bad news gets delegated." Harry almost smiled. "What is it?" "The Ministry fell. Properly fell, not the slow takeover from before. Voldemort walked in last night with Nagini and 50 Death Eaters and took the building by force. Scrimgeour's dead. Thickness is the new puppet minister. The Auror Corps has been disbanded, half of them arrested, the other half gone underground." Harry absorbed this. Through the soul connection, he'd felt the surge of Voldemort's triumph hours ago, a cold, exultant spike that had woken him from the dream of Moros. But beneath the triumph, he'd felt something else, a frantic quality, like a man building walls faster because he could hear something breaking through the foundation. "He's consolidating," Harry said. "Grabbing every lever of power he can reach. Not because he's winning, because he's scared. Every Horcrux I consume makes him weaker, and he knows the next one is Nagini, and Nagini is the one he can't replace. So he's turned the Ministry into a fortress. With himself at the center." Harry turned from the window. "Which means I know exactly where to find both him and the snake." Ron's expression shifted. "Harry, not yet. I know. We're not ready." He rubbed the bridge of his nose. "What else?" "Snape's been in contact. Through Aberforth, not directly. He says Voldemort's been conducting rituals in the Department of Mysteries. Late at night, in the chamber with the veil. Snape doesn't know the specifics, but the Death Eaters who guard the door come out looking, his word, haunted. The veil." Harry felt a chill settle into his bones. The Department of Mysteries was where Croaker had said the seal was maintained. The chamber with the veil, the archway through which Sirius had fallen, was part of the same complex. If Voldemort was conducting rituals there, near the weakened seal. "He's trying to contact Moros," Harry said. "I told Hermione this would happen. He's desperate enough to reach for something older and worse than himself." "Can he reach Moros, I mean? Through the seal?" "The seal is at 30% and dropping. Moros is partially conscious. If Voldemort is performing soul magic rituals at the seal site." Harry closed his eyes and reached along the connection to Voldemort, carefully, like touching a live wire. The Dark Lord's mind was there, vast, cold, cathedral-like, but different. Something had moved in. Not a presence exactly, but an influence, like a stain spreading through clear water. Something ancient and hungry was seeping through the cracks in Voldemort's consciousness, and Riddle was too arrogant to recognize it as anything other than power. "He's already made contact. Something is leaching through. He thinks he's gaining new magic, but he's becoming a conduit." A door. Ron was very quiet for a moment. "We really need to talk to Hermione." They found her in the pub's cellar, which she'd converted into a research station. Books, scrolls, and notes covered every surface, Dumbledore's parchment about Morrows pinned to the wall alongside her own increasingly dense theoretical work. A map of Britain was spread across the largest table, marked with colored pins that Harry's enhanced senses read as magical tracking points. She looked up when they descended the stairs, and Harry saw the change in her instantly. Not a physical change, Hermione was still Hermione, bushy hair tied back, ink stains on her fingers, circles under her eyes. But her magic had shifted. The gold threads were brighter, more focused, organized into tight, purposeful patterns. She'd been working with a concentration so intense that her magic had restructured itself to support it. Ministries fallen, Ron reported. Voldemort setting up shop. Rituals at the Vale. Hermione's face went white, then tight, then resolute, 3 emotional transitions in 2 seconds. I was afraid of that. Look at this. She pulled them to the map. The colored pins formed a pattern that Harry's Ravenclaw-enhanced mind instantly recognized as significant, a web of interconnected points radiating outward from London. These are reports of magical disturbances over the last 48 hours, Hermione said. Spontaneous enchantment failures, ward collapses, accidental magic spikes in adult wizards who haven't lost control since childhood. The pattern originates from the Ministry and spreads outward in concentric rings. The seal, Harry said. The seal. It's degrading faster than Croker predicted, not linearly, exponentially. Something is actively pushing against it from the inside, and something is pulling from the outside. She looked at Harry. Voldemort's rituals. He's not just contacting Morrows, he's weakening the remaining barriers. From both sides. Exactly. Morrows pushes out, Voldemort pulls from the outside, and the seal collapses faster with each cycle. She traced the pattern on the map with her finger. At the current rate, we have days. Maybe a week. Then the seal fails entirely, and whatever Morrows is, whatever's left after 3,000 years of imprisonment, comes through. The cellar was silent except for the drip of condensation from the stone ceiling. Ron sat down on a barrel, his face gray. So we're racing against 2 clocks, Ron said. Voldemort and the ancient god monster. 3 clocks, Hermione corrected, and her eyes moved to Harry. The changes in Harry are accelerating too. The leaking magic, the physical alterations, the expanding awareness, each Horcrux pushes him further from human baseline. We need to account for that. I'm fine, Harry said automatically. You melted a drinking glass this morning by picking it up. You didn't notice. Harry looked at his hands. She was right, he hadn't noticed. The magic flowing through him had become so natural, so constant, that the boundary between intentional and unintentional use was blurring. He'd melted a glass. What would he melt tomorrow? A door handle? A person? We need a plan, he said, pushing past the fear. A real one. Not find the Horcruxes and hope for the best. A plan that accounts for Voldemort, Morrows, the seal, Nagini, and whatever I'm becoming. Hermione pulled out a fresh piece of parchment and a quill. Then let's build one. They worked through the morning. Ron brought tea and sandwiches. Neville checked in twice, reporting on DA readiness and the latest intelligence from their contacts. Luna Lovegood arrived at noon through a side entrance, having escaped from Malfoy Manor with the help of a house elf and a truly improbable series of events that she described with her characteristic dreamy calm. They kept me in the cellar, she said, accepting a cup of tea from Ron as if she'd just returned from holiday. It was damp but quiet. Good for thinking. I thought quite a lot about Nargles. Luna, Hermione said, with the careful patience she reserved for conversations that might go anywhere, did you see or hear anything while you were there? About Voldemort's plans? Oh, yes. He's quite frightened. The Death Eaters don't see it because they don't look properly, but I could hear it in the walls. The manor itself is scared, old houses absorb the emotions of their inhabitants, you know. The whole building was trembling. Luna sipped her tea. Also, I heard him talking to something through the fireplace. Not a person. Something that made the flames go black and cold. He called it, the old power, and he asked it for protection against the devourer. Everyone looked at Harry. He's asking Moros to protect him from me, Harry said. Which means Moros has been answering. The thing in the fire told him to come to the place where the worlds are thin, Luna continued. I remember because the words made the house scream. Quietly, the way houses do, but I heard it. The Veil, Hermione said. The Department of Mysteries. That's the place where the worlds are thin, the boundary between life and death. Luna nodded serenely. I thought so. Also, the thing told him to bring the snake. I thought that was interesting. A chill ran through the room. Voldemort was bringing Nagini to the Veil. To the seal site. To Moros. He's offering the last Horcrux, Harry breathed. Not to me, to Moros. He's going to feed Nagini's soul fragment to the Hollow King as a, what? A tribute? A bribe? A key, Hermione said, and her voice was flat with certainty. The remaining seal anchor. If Moros consumes the last fragment, the one in Nagini, which was anchored to Hufflepuff's cup before Voldemort moved it to the snake, then all 4 founder anchors are compromised. The seal fails completely. But Voldemort doesn't know that, Ron said. He doesn't know about the seal. He just thinks he's making a deal with a powerful entity. He's making a deal with something that will eat him alive, Harry said. And he's too arrogant to see it. The room was quiet. Outside, the January wind whistled through Hogsmeade's empty streets. Most of the village's residents had fled, Death Eater patrols made daily sweeps, and anyone caught outside after dark was taken for questioning that rarely left the subject intact. When? Harry asked Luna. Tomorrow night, I think. He said he needed to prepare the ritual. Something about the alignment of magical currents, they flow strongest at the winter solstice. She blinked. Which is tomorrow. Then we go tonight, Harry said. We go to the Ministry, we get Nagini, and we stop Voldemort from handing the last key to Moros. We're not ready, Hermione said. We don't have the luxury of ready. Harry, listen to me. She stood, and the gold of her magic flared with an intensity that made the candles brighten. Going in now, with no preparation, against Voldemort and however many Death Eaters he has in the Ministry, while the seal is already failing, that's not bravery. That's suicide. Then what do you suggest? I suggest we get help. She turned to the map, to the network of pins and notes that represented the magical world's last lines of resistance. Croaker offered an alliance. The Unspeakables have resources, containment arrays, specialized weapons, knowledge of the seal. We need them. Croaker wants to cage me. Croaker wants to survive. Right now, those interests align with ours. Hermione met his eyes. You don't have to trust him. You just have to use him. Harry felt the Slytherin knowledge stir, the cold, analytical part of him that assessed every situation for leverage and advantage. Hermione was right. She was almost always right, and the part of him that wanted to charge into the Ministry alone and tear Voldemort apart was the hunger talking, not Harry. Fine, he said. Contact Croaker. Tell him the seal is failing faster than he predicted, Voldemort is actively weakening it, and if the Unspeakables want to be part of the solution instead of part of the rubble, they'd better be ready to move by nightfall. Hermione was already writing the message. What about the rest? The Order. The DA. Everyone who can fight. This isn't a raid, it's a battle. Voldemort has the Ministry, the Death Eaters, and an ancient god whispering in his ear. We need every wand we can get. Ron stood and cracked his knuckles. I'll talk to Neville. The DA's been spoiling for a proper fight. And Mum, the family's been at Shell Cottage. Fred and George have been developing things. Things. They wouldn't tell me specifically. Just said things and grinned. Which with those two could mean anything from enchanted firecrackers to a small tactical weapon. Harry felt something spark in his chest, not power, not hunger, but the old, familiar warmth of being part of something. A team. A family. People who showed up, not because they had to, but because they chose to. Tonight, he said. We take the ministry. The afternoon was a hurricane of preparation. Order members arrived in ones and twos through Aberforth's flow and a dozen other secure channels. Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and calm, carrying the authority of a senior Auror even without the badge. Tonks, hair shifting colors with her mood, pink for determination, red for anger, a brief flash of teal when she saw Lupin arrive behind her. Mad Eye Moody's magical eye spinning in its socket as he catalogued threats that hadn't materialized yet. The Weasleys came together, Arthur quiet and steady, Molly fierce-eyed with the terrible resolve of a mother whose children were going to war, Bill scarred and sharp, the twins carrying duffel bags that clinked with ominous potential. Ginny was with them. She met Harry's eyes across the crowded pub, and what passed between them was an acknowledgement of what had been, what might have been, and the clear, kind acceptance that the path forward led elsewhere. She nodded once and went to stand with Neville, and the ease of it surprised Harry until he realized that some things ended the same way they began, quietly, without drama, with respect. Croaker arrived last, accompanied by 8 unspeakables in dark robes. They moved through the pub like ghosts, silent, efficient, radiating the compressed magic of trained operatives. Each carried a case that Harry's enhanced senses read as containing objects of significant magical density. Containment arrays, Croaker said, noting Harry's gaze. Designed for entities of extreme magical power. We've maintained them for centuries against the possibility that the seal would fail. He paused. I didn't expect to deploy them against a Dark Lord playing with forces he doesn't understand. Will they hold Moros? If the entity manifests partially, through a conduit, through the cracks in the seal, yes, temporarily. If it fully manifests. Croaker's flat eyes were honest for the first time since Harry had met him. Nothing we have will hold it. Nothing humanity has ever built would hold it. Then we'd better make sure it doesn't fully manifest. They gathered in the cellar for the briefing. 47 fighters, Order members, DA veterans, unspeakables, and the Weasley family. Harry stood at the map table, and the room fell silent when he spoke, not from magic, not from fear, but from the simple weight of a person who knew exactly what needed to be done and had the power to do it. The Ministry of Magic is currently occupied by approximately 100 Death Eaters, with Voldemort himself in the Department of Mysteries. He's preparing a ritual at the Veil, an attempt to contact and empower an entity called the Hollow King, a being sealed beneath the Ministry for 3,000 years. He let that land. Saw the fear ripple through the room. Continued. Voldemort doesn't understand what he's doing. He thinks he's gaining an ally. In reality, he's weakening the seal that keeps this entity contained. If the ritual succeeds, if he feeds the last Horcrux to the Hollow King, the seal fails, and we face a threat that makes Voldemort look like a schoolyard bully. So we stop the ritual, Kingsley said. Not a question. We stop the ritual. 3 teams. Team 1, Ron, Neville, the DA, and the Order, you clear the upper floors. Atrium, offices, courtrooms. Secure the building from the top down. Every Death Eater you neutralize is one less between us and the Department of Mysteries. Ron straightened. The warm fire of his magic blazed brighter. Team 2, Croaker, the Unspeakables, you go directly to the seal chamber. Set up your containment arrays. If something starts coming through, I need you to hold it. Croaker nodded. No argument, no posturing. Professional. Team 3 is me and Hermione. We go for Voldemort. I need to get to Nagini before he feeds her to Moros, and I need Hermione too. I need to be there to ground him, Hermione said, stepping forward. The room shifted, confusion crossing several faces. What Harry's doing, absorbing Horcruxes, it changes him. Each one pushes him further from human. If he loses himself in the middle of a fight with Voldemort, someone needs to be close enough to pull him back. And that someone is you. Molly Weasley's voice carried the sharpness of maternal terror barely held in check. Yes. No hesitation. No room for argument. That someone is me. Harry looked at her, and the room fell away, the 45 other people, the maps and plans and weapon cases, all of it receding until it was just the two of them and the absolute, unwavering certainty in her eyes. Right, Fred Weasley said into the silence. Just to confirm, the plan is to storm the most heavily defended building in magical Britain, fight 100 Death Eaters, stop an ancient evil from being unleashed, and prevent the most dangerous wizard alive from accidentally ending the world. By tonight. That's the plan, Harry confirmed. Fred looked at George. George looked at Fred. They grinned identical grins. We've got things for that, they said in unison. Harry went upstairs to prepare. Not physically, there was nothing to pack, nothing to sharpen, nothing to ready. His preparation was internal, organizing the 3 streams of Horcrux knowledge in his mind, testing the boundaries of his control, breathing through the hunger that pulsed steadily beneath everything. He stood at the window again, watching the sky darken toward evening, and felt Dumbledore dying. It came through the ambient magic, a subtle shift in the enchantments that still connected the headmaster to Hogwarts, a loosening of ancient bonds. The ring curse was winning its war against Albus Dumbledore's body, and the end was close. Harry operated without thinking about it. Not through the normal channels, the Hog's Head's anti-apparition ward should have stopped him, and the distance to Hogwarts should have been too great for pinpoint accuracy. But his magic flowed around obstacles now the way water flowed around stones, and he materialized in the hospital wing with a crack of displaced air that shattered a window and sent the room's single candle spinning across the nightstand. Dumbledore was alone. The hospital wing had been abandoned during the evacuation, Madame Pomfrey had relocated to a safe house with the injured students, and the headmaster lay in his bed in the empty room, surrounded by the ghosts of 1,000 convalescences. He looked small. That was what struck Harry first, Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard of his age, reduced to a frail old man in a hospital bed, his blackened hand lying dead on the blanket, the curse crawling visibly up his neck. His breathing was shallow and irregular, and his eyes, those famously brilliant blue eyes, were clouded with pain and something deeper. Harry sat in a chair beside the bed and said nothing. Dumbledore's eyes opened. Slowly, with effort. They found Harry's face, and the faintest ghost of a smile touched his lips. You came. I felt it. The wards, your connection to the castle, it's weakening. Poetic, isn't it? The castle will outlive me. Everything I built here, every protection, every tradition, every careful manipulation, the smile turned bitter, the stones will remember none of it. The people will. Will they? Will they remember the old man who raised a boy to die? Or will they remember the hero who refused to follow the script? Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper, but the words carried the precision of a man who'd been choosing them for hours. You've done it, haven't you? Consumed the Horcruxes. 3 of them. And you're still you. So people keep telling me. I'm not sure I believe them anymore. Harry leaned forward. The diadem showed me things. About the founders. About Moros. About the seal and what you should have told me years ago. Yes. I should have. No defense. No justification. Just the bald admission, stripped of the rhetorical elegance that had always been Dumbledore's armor. I was afraid, Harry. Not of you, of what the power would do to you. I've seen what soul magic does to people. Tom Riddle was a brilliant, charming boy before he split himself apart. Moros was a healer, did you know that? Before everything else, before the hunger, he was a man who used magic to cure the sick and mend the broken. The road from healer to horror is shorter than anyone wants to believe. And you thought keeping me ignorant would keep me safe. I thought keeping you human would keep you kind. Dumbledore's clouded eyes searched Harry's face. Was I wrong? Harry considered the question honestly, not with the anger that had driven their last conversation, but with the clarity that came from 3 Horcruxes worth of expanded perception and the knowledge that the man asking it was dying. You were wrong about the method, Harry said. You were right about the danger. The power it's seductive. Every fragment I consume makes me more, and the more is intoxicating. I understand, now, how Moros went from healer to God King. The path is smooth, and downhill, and the scenery is beautiful. And what keeps you on the level ground? People who love me. People I love. Hermione, Ron, the Weasleys, Neville, Luna, everyone who treats me like a person instead of a weapon. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. You treated me like a weapon, Albus. A useful tool to be aimed and sacrificed. And the irony is that in doing so, you almost guaranteed the outcome you were trying to prevent. If I'd walked into the forest and died like you planned, the scar fragment would have been destroyed, but so would the last chance of stopping Moros when the seal eventually failed. The seal. Dumbledore's breath caught, then dissolved into a cough that shook his entire body. When it passed, his voice was weaker. I should have, the Founder's artifacts. I never made the connection. 40 years of research, and I never saw that the Horcruxes were compromising the seal. You couldn't see it because you didn't have the diadem's knowledge. No one alive did, until now. And now you carry that knowledge. Along with the power to use it. Dumbledore's unblackened hand found Harry's on the blanket. The old man's fingers were cold, and his magic, once the most brilliant and complex Harry had ever encountered, was guttering like a candle in wind. I'm sorry, Harry. Not for wanting to protect the world, I'll never apologize for that. But for the way I did it. For the lies and the manipulation and the assumption that I knew better. For treating you as a means to an end when you deserved to be treated as an end in yourself. Harry felt something crack inside him, not the cold crack of soul magic but the warm, painful crack of grief. Of anger dissolving into sorrow. Of looking at a dying man and seeing, beneath the mistakes and the brilliance and the terrible calculus of war, a human being who had loved imperfectly and too late. I don't forgive you, Harry said, and his voice was rough. Not yet. But I understand you. And I'll carry what you taught me, the good parts, the real parts, forward. Dumbledore's eyes brightened. Not with magic, with tears. That is more than I deserve. Probably. Harry squeezed the old man's hand. The curse. I can see its structure. It's, Dumbledore, it's beautiful in a horrible way. Incredibly complex. Whoever created it was a genius of dark magic. Marvolo Gaunt's ring. Tom's grandfather. The curse was Tom's own work, perhaps his finest, in the technical sense. A ghost of academic admiration, even now. Severus contained it, but containment was never a cure. I think I can slow it further. Not cure it, the integration is too deep, too embedded in your magical core. But buy you time. Days, maybe. Don't. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. I've had more time than I deserve, Harry. And you need every ounce of strength for what's coming tonight. The old man's gaze sharpened, seeing more than should have been possible through clouded eyes. You're going after him. Tonight. He's at the ministry. Preparing to contact Moros through the veil. If I don't stop him, then go. Stop him. And Harry, Dumbledore's grip tightened, a last flare of the strength that had once made him the most formidable wizard alive. When you face Moros, and you will face him, I see that now, remember what I told you in your first year. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Harry looked at the dying man, at the greatest wizard of his age, the manipulator and mentor, the flawed genius who had shaped his entire existence, and felt the last of his anger dissolve into something softer and more complicated. Goodbye, Professor. Goodbye, Harry. And for what it's worth, Dumbledore smiled, and for a moment, the clouds cleared from his eyes and they burned with their old blue fire. I am very proud of what you've become. Not what I planned. Something better. Harry stood. He walked to the door of the hospital wing. Behind him, he heard Dumbledore's breathing slow, settle, and grow very quiet. He didn't look back. He couldn't. He apparat to Hogsmeade with tears on his face and the taste of grief in his throat, and the magic inside him was still, and the hunger was silent, and for a moment he was just a boy who'd lost the closest thing to a grandfather he'd ever known. Hermione found him behind the Hog's Head, sitting on the ground against the stone wall, staring at nothing. She didn't ask what had happened. She could see it in his magic, the way it had dimmed and gone inward, pulling tight around his core like a fist closing. She sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched, and waited. He's dying, Harry said after a while. Hours, maybe. The curse has reached his chest. Hermione said nothing. She took his hand. He apologized. Really apologized, not the careful, qualified, I was doing my best version. The real thing. And I told him I didn't forgive him. Harry's voice cracked. He's dying alone in an empty hospital wing, and the last thing I said to him was that I didn't forgive him. You said what was true. True isn't always kind. No. But kind isn't always honest, and he owed you honesty. He owed you that for 17 years, and he only paid up when he had nothing left to lose. Hermione's grip on his hand tightened. Grieving for him doesn't mean condoning what he did. You can love someone and be furious with them at the same time. You can mourn someone and still believe they were wrong. Harry turned his head and looked at her. In the fading afternoon light, with his enhanced vision, she was a constellation of gold, magic flowing through her in complex, beautiful patterns that shifted with her emotions. Right now, the patterns were warm and steady and aimed entirely at him, wrapping around his diminished glow like a blanket around cold shoulders. How do you always know what to say? I don't. I'm terrified almost all the time. I just channel it into being useful. She smiled, small, honest, a little shaky. You're allowed to fall apart, Harry. You don't have to be strong every second. If I fall apart now, I might not put myself back together in time. Then fall apart for 5 minutes. I'll keep track. Something broke loose in Harry's chest, not soul magic, not power, but grief and fear and exhaustion and the terrible, wonderful relief of being seen by someone who didn't flinch. He leaned into her, his forehead pressing against her temple, and let out a breath that seemed to carry 3 Horcruxes worth of accumulated weight. Hermione turned her head. Their faces were very close, close enough that he could see the gold flecks in her brown eyes without any magical enhancement at all, could feel the warmth of her breath, could hear her heartbeat accelerating in a way that had nothing to do with fear. Hermione. Harry. I think I've been in love with you for a very long time, and I've been too stupid and scared to notice. She laughed, a short, wet sound, half humor and half tears. You're telling me this while sitting in the dirt behind a pub, hours before we stormed the Ministry of Magic. Seemed like the right time. In case I don't get another one. Don't say that. I'm not being fatalistic. I'm being honest. He pulled back enough to look at her properly. You said not now, after. But I don't want to wait for after. I don't want to wait for a safe moment that might never come. I love you. I've loved you since you walked into my compartment on the Hogwarts Express and told me I had dirt on my nose, and I've spent 7 years being an idiot about it, and if I'm about to fight a Dark Lord and an ancient god, I want to do it knowing I said the words. Hermione's eyes were bright. Her magic flared, gold and brilliant and warm as sunlight. She didn't speak. She just leaned forward and kissed him. Not dramatic. Not preceded by a swell of music or a perfectly framed sunset. Awkward angle, cold ground, the smell of the Hog's Head's garbage bins nearby. Her lips were chapped and her nose was cold against his cheek, and it was the best thing Harry had ever felt. The power inside him went quiet. Not gone, still there, still vast, still humming, but settled in a way it hadn't been since the first Horcrux. The hunger receded to a whisper. The leaking magic pulled tight, contained, controlled. For the first time in days, Harry's presence didn't warp the air around him. He was just a boy kissing a girl behind a pub, and the magic, for once, had nothing to add to the moment. They parted. Hermione's hand was still in his, and her eyes were shining, and the smile on her face was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen, and he had seen magic itself. "Eloquent," she said. "You bring it out in me. You had dirt on your nose." "That's really when I was 11. I didn't know what it meant. I just knew I wanted to keep talking to the bossy girl with the big hair and the bigger vocabulary." She laughed properly this time, full, bright, alive, and the sound broke through the grief and the fear and the weight of everything they were about to face like sunlight through storm clouds. "I love you too," she said. "Obviously. I've been obvious about it for years. Ron saw it. Ginny saw it. I think Crookshanks saw it. I've been told I'm not observant. You can literally see magic and you missed the girl right next to you. That's impressive, even for you." He kissed her again. This time was better, more certain, more deliberate, less clumsy. Her hand came up to the back of his neck, and his free hand found her waist, and the magic between them hummed in harmony, green and gold, intertwining, resonating at frequencies that made the stones beneath them vibrate. When they finally separated, the sun was touching the horizon, and the sky was the color of fire, and the battle was hours away. "Time to go," Hermione said softly. "Time to go," Harry agreed. They stood, hand in hand, and walked back into the Hog's Head to face the end of the world. The Ministry of Magic at night was a cathedral of shadows. They entered through the visitor's entrance, the red telephone box on the Muggle street above, because it was the last way in that anyone would expect. Croaker's Unspeakables had disabled the security enchantments from the inside, a feat that should have been impossible but which the head Unspeakable accomplished with a casual competence that Harry found simultaneously impressive and alarming. The atrium was empty. The Golden Fountain, the Fountain of Magical Brethren, replaced under Voldemort's regime with a grotesque monument to pure-blood supremacy, cast long shadows across the polished floor. The air tasted of dark magic and fear, the ambient enchantments of the building corrupted by weeks of Death Eater occupation. Harry could feel everything. Every magical signature in the building blazed in his awareness like dots on a radar, the Death Eaters stationed at key points, the Unspeakables moving in a second entry team through the lower levels, and deep below, in the Department of Mysteries, two massive presences, Voldemort, cold and vast and shot through with something alien, and something else, something behind the veil, something pressing against the seal with patient, irresistible force. 32 Death Eaters above ground, Harry murmured. Concentrated at the courtroom level and the minister's office. 12 more in the Department of Mysteries, guarding Voldemort's ritual. Ron adjusted his grip on his wand. Behind him, the DA fanned out in combat pairs, Neville and Seamus, the Patil twins, Luna and Dean Thomas, a dozen others. The Order members held the flanks, Kingsley, Tonks, Moody, Arthur, Bill. The twins were at the rear, their duffel bags open and their grins visible even in the dark. "Team 1 goes on my signal," Harry said. "Clear the upper floors. Fast and loud. I want every Death Eater up here to think the entire attack is coming from the atrium." "Distraction," Kingsley confirmed. "A violent one." Harry looked at Ron. "Keep them busy. Don't be a hero, I need you alive when this is over." Ron's jaw set. "Same to you, mate." They clasped hands, briefly, tightly, and then Ron turned to his team and raised his wand. Harry and Hermione moved for the lifts. The descent to the Department of Mysteries was long, dark, and filled with the growing pressure of Voldemort's proximity. Each floor they passed increased the weight on Harry's senses, the Dark Lord's magic pressing against the building like water against a dam, dark and cold and shot through with those alien threads of influence that Harry now recognized as Moroz's contamination. The lift doors opened onto the department's entrance corridor, and immediately 2 Death Eaters stepped from the shadows, wands raised. Harry didn't slow down. He reached out with his magic, found the threads of power connecting the Death Eaters to their wands, and severed them. Both men collapsed, not stunned, not bound, simply disconnected from their magic with surgical precision. They hit the ground unconscious, their bodies interpreting the sudden magical silence as a system crash. "That's new," Hermione said. "The diadem. I can see how spells connect to the caster's core. Cutting the connection is like pulling a plug. Can you do that to Voldemort?" "No. His core is too deep, too fortified. It would be like trying to unplug a nuclear reactor." They moved through the department. Harry dispatched guards with the casual efficiency of overwhelming power, each encounter lasting seconds, each Death Eater neutralized without lasting harm but with absolute finality. His magic moved faster than thought, responding to threats before they fully materialized, and Hermione walked in his wake with her wand ready, watching not for enemies but for him, for signs that the power was shifting from tool to master. The sounds of battle erupted above them, the muffled concussions of spell fire, shouting, the specific crack of Fred and George's things detonating. Ron's diversion was working. Harry felt the Death Eaters in the upper levels converging on the atrium, drawing forces away from the Department of Mysteries. They reached the circular room, the revolving chamber of identical doors that served as the department's central hub. Harry closed his eyes and the room was transparent to his senses. He could see through the walls, through the doors, mapping the magic of each chamber. The Hall of Prophecy. The Time Room. The Brain Room. And there, the Death Chamber. The room with the veil. He pushed the correct door open and stepped through. The Death Chamber was transformed. The amphitheater of stone benches descending toward the central dais was the same, but the veil itself was different. Normally a tattered curtain of gray fabric fluttering in an unfelt wind, it was now fully opaque, a rectangle of absolute blackness that swallowed all light, pulsing with energy that made Harry's enhanced senses scream. Dark runes had been carved into the stone dais around it, forming a ritual circle that reeked of blood magic and sacrifice. Voldemort stood before the veil with his back to the door. He was alone except for Nagini, who coiled at his feet in massive loops of scaled muscle. The snake's magical signature blazed with the Horcrux fragment, the last external piece of Tom Riddle's soul, pulsing in Harry's awareness like a beacon. And through the veil, pressing against the boundary between existence and void, Moroz waited. Harry could feel the Hollow King more clearly than ever, not just the vast, ancient presence he'd been sensing since the forest, but specifics. Personality. Intelligence. A consciousness 3,000 years old, patient and hungry and terrifyingly lucid, leaning against the weakened seal the way a prisoner leans against a cell door that's begun to give. "You're early," Voldemort said without turning around. Harry stopped at the top of the amphitheater. Hermione pressed close behind him, her wand steady, her magic blazing gold. "I could feel you coming." Through the connection. Voldemort turned, and Harry saw what the last week had done to him. The Dark Lord looked ravaged. The serpentine features, the flat nose, the slit pupils, the waxy, translucent skin, were the same, but beneath them, something was wrong. His magic, once a vast and controlled architecture of dark power, was riddled with foreign threads, black-violet corruption that pulsed with Moroz's signature, woven through Voldemort's core like parasitic vines through a dying tree. He'd been compromised. The contact with the Hollow King hadn't given him power, it had given Moroz a foothold. The Dark Lord was being colonized from the inside, and the terrifying thing was that he didn't seem to know it. Or if he knew, he'd decided to ride the tiger rather than admit he'd been wrong. "You look terrible," Harry said. "And you look like something that shouldn't exist." Voldemort's red eyes studied Harry with a mixture of hatred and something Harry had never expected to see there, recognition. "3 of my Horcruxes. I felt each one consumed. Not destroyed, eaten. Devoured. You took my soul and made it yours. Technically, it was never really yours. You gave it away when you started splitting it. Voldemort's wand hand twitched. But he didn't attack, and that was when Harry knew the situation was worse than he'd thought. Tom Riddle always attacked from a position of advantage. The fact that he was talking instead meant he didn't feel advantaged anymore. He felt cornered. "I've found something older than either of us," Voldemort said, and his voice carried a tremor that might have been excitement or might have been something he'd never admit to. "Something that transcends Horcruxes. Transcends soul-splitting entirely. The old power, it's offered me a partnership. It's offered you a cage, Tom. It's using you as a door." Something flickered in Voldemort's crimson eyes. The use of his birth name, the name he'd buried under titles and terror, landed like a slap. "You know nothing about, I know everything about it. I have 3 of your soul fragments in my head, along with the combined magical knowledge of Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. I know about Moros. I know about the seal. I know that the Founder's artifacts were the anchor points and that your Horcruxes compromised them. And I know that the thing behind that veil has been whispering in your ear, feeding you power, and you've been too proud to ask what it wants in return." Voldemort was very still. Nagini sensed his tension and raised her head, her tongue flickering, her Horcrux-enhanced awareness fixing on Harry with cold reptilian focus. "What does it want?" Voldemort asked, and beneath the question was something Harry had never heard in that voice before, genuine uncertainty. "Everything. It wants everything. It's been starving for 3,000 years behind that seal, and you're going to feed it the last key. Nagini's soul fragment, the last Founder anchor. You give that to Moros, and the seal fails, and what comes through will make both of us look like children playing with matches." The veil pulsed. The blackness deepened, and the temperature in the chamber dropped 10 degrees, and Harry felt Moros pressing harder against the barrier, not mindlessly, but with focused, deliberate force. The Hollow King was listening. The Hollow King was interested. "Lies," Voldemort hissed, but his magic fluctuated, the alien threads pulsing brighter, and for a moment Harry saw something terrifying, Voldemort's expression shifting, his features blurring, as if something behind his face was trying to look through his eyes. Then it passed, and Voldemort was himself again, but paler, and his wand hand was shaking. "You feel it," Harry said quietly. "Don't you? Something moving inside you. Something that wasn't there before you started reaching through the veil." "I am Lord Voldemort. Nothing moves inside me that I don't allow." "Then why is your hand shaking?" Voldemort looked down at his wand hand. The tremor was visible, fine, rapid, the kind of involuntary movement that spoke of a body fighting against itself. He stilled it through pure force of will, but the effort showed on his face, and that effort was more alarming than the tremor itself. "Give me Nagini," Harry said. "Give me the fragment. I'll consume it and seal myself as the new anchor. The Hollow King stays contained. You and I settle our business without ancient gods involved. You want me to hand you my last Horcrux. My last guarantee of immortality. Your Horcruxes aren't guaranteeing immortality anymore, Tom. They're guaranteeing slavery. Every fragment I've consumed has weakened the seal, and every fragment Moros has touched through you has given it more control. You're not immortal, you're a puppet whose strings are being attached one by one." The veil pulsed again. Harder. The black surface rippled like water disturbed from below, and a sound came through, not a voice, not words, but a pressure that made the stone amphitheater groan. Moros, pushing. Testing. Voldemort's eyes widened. Just for a fraction of a second, the mask slipped, and Harry saw Tom Riddle, the real Tom Riddle, the terrified orphan who'd built an empire of cruelty to ensure he'd never be powerless again, staring at the veil with the expression of a man who'd just realized the ocean he was standing in was a mouth. Then the mask slammed back down, and Voldemort raised his wand. "I'll kill you," he said, and the words were cold and final and completely devoid of confidence. "I'll kill you, take back my soul fragments, and complete the ritual myself. I don't need your warnings, Potter. I don't need your pity. You need help," Harry said. "You just can't admit it." Voldemort attacked. The killing curse came fast, blindingly fast, augmented by the alien power threading through Voldemort's core. Harry moved, and the curse blasted a crater in the stone where he'd been standing. Hermione dove behind a stone bench, already casting shields, diversions, a brilliant chain of protective enchantments that created a lattice of golden light around the amphitheater's upper tiers. Harry descended toward Voldemort, and the death chamber became a war zone. The duel was nothing like the fight with Bellatrix. Voldemort was in a different category, decades of mastery, an intuitive command of dark magic that went beyond skill into artistry, augmented now by the Morrow's contamination that gave his spells a weight and depth they shouldn't have possessed. His curses warped space. His shields absorbed attacks and reflected them amplified. He moved with a fluidity that denied his serpentine body, operating in micro-jumps that made him almost impossible to track. Harry met him with the combined knowledge of 3 founders and a magical core that dwarfed anything the wizarding world had seen in millennia. He didn't just cast spells, he sculpted magic on the fly, shaping raw power into constructs that had no name because they'd never existed before. Shields that predicted incoming curses and adapted. Counterattacks that deconstructed Voldemort's spells mid-flight and reassembled them as harmless light. Environmental manipulation that turned the stone of the amphitheater into a weapon, pillars rising, walls shifting, the architecture itself bending to Harry's will. They fought across the chamber in a spiral of escalating destruction. Stone benches exploded. The ceiling cracked. Spelllight in every color strobed the ancient walls, casting wild shadows that seemed to move with independent purpose. Voldemort was holding his own. That was the terrifying thing, even against Harry's enhanced power, the Dark Lord was holding. The Morrow's contamination was doing something to his magic, deepening it, giving it a resonance that shouldn't have been possible for a wizard whose soul was fractured and diminished. "He's channeling Morrow's power," Hermione shouted from her position behind the stone benches, where she was maintaining the protective lattice and analyzing the fight with the clinical focus of someone taking notes during an earthquake. "The contamination isn't just controlling him, it's amplifying him. He's a conduit. Can I sever the connection?" "Not without getting close enough to touch him, and his close-range defenses are, Harry, move." He moved. A curse he didn't recognize, black violet, trailing shadows, passed through the space his head had occupied and hit the wall behind him. Where it struck, the stone didn't break or burn. It aged. Centuries of decay in an instant, the rock crumbling to dust and then to nothing, leaving a void that the surrounding stone slowly collapsed into. "Entropy curse," Hermione gasped. That's not wizarding magic. That's Morrow's. He's casting through Voldemort." The veil pulsed like a heartbeat, and the blackness behind it seemed to press forward, the tattered curtain straining outward as if something massive was leaning against it from the other side. Harry needed to end this. Not because he was losing, he wasn't, not yet, but because every second the fight continued near the veil, Morrow's grew stronger. The entity was feeding on the magic being expended, absorbing the ambient energy of the duel, using it to push against the weakened seal. He made a decision. Harry stopped fighting defensively. He dropped every shield, dismissed every construct, and stood in the open, bare, unprotected, glowing with green-gold light, and poured everything he had into a single, focused strike. Not a spell. Not a curse. A wave of pure magical force, shaped by Slytherin's perception, reinforced by Hufflepuff's endurance, refined by Ravenclaw's understanding, 3 founders' legacies combined into a singular expression of power that hit Voldemort like a tidal wave. Voldemort's shields held for 1 second. 2. Then they shattered, and the Dark Lord flew backward across the chamber, hit the base of the veil's dais, and crumpled. Nagini struck. The snake had been coiling unnoticed at the edge of the fight, and she came at Harry with the lightning speed of a magical serpent enhanced by a Horcrux fragment, 20 feet of scaled muscle and magical intent, jaws wide, fangs dripping with venom that Harry's enhanced senses read as immediately lethal. Harry caught her with his magic, wrapped invisible hands around her thick body and held her suspended in the air, writhing and hissing, 2 feet from his face. Her Horcrux fragment blazed in his awareness, and the hunger surged, and he wanted. Not yet, Hermione said sharply, appearing at his side. Not here. Not next to the veil. If you consume the fragment this close to Morrow's, she was right. The Hollow King was inches away, separated by the thinnest remaining barrier of the seal. Consuming the last founder artifact Horcrux here would be like lighting a match in a room full of gas. Harry held Nagini suspended, the snake writhing, screaming in Parseltongue, cursing him in Tom Riddle's voice layered over animal fury, and looked at Voldemort. The Dark Lord was pulling himself up from the base of the dais. Blood ran from his mouth. The alien threads in his magic were pulsing wildly, erratically, and his eyes were wrong. Not red anymore. Black. Points of absolute darkness, like holes cut in his face. The same eyes Harry had seen in his dream of the Hollow King. Too late, said a voice that was not Voldemort's. It came from Voldemort's mouth, but it was deeper, older, carrying the weight of millennia. The Dark Lord's body straightened, not with his own volition, but puppet-like, jerked upright by invisible strings. His head turned toward Harry, and the black eyes regarded him with a calm, ancient interest. Morrow's, Harry said. Not entirely. Not yet. But close enough. The thing wearing Voldemort's face tilted its head. He invited me in, you know. Begged for power. Opened his mind and his magic and never once asked what I'd take in return. Such arrogance. Such beautiful, useful arrogance. Let him go. Why? He's a comfortable fit. Not ideal, his soul is fragmented, damaged, barely functional. But as a door. As a window through which I can see and touch the world I've been denied for 3 millennia. The stolen smile widened. He's perfect. The veil pulsed. The blackness behind it pressed outward, and Harry felt the seal give, not fully, not yet, but a structural failure, a crack in the foundation that would spread with mathematical inevitability. The temperature in the chamber plummeted. The stone benches frosted over. Harry's breath came in clouds, and even his enhanced body felt the cold, not physical cold, but a deeper chill, the absence of warmth at a fundamental level. You can't come through fully, Harry said. The seal still holds. For now. But your friend is right, every fragment consumed weakens the anchors. And this one, the black eyes moved to Nagini, still suspended in Harry's magic, this one is the last. Consume it, and the door opens. Don't consume it, and Riddle's servant comes for it eventually, and the door opens anyway. You've played yourself into a corner, boy. The only question left is which of us opens the cage. Hermione's hand found Harry's arm. Her grip was tight, her magic flaring defensive gold, but her voice was steady. Harry. We need to leave. Now. She was right. Again. This wasn't a fight they could win here, not with Morrow's partially manifested through Voldemort, not with the seal cracking, not with the consumed Horcrux inches from the weakest point of the barrier. Harry looked at the thing wearing Voldemort's face. At the ancient intelligence behind those black eyes. At the patience of a being that had spent 3,000 years waiting and could wait 3,000 more. I'll find another way, Harry said. There is no other way. That's the beautiful tragedy of it. Morrow settled Voldemort's body back against the dais, casual as someone leaning on a fence. But I admire your stubbornness. It's familiar. Harry pulled Nagini with him, the snake's thrashing growing weaker as distance from the veil reduced Morrow's amplifying effect on the Horcrux fragment, and retreated. Hermione maintained the protective lattice, watching the partially possessed Voldemort with eyes that burned with analysis and fury. They reached the chamber door. Above them, the sounds of battle were fading. Ron's team had done their job, the upper floors secured or cleared. Harry. The voice was Voldemort's again, not Moroz's. Strained, broken, barely audible. The black eyes flickered, red bleeding back in, and for one instant Tom Riddle fought through the entity controlling him. "It's eating me," Voldemort whispered. "From the inside. I can feel it, replacing pieces of me with pieces of itself. I can't," his face contorted with effort. "The snake. Don't let it take the snake." Then the black washed back in, and Moros smiled with Voldemort's mouth, and the moment of humanity vanished. Harry and Hermione ran. They emerged into the upper levels of the Ministry to find controlled chaos. Ron's team had cleared the atrium and the courtroom level with brutal efficiency, 30 Death Eaters stunned, bound, and stacked in the corner of the atrium like firewood, watched over by a grim-faced Kingsley and a triumphant Neville. Ron was bleeding from a cut above his eye and grinning fiercely. 12 minutes. New record. How'd it go downstairs? Badly, Hermione said. How badly? Voldemort is being possessed by an ancient god monster badly. Ron's grin faded. Right. That badly. Harry set Nagini down, still bound in magical restraints, still writhing, and looked at the assembled fighters. 47 people who just stormed the Ministry of Magic and won. Flushed with victory, buzzing with adrenaline, looking at him with the expectation that the hard part was over. It wasn't. The hard part was just beginning. Croaker, Harry said. Where is he? Here. The head unspeakable emerged from a side corridor, his dark robes singed, his ancient face grimmer than Harry had ever seen it. My team deployed the containment arrays around the Veil chamber. They're active, but they're not holding. What do you mean not holding? I mean the entity behind the seal is pushing through them. The arrays were designed for partial manifestations, psychic projections, magical echoes. What's happening down there is something else. The entity has a physical conduit now, Voldemort. It's using the Dark Lord's body as a bridge between the sealed space and our reality. The arrays can't contain something that's technically already on our side of the barrier. How long? Hours. Maybe less. The seal is at 12% and falling. When it reaches 0, then we have hours to figure out how to stop a god. Croaker studied him, studied the Nagini bound in magical chains at his feet, the glow of Harry's eyes, the barely contained power warping the air around him. You could consume the snake's fragment now, Croaker said, and his voice was carefully neutral. Reach full power. Hope it's enough. Consuming the fragment destroys the last anchor. The seal goes from 12% to 0. The seal is going to 0 regardless. At least this way you'd have maximum power when it happens. Or it accelerates the timeline and we lose hours we don't have. Harry ran his hands through his hair. I need time. I need to think. Is there somewhere in this building that isn't soaked in dark magic? The minister's office. Top floor. It has independent ward systems, muggle-proof, magical-proof, and recently cleansed by my team. Harry levitated Nagini and headed for the lifts. The minister's office was large, ostentatious, and almost entirely devoid of personality. Thickness, the puppet minister, had done nothing with the space except hang a portrait of Voldemort over the fireplace. Harry vanished the portrait with a thought, set Nagini's bound form in the corner, and collapsed into the desk chair. Hermione sealed the door and sat across from him. Talk me through it, she said. It's a trap. Both paths are traps. Harry leaned forward, pressing his palms against his eyes. If I consume Nagini's fragment, the seal fails immediately and Moros comes through at full strength. If I don't consume it, the seal fails anyway, Moros is already pushing through Voldemort, and I face him without the power I need. Then neither path works. We need a third option. There isn't a third option. That's the point. Moros has been planning this for 3,000 years. Every move I've made, every Horcrux consumed, every power gained, has played into his hands. He wanted me to become this. He's been guiding the process, nudging, whispering, making sure I walk the exact path he needs me to walk. To what end? To break the seal. That's all he wants. He doesn't need me to consume the last fragment, he just needs the seal weakened enough for him to push through. And I've done most of the work for him. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Harry could feel her mind working, the gold patterns of her magic shifting and reorganizing as she processed information, discarded dead ends, built and demolished theoretical frameworks at a speed that rivaled his enhanced cognition. The dream, she said suddenly. The first dream. In the Forest of Dean. What exactly did Moros say to you? Harry cast back. The memory was crystal clear, enhanced by 3 Horcruxes worth of cognitive improvement. He said I was on the same path he'd walked. That the magic consumes and transcends. He asked whether I'd fight it or embrace it. And in the second dream? Last night? He said he'd lost the ability to care. That love, grief, fear, hope, the human things, were the first to go. He told me to hold on to them. Hermione's eyes widened. He told you to hold on to them. So why would an ancient entity trying to escape imprisonment give you advice on how to resist him? Why would he tell you to hold on to the exact qualities that make you different from him, that make you a threat? Harry stared at her. The Ravenclaw knowledge stirred, and connections formed, rapid, cascading, illuminating. Because he wasn't advising me. He was warning me. The same way a drowning man warns someone standing on the shore, not to save the person on shore, but because the drowning man remembers what it was like to breathe. He remembers being human, Hermione breathed. Under 3,000 years of accumulated power and hunger and madness, the original Moros is still in there. And he's been trying, in the only way he can, to tell you how to stop himself. Love. Human connection. The things he severed from himself to consume souls without being destroyed by guilt. Harry stood. That's not just his weakness, that's the answer. Not a seal, not a cage, not raw power. Something he can't eat because he cut it out of himself. Something that would fill the void where it used to be. But how? How do you deliver love to an entity that's actively trying to consume you? The scar fragment, Harry said, and the words came with a certainty that resonated in his bones. The last Horcrux. The one that's been part of me since I was 1 year old. It wasn't created by violence alone, it was created by my mother's sacrifice. A killing curse, aimed at a baby, reflected by love. The fragment in my scar is unique, it's a piece of Voldemort's soul that's been marinated in love for 16 years. It carries both, the darkness of the Horcrux and the love that created the conditions for it. Hermione's eyes were wide. If you could integrate the scar fragment, not with hunger, but with acceptance, the transformation would be different. Not just power. Power infused with love. The antithesis of everything Moros became. And if I could make contact with him while carrying that, you could fill the void. Reach the man inside the god. Give him back what he lost. Hermione was on her feet, pacing, her magic blazing. It's theoretically sound. Soul magic operates on resonance, like frequencies. Moros's frequency is hunger. If yours is love, the two can't coexist. One overwrites the other. But I need to be strong enough to reach him. Which means I need Nagini's fragment first. Which destroys the seal. Yes. They stared at each other. The impossibility of the timing hung between them, consume Nagini, gain power, lose the seal, face Moros with everything, hope that love could do what raw force never had. It's a terrible plan, Hermione said. It's the only plan. I know. She crossed the distance between them and took both his hands. Then we do it right. Not here, not in a panic. We prepare. We position Croaker's containment arrays to slow the manifestation. We get every fighter we have into a defensive perimeter. And when the seal falls, I face him. We face him. Her grip tightened. I told you. I'm your anchor. If you're going to try to override a god's frequency with love, you're going to need a source. Something real, something present, something close enough to hold on to when the hunger tries to eat everything else. Harry looked at her, at the gold of her magic, the brown of her eyes, the fierce set of her jaw, and felt the truth of it resonate through every fragment of absorbed power. She wasn't just his anchor. She was his proof of concept, the living demonstration that power didn't have to isolate, that strength didn't have to corrupt, that love and magic could coexist without one devouring the other. Together, then, he said. Together. A knock at the door. Ron's voice, muffled. If you two are done being dramatic, Croaker says the seal just hit 8% and we've got about 4 hours before reality has a bad day. Harry opened the door. Ron stood in the corridor, bleeding from 2 new cuts, his wand chipped, his expression a complicated mixture of exhaustion, determination, and the resigned amusement of a man who'd accepted his role in a story much bigger than himself. We have a plan, Harry said. Does it involve punching a god? Metaphorically. Good enough. Let's hear it. They descended to the atrium and gathered everyone. 47 fighters, plus the unspeakables, plus, arriving through the newly secured FLU network, additional Order members and DA veterans who'd gotten the word. 63 people by Harry's count, representing the last organized resistance against the forces that wanted to end the world. Harry told them the truth. Not a cleaned-up version. Not a sanitized briefing. The truth, about the Horcruxes, about what he'd become, about Moros, about the seal, about what was coming. He stood in the center of the atrium, surrounded by people who'd fought and bled for this cause, and he gave them the respect of honesty. The seal is going to fail, he said. Whether I act or not, within hours, a being of immense power is going to manifest in this building. My plan is to be ready when it does, to face it with everything I have and stop it. But I won't lie to you, I don't know if I can. I don't know if this works. I'm asking you to fight beside me on the chance that it does. The silence stretched. Faces stared back at him, frightened, determined, uncertain, resolved. Neville stepped forward. You're asking us to fight something worse than Voldemort. Yes. Something that even the founders of Hogwarts couldn't destroy. Yes. Neville nodded. Right. So, same as always, then. Facing impossible odds because someone has to. He drew his wand. I'm in. One by one, they stepped forward. Luna, serene and certain. Ron, bloody and unbowed. The twins, finally serious. Kingsley, Tonks, moody, the Weasleys. The DA, who'd been training for this their whole school careers. The unspeakables, professional to the last. Hermione took Harry's hand. In front of everyone, without embarrassment or hesitation, she laced her fingers through his and stood at his side, and her magic and his magic intertwined, green and gold, and the ambient magic of the atrium hummed in response. Right, Harry said, and his voice carried power and warmth and an authority that had nothing to do with consumed souls and everything to do with earned trust. Let's get to work. The next 3 hours were preparation. Croaker repositioned his containment arrays in a concentric pattern around the death chamber, each artifact calibrated to slow, not stop, just slow, the manifestation when the seal failed. His remaining unspeakables worked with mechanical precision, setting up the ancient devices with the care of people handling live explosives. The fighters organized into 3 defensive rings, outer, middle, and inner. The outer ring, mostly DA members under Neville's command, would handle any Death Eaters who'd fled the initial assault and might return. The middle ring, Order members, the Weasleys, Kingsley's group, would contain whatever manifested if it got past Harry. The inner ring was Harry, Hermione, and Croaker, positioned around the veil itself. Ron moved between the rings, coordinating, encouraging, being Ron, the steady, warm, indefatigable presence that held people together through sheer force of personality. Harry watched him work and felt a surge of gratitude that was almost painful. In the minister's office, Harry consumed Nagini's fragment. He did it alone. Not by choice, Hermione wanted to be there, and Ron argued fiercely, but by necessity. The fragment in Nagini was different from the others. It was alive, anchored to a living vessel, and the consumption process would be more violent, more complex, and more dangerous. He sat cross-legged on the office floor with Nagini bound before him. The snake watched him with eyes that held too much intelligence, Tom Riddle's intelligence, filtered through a serpent's cold pragmatism. "You know what I am," Nagini hissed in Parseltongue. "You know what he made me." "I know," Harry replied. "I'm sorry. I was a woman once. A real woman. Before he made me this." The snake's eyes flickered, pain, old and deep, surfacing through the Horcrux's corruption. "He said he was saving me. He said the serpent form was freedom. But it's a cage. The tightest cage there is, being trapped inside your own body, watching it move without your permission." Harry hadn't known. None of them had known. The fragment of Voldemort's soul in the snake had been layered over a human consciousness. Nagini had been a person, a maledictus, consumed and overwritten by the Horcrux process. "I can't save you," Harry said. "I wish I could. But the fragment is too deeply integrated, removing it will kill me. I know. I've known for years." Nagini's tongue flickered. "Do it. Free me. And if any part of me survives in you, remember that I was more than his pet. I was Nagini. I had a name." Harry reached out and placed his hand on the snake's head. The fourth absorption was brutal. The fragment didn't come willingly, it was tangled with Nagini's own life force, woven through her magical core, inseparable from the consciousness of the woman trapped inside the serpent. Harry had to pull carefully, precisely, using the diadem's knowledge to untangle soul from soul, fragment from host, darkness from the fading light of a woman who'd been imprisoned for decades. Nagini died. Quietly, gently, the snake's body relaxing, the intelligence fading from her eyes, the magical signature dimming to nothing. The woman inside exhaled for the last time, and Harry felt her go, a brief, bright spark of humanity, released from its cage, passing through him and onward. "Thank you," whispered something that was neither snake nor woman, and then it was gone. The fragment settled into Harry's core, and the transformation hit him like a freight train. 4 Horcruxes. 4 fragments of Tom Riddle's soul, consumed and integrated. The power was staggering, beyond comprehension, beyond measurement, beyond the vocabulary of magical theory. Harry existed partially outside normal reality now, his consciousness expanding to fill dimensions that human minds weren't built to perceive. He could feel every magical being in Britain, every witch, every wizard, every house elf, every goblin, every magical creature. He could feel the ley lines running beneath the earth like arteries, the ambient magic of the atmosphere like weather, the fabric of reality itself as a tangible, malleable substance. He could feel the seal. 7%. 6. 5. And behind it, patient and vast and ready, Moros. Harry stood. The office around him warped, furniture bending, glass liquefying, the air itself thickening as his magic saturated the environment. He pulled it back with an effort that felt like holding his breath underwater. Control. He needed control. The power wanted to expand, to fill every available space, to touch everything and know everything and be everything. The hunger wanted to feed, not on souls, not on Horcruxes, but on the raw magic of the world itself, the ambient energy that flowed through everything like blood through veins. He thought of Hermione. Gold magic. Brown eyes. Chapped lips against his behind a pub. The hunger retreated. The power settled. Harry breathed. He walked out of the office and descended to the death chamber, and everyone who saw him pass flinched, not from fear, exactly, but from the involuntary response of standing too close to something incomprehensibly powerful. Even the portraits had evacuated their frames entirely. Even the enchantments in the walls leaned away from him as he passed. Hermione was waiting at the entrance to the death chamber. She took one look at him and reached for his hand. "Still you?" she asked. Harry looked at her, at the magic flowing through her like liquid gold, at the courage in her eyes, at the woman who loved him despite and because of everything he was becoming. "Still me," he said. "Then let's go kill a god." Behind them, deep beneath the ministry, the seal hit 0. And the Hollow King opened his eyes. Chapter 4, The last mortal breath. The seal didn't break with a sound. It broke with an absence of sound, a silence so complete that it swallowed every noise in the Ministry of Magic, from the nervous breathing of 63 fighters to the ambient hum of centuries-old enchantments. For one heartbeat, 2, 3, the world held its breath. Then reality screamed. The veil exploded outward. Not the tattered curtain, that vaporized instantly, reduced to threads of nothing by the force behind it. The stone arch itself cracked, then shattered, and through the space where it had stood, something poured into the world like ink into water. Darkness. Not the darkness of night or shadow or closed eyes, a deeper absence, an anti-light that devoured illumination and left behind a void that the human mind couldn't process without flinching. It rolled across the death chamber floor in waves, consuming the stone, consuming the containment arrays, consuming everything it touched and leaving behind a space that was somehow less than empty. Croaker's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and professional even now, arrays activating. Concentric rings 1 through 4, now. The unspeakable's artifacts blazed to life, pillars of white light erupting around the chamber in a geometric pattern, creating barriers of ancient magic designed to contain exactly this kind of manifestation. The darkness hit the first ring and slowed. Not stopped, slowed, like oil meeting water, the two forces pushing against each other in a contest that made the air between them vibrate at frequencies Harry could feel in his teeth. "It's holding," Croaker reported. "Barely. Ring 1 at 60% and dropping." Harry stood at the edge of the inner ring with Hermione beside him, watching the darkness coalesce. It wasn't formless, it was gathering, condensing, pulling itself together with deliberate intelligence. A shape was forming in the center of the ruined chamber, tall, humanoid, dark. Features emerged from the void like sculpture from marble, high cheekbones, a strong jaw, eyes that were holes in the fabric of existence. Moros, the Hollow King, stepped into the world for the first time in 3,000 years. He was beautiful. That was the wrong word and the only word, beautiful the way a supernova was beautiful, the way a perfect predator was beautiful, the way anything that existed at the absolute apex of its nature possessed a terrible, undeniable aesthetic. Tall, 7 feet, maybe more, with dark skin that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, wearing robes of living shadow that moved independently of any wind. His features were African, ancient, carved with the precision of someone who'd spent millennia refining every aspect of his existence. His hair was long and white, not from age but from the absolute absence of color, hanging past his shoulders like threads of starlight. And his eyes. Harry had seen them in dreams, points of collapsed darkness, miniature black holes set in a human face. In person, they were worse. They pulled at everything around them, light, magic, attention, hope. Looking into them was like staring into a drain and feeling yourself begin to spiral. Moros looked at Harry, and his expression was calm. Patient. Almost kind. "There you are," he said, and his voice was the sound of deep water, smooth, vast, carrying undercurrents that could pull you under without warning. "I've been waiting a very long time for you." The first containment ring shattered. White light fractured into sparks, and the darkness advanced, consuming another 10 feet of chamber floor. Croaker's jaw tightened, but his voice stayed level. "Ring 2 active. 40% capacity." "Your barriers are admirable," Moros said, glancing at the remaining containment arrays with the mild interest of someone examining a child's art project. They bear the signature of Emery's. Merlin's work, refined over centuries. But Merlin understood something your unspeakables have forgotten: containment is a conversation, not a wall. You have to give the thing you're containing a reason to stay. He raised one hand, and the second ring cracked. Not shattered, cracked, like ice under pressure, the white light fracturing into a spiderweb of failing magic. "Everyone out of the chamber," Harry said. "Now. Outer rings, fall back to the corridor." "Harry," Hermione started. "You stay. Everyone else goes." Croaker hesitated, 1 second of professional calculation, then nodded and began evacuating his unspeakables. The middle ring fighters retreated through the chamber doors, wands up, faces white. Only Harry, Hermione, and Morose remained. And Voldemort. The Dark Lord lay at the base of where the Veil's arch had stood, crumpled like a discarded marionette. The black-violet threads of Morose's contamination had consumed most of his magical signature, leaving him diminished, barely conscious, his body twitching with the aftershocks of being used as a door. Morose spared his former conduit a glance. He served his purpose. Ambition without wisdom, the most useful kind of tool. The Hollow King returned his attention to Harry. "You, however, are something else entirely. 4 fragments consumed. The power of 3 founders flowing through your veins. You're the closest thing to a peer I've encountered since the ones who locked me away. I'm not your peer. I'm your problem." Morose smiled. It was a gentle expression, and that made it worse. "You remind me of Godric. He said something similar, right before I killed him." The words landed like a physical blow. Harry felt the Ravenclaw knowledge surge, confirming, contextualizing. The historical record said Gryffindor had died of old age. The historical record was wrong. The founders didn't all survive the sealing, did they? Hermione said from behind Harry, her voice tight but analytical. "Working the problem even now. Especially now. Godric and Helga fell in the battle. Rowena died of the magical exhaustion 3 days later. Only Salazar survived, and the experience broke something in him, drove him from Hogwarts, turned him bitter and paranoid." Morose spoke with the detachment of someone recounting ancient, faded events. They were magnificent. All 4 of them, burning bright with purpose and love and the absolute conviction that they were doing the right thing. And they were right. I was a monster. I am a monster. But I'm a monster who remembers being a man, and that memory is the cruelest prison of all. "Then stop," Harry said. "If you remember being human, if any part of you still is, then stop this." "I can't. Not defiance. Not cruelty. Simple, stated fact, delivered with 3,000 years of certainty behind it. The hunger isn't a choice, boy. It's what I am. When you've consumed enough souls, the consumption becomes autonomous, a biological function, like breathing. I don't choose to devour. I devour because that's what I've become. Stopping would be like asking you to stop your heart." The second containment ring failed. Darkness surged forward, and Harry felt it reach for him, tendrils of void magic probing his defenses, tasting his power, assessing. He pushed back instinctively, and the collision of forces cratered the stone floor and sent shockwaves rippling through the building. Above them, somewhere in the upper ministry, something collapsed. Dust rained from the ceiling. The entire structure groaned. "We need to move this fight," Hermione said urgently. "The building won't survive," Morose moved. Not walked, translated. One moment he was 30 feet away, the next he was directly in front of Harry, close enough to touch, his black hole eyes boring into Harry's glowing green ones. The proximity was suffocating, a weight of magical presence so dense that Harry's enhanced perception whited out, overwhelmed by input that exceeded even his expanded capacity. "Let me show you," Morose said, and touched Harry's forehead. The world vanished. Harry stood on a plain of ash beneath a sky of iron. The landscape stretched to every horizon, flat, featureless, dead. No plants, no water, no life. Just ash and silence and the crushing weight of absolute emptiness. "This is what's inside me," Morrow said. He stood beside Harry on the plain, and here, in this internal landscape, he looked different. Smaller. More human. The robes of living shadow were simple cloth, faded and worn. The eyes that were black holes in the physical world were just eyes, dark brown, deep, carrying a sadness so vast it had its own gravity. 3,000 years of consumption. Every soul I've devoured, and there have been thousands, they burn through me and leave behind ash. No memories. No personalities. No love or hate or hope. Just fuel, consumed and expelled, leaving this. Harry looked at the wasteland. Felt it, not with his magical senses but with something deeper, something human. The absolute, annihilating loneliness of it. An existence reduced to consumption and void, where every connection had been severed, every warmth extinguished, every scrap of meaning devoured by the very process that sustained him. "This is what you'll become," Morrow said quietly. "Not today. Not tomorrow. But the path you're on leads here. Each fragment you consume, each increase in power, takes something from you that you won't notice losing until it's gone. Empathy. Patience. The ability to see other people as real. The ability to feel pain." He looked at Harry with those ancient, broken eyes. "I haven't felt pain in 2,000 years. I would give everything I've consumed, every soul, every fragment of power, to feel pain again. Pain means you're still connected to something. Pain means you're still alive. Why are you telling me this? Because you asked me to stop. Because no one has asked me that in 3 millennia. Because somewhere under the ash, Morrows pressed a hand against his own chest, something remembers what it was like to care about the answer. The man you were before. He's still in there. Barely. A whisper. A shadow of a shadow. But yes, still there. Still screaming, though his voice wore out centuries ago. Harry felt Hermione's magic reaching for him through the vision, gold threads piercing the grey, anchoring him to reality. She was pulling him back. The vision was Morrow's territory, and staying too long meant risking absorption. "I'm going to save you," Harry said. Morrows laughed. It was the saddest sound Harry had ever heard, a laugh with no joy in it, a reflex remembered from a life long dead. "You can't save what I've become. The hunger won't allow it. Then I'll save what you were." The vision shattered, and Harry stumbled backward into the death chamber, Hermione's hand on his arm, her magic blazing defensive gold. Morrows stood where he'd been, and for one instant, one fraction of a second, his expression held something that might have been hope. Then the hunger reasserted itself, and the Hollow King's eyes went black again, and the chamber filled with darkness. The battle for the world began. Morrows didn't attack the way a wizard attacked, with spells and curses and directed intent. He attacked the way weather attacked, broadly, impersonally, with the indiscriminate destruction of a force that didn't distinguish between targets because everything was equally insignificant. Darkness erupted from him in concentric waves, each one carrying a different quality of destruction. The first wave was physical, raw force that shattered stone and twisted metal, collapsing the chamber's upper tiers in avalanches of rubble. Harry threw up a shield, not a spell but a wall of pure magical force, and the wave broke against it, diverting around him and Hermione like water around a boulder. The second wave was psychic. Visions of despair, loss, the absolute certainty of meaninglessness. Harry felt it wash over him and through him, not because his defenses failed, but because Morrow's psychic attack was so vast that it bypassed defenses entirely, targeting the consciousness itself. For one terrible moment, Harry felt what Morrows felt, the emptiness, the hunger, the crushing weight of an existence with no purpose except consumption. Hermione's hand tightened on his arm, and her magic flared, gold cutting through grey like sunrise. The psychic assault receded. "I'm here," she said. "Stay with me." The third wave was magical, a systematic attack on every enchantment in the building. Ward systems that had stood for centuries unraveled like thread. Protective charms dissolved. The Ministry's entire magical infrastructure, the result of 1,000 years of accumulated enchantment, failed in a cascade that Harry felt as a series of sharp, painful snaps, like bones breaking in sequence. The building shuddered. Pieces of ceiling fell. Somewhere above, a wall gave way with a sound like a thunderclap. "We need to get out of here," Harry shouted. "The building's coming down." He grabbed Hermione, wrapped them both in a cocoon of force, and punched upward through the ceiling. They erupted through floor after floor, the Department of Mysteries, the courtroom level, the offices, rising through the collapsing Ministry like a bullet through wet paper. Behind them, Morrows followed. Not climbing, expanding. The darkness poured upward through the building's structure, filling every space, consuming every surface, transforming the Ministry of Magic from a building into a shell of void. They burst through the atrium's ceiling and into the night sky above Muggle London. The air hit Harry's face, cold, clean, real. Below them, the Ministry's surface-level entrance, the phone box, the street, the ordinary Muggle buildings surrounding it, buckled and cracked as darkness pushed up from below. The phone box launched into the air like a cork from a bottle, followed by a geyser of black energy that split the street open and sent cars tumbling. Harry landed on a rooftop across the street, setting Hermione down. Below, fighters were pouring from the Ministry's emergency exits, the evacuation Harry had ordered, Croaker's people leading the way, Ron's voice audible even from this height, shouting orders with the authority of someone who'd found his element in the chaos. "Everyone clear?" Harry called down, amplifying his voice with magic. "Clear." Ron's voice came back. "Mostly." Moody took a hit from falling debris, Tonks has him. "Everyone else is, move." The street split open. A chasm appeared, not geological but magical, a tear in reality that dropped away into darkness without apparent bottom. The fighters scattered, operating in panicked bursts or running for cover behind Muggle buildings that wouldn't provide cover for long. Morrows rose from the chasm. In the open air, under the night sky, the Hollow King's true scale became apparent. He wasn't human-sized anymore, or rather, his physical form was human-sized, but his presence extended far beyond it. Darkness radiated from him in a sphere that consumed a city block, turning streetlights to nothing, dissolving buildings at the edges, erasing reality itself and replacing it with void. The Muggle world was going to notice this. If it hadn't already. "Containment arrays?" Harry asked. "Destroyed," Croaker reported, appearing on the rooftop via apparition, his dark robes torn, his ancient face bleeding from a dozen small cuts. The third and fourth rings failed when the building collapsed. "We have nothing left that can slow him." "Then we don't slow him. We stop him." "With what?" Harry looked at the Hollow King, at the expanding sphere of void that was consuming London block by block, at the ancient, beautiful, terrible figure at its center, and felt the four consumed Horcruxes pulsing in his core. Slytherin's perception. Hufflepuff's endurance. Ravenclaw's understanding. And now the fourth, Nagini's fragment, carrying something unexpected. Not a founder's legacy but something rawer, the desperate, trapped humanity of a woman imprisoned in a serpent's body, her final wish for freedom and recognition. 4 fragments. Enormous power. Not enough. He still had one more. "The scar," Hermione said, reading his expression. "You need to integrate the scar fragment. If I do it wrong, if I consume it the way I consumed the others, I'll become him." Harry nodded toward Morrows. "Same path. Same destination. Another Hollow King. Then don't consume it. Accept it. You said it yourself, the scar fragment is unique. It was created by love. If you integrate it with love instead of hunger, theoretical. Untested. Potentially catastrophic. All true. Also our only option. A building collapsed at the edge of Moroz's expanding void, the upper floors crumbling into the darkness and vanishing without sound. The sphere was growing, slowly, but inexorably. If it continued at this rate, it would consume central London within the hour. Within the day, Britain. Within the week, Harry didn't finish the thought. I need time, he said. Time to integrate the fragment. And I need Moroz occupied. Occupied how? Croker asked. Nothing we have can, not nothing. Harry turned to the head unspeakable. You said you've been maintaining the seal for 1,000 years. Your department has been studying Moroz, preparing for this possibility. You have contingencies. Contingencies for a partial manifestation. Not, Croker gestured at the expanding void consuming London. Not this. What about the sealing ritual itself? The one the founders used? Croker was quiet for a moment. We have a modified version. Theoretical. Never tested. It wouldn't create a permanent seal, we don't have the founders' artifacts for anchor points. But it could create a temporary containment field. Minutes, maybe. Minutes is enough. Harry looked at the old man, really looked, with senses that could read the complex architecture of a person's magic and the emotional currents that shaped it. What he saw surprised him. Beneath the professional coldness, beneath the analytical pragmatism, Croker burned with something Harry recognized, purpose. The fierce, quiet fire of a man who'd spent his entire life preparing for a single moment and knew, with absolute clarity, that the moment had arrived. The ritual requires a focal point, Croker said. A wizard powerful enough to channel the containment field. The founders used 4. I'll have to do it alone. The energy expenditure will be fatal. Yes. I know. Croker's flat eyes met Harry's, and for the first time, they held warmth, not sentiment, not affection, but the simple, honest warmth of one professional recognizing another. I've been alive for a very long time, Mr. Potter. 213 years, sustained by time magic that I should never have used. I've spent that time maintaining the seal and preparing for this night. If my death can buy you the minutes you need, he straightened, and the compressed magic in his core unfurled, revealing a power that had been hidden beneath layers of professional restraint. Not as vast as Harry's, but deep and precise and honed by 2 centuries of practice. Then it's the best use I've ever found for this borrowed life. Croker, don't. The old man's voice was sharp. Don't make this sentimental. I'm doing my job. For the last time, and properly. He drew his wand, ancient, gnarled, crackling with suppressed energy. Give me 3 minutes to set up the ritual circle. When I activate it, you'll have approximately 4 minutes of containment. After that, the field collapses, I die, and whatever you haven't accomplished becomes academic. He operated before Harry could respond. 3 minutes. Harry used every second. He descended to street level, where the fighters had regrouped behind a cordon of hastily erected shields. Ron was organizing the defensive perimeter with the instinctive tactical awareness that Harry had always known was hiding behind the chess metaphors, positioning fighters to maximize coverage, establishing retreat routes, managing the fear that was threatening to overwhelm even the bravest among them. Ron. Harry landed beside him, and the street cracked under the impact of his arrival. I need everyone to hit Moroz. Everything you've got. Offensive spells, distractions, environmental attacks, throw it all. We can't hurt him, Harry. Nothing we've tried, you don't need to hurt him. You need to annoy him. Keep his attention divided. Make him deal with 40 threats while Croker sets up the containment ritual. Ron processed this in the span of a breath. Croker's doing a containment ritual. A fatal one. Ron's face tightened, but he didn't waste time on sentiment. He turned to the assembled fighters and raised his voice. Listen up. New plan. We're not fighting to win, we're fighting to distract. Hit the big scary thing with everything you've got. Don't try to be brave, try to be annoying. And when the containment field goes up, get clear. This is going to get loud. The fighters moved. Harry watched them go, 40-odd witches and wizards, most of them teenagers, charging toward a god with nothing but their wands and their courage, and felt something that transcended the Horcrux power flowing through his veins. Pride. Love. The fierce, desperate beauty of people choosing to fight when running made more sense. Neville led the DA's charge. He was magnificent, no other word for it. The boy who'd been pudgy and uncertain in first year, who'd melted cauldrons and lost his toad and stood up to his friends when it mattered most, was now a leader. He directed his fighters with crisp authority, splitting them into attack teams that harried Moroz's expanding void from multiple angles simultaneously. Spells rained down on the Hollow King, stunners, bombardment hexes, reductos, conjunctivitis curses, and increasingly creative attacks that spoke of Dumbledore's army's unconventional training. Seamus conjured an enormous fireball that exploded against Moroz's sphere of void and briefly illuminated the entire block. The Patil twins synchronized a mirror charm that reflected the Hollow King's own darkness back at him, creating a visual feedback loop that actually made him pause. Dean Thomas transfigured the street itself into a cage of iron bars that closed around Moroz's physical form, useless, absorbed in seconds, but distracting. Luna Lovegood did something that nobody understood and Moroz clearly didn't expect. She cast a spell Harry had never heard of, something she claimed she'd learned from her father's research into the magic of extinct creatures, and a burst of pure, iridescent light erupted from her wand, took the shape of a massive winged serpent, and dove directly into the void sphere. Where it passed, the darkness receded, not defeated, but startled, as if it had encountered something it didn't recognize. What was that? Harry asked, stunned. Thestral Patronus variant, Luna said serenely, reloading. They can perceive death, so I theorized their magical signature might interface with death-adjacent entities. It seems I was right. Luna, you're a genius. Thank you. I'm also terrified, but I find those states aren't mutually exclusive. The Weasley twins deployed their things. Harry had expected modified Weasley's wizard wheezes, enhanced fireworks, perhaps, or weaponized joke products. What he got was significantly more impressive, purpose-built magical ordnance, developed over months in their Diagon Alley workshop, designed for exactly this kind of scenario. The first device was a portable swamp scaled up to industrial proportions, a compression bomb that detonated in Moroz's void sphere and flooded it with violently magical organic matter, creating a domain of chaos that the Hollow King had to expend energy to dissolve. The second was a modified decoy detonator multiplied by several hundred, creating a swarm of enchanted objects that pelted Moroz from every direction, each one carrying a payload of stored spellwork that detonated on contact. The third was something Fred called a Darkness Eater, an experimental artifact that did exactly what it sounded like, absorbing dark magic and converting it to light. He threw it directly at Moroz's chest, and for 3 seconds, the Hollow King was wreathed in blinding golden radiance as the device consumed his shadows faster than he could regenerate them. Then Moroz flexed his will, and the device shattered, and the light died. But those 3 seconds mattered. Croaker, now! Harry shouted. From a rooftop 3 blocks away, Croaker activated the ritual. Harry felt it happen, a massive surge of magical energy, channeled through a single human body, shaped by 2 centuries of accumulated knowledge into a containment field that slammed down around Moroz like a bell jar. The field was visible, a dome of white-blue light, 200 feet in diameter, enclosing the Hollow King and his sphere of void in a prison of pure magical force. Inside the dome, Moroz stopped. The expansion of his void ceased. For the first time since his manifestation, he was contained, not by walls or wards but by the focused, concentrated sacrifice of a man pouring his life force into the containment field like fuel into a fire. Harry looked at the distant rooftop and saw Croaker, a tiny figure, wand raised, body glowing with the light of his departing life. The old man was burning. Not metaphorically, his physical form was translucent, his magic consuming his body to sustain the ritual. He had minutes to live. Maybe less. Go, Hermione said. Do it now. I'll be right here. Harry closed his eyes. The scar fragment. The last Horcrux. The first one, the original, the accidental, the piece of Tom Riddle's soul that had been blasted into Harry's infant forehead by the backfire of a killing curse deflected by love. It had been part of him for 16 years. Longer than he'd had magic. Longer than he'd had friends. Longer than he'd had any understanding of who or what he was. It was the oldest continuous presence in his consciousness, older than memory, woven into the foundation of his identity so deeply that removing it would be like removing a supporting wall from a building. Harry didn't try to remove it. He reached inward instead. The scar fragment lived in a place between his magical core and his consciousness, a liminal space that existed only because two incompatible magics had been forced to coexist. On one side, Harry's magic, the warm, green-gold light that had been his since birth, shaped by love and sacrifice and 17 years of human experience. On the other, the fragment, a shard of Tom Riddle's soul, dark and sharp, carrying the echoes of murder and the taint of a man who'd sacrificed his humanity piece by piece. But the fragment was different from the others Harry had consumed. The locket, the cup, the diadem, Nagini, all of them had been pure Voldemort, dark magic in dark containers. The scar fragment had been marinated. 16 years inside Harry Potter, 16 years immersed in love and friendship and courage and all the things Tom Riddle had never known. The darkness was still there, but it was threaded through with gold, Lily Potter's sacrifice, woven into the fragment at the moment of its creation, reinforced every day of Harry's life by every act of love he'd ever received or given. The other Horcruxes, Harry had consumed with hunger. Pulled them in, devoured them, integrated their power through force. The scar fragment, Harry accepted. He opened himself to it, not with hunger but with welcome. Not pulling but inviting. Come in. You've been part of me since I was a baby. You've shaped my dreams, my nightmares, my ability to speak to snakes, my connection to the darkest wizard alive. You've been my burden and my weapon and my identity. I'm not consuming you. I'm acknowledging you. You're mine. You've always been mine. The fragment resisted. Not with malice, with inertia. It had existed as a separate entity for 16 years, maintaining its boundaries, preserving its identity as a piece of Tom Riddle rather than a piece of Harry Potter. Integration meant dissolution. The fragment would cease to exist as itself and become part of something larger. Harry felt the hunger stir, the consuming force that had devoured 4 Horcruxes, and pushed it down. Not this time. Not with this one. Instead, he thought of love. Lily Potter, stepping between her son and death. A choice so powerful it had shattered the most lethal curse ever devised and created the very fragment Harry was now trying to integrate. Ron Weasley, 11 years old, offering to share his sandwiches on the Hogwarts Express. The first friend. The constant friend. The friend who stayed when staying required more courage than anyone would ever know. Hermione Granger, walking into his compartment and telling him he had dirt on his nose. The voice that had challenged him, guided him, loved him quietly for years before either of them was brave enough to name it. Sirius Black, looking at Harry with James Potter's best friend's eyes, offering a home that he never got to deliver. Albus Dumbledore, flawed and brilliant, dying alone in an empty hospital wing, saying I am very proud of what you've become. Neville Longbottom, standing up to his friends at 11, standing up to Death Eaters at 17, standing up because that was what Neville did. Luna Lovegood, seeing the world differently and never apologizing for it. The Weasley family, opening their home and their hearts to a boy who had neither. Hagrid, carrying a baby from the ruins of a house and weeping for the parents who died to save him. Every act of kindness. Every moment of connection. Every instance of someone choosing love over fear, warmth over cold, humanity over power. Harry poured it all into the integration. Not as a weapon, as a foundation. The scar fragment didn't need to be consumed. It needed to be loved. It needed to be shown what it had missed, what Tom Riddle had never known, what the piece of soul lodged in Harry's head had been absorbing through proximity for 16 years without ever quite understanding. The fragment trembled. The boundary between itself and Harry, maintained through years of mutual resistance, thinned. And then, very quietly, it dissolved. Not consumed. Not devoured. Welcomed. Integrated. Accepted into Harry's being not as stolen power but as a returning piece of something that had always been incomplete. The darkness of the fragment met the light of Harry's love and didn't destroy or corrupt. It transformed. The dark magic restructured itself, rewritten by the force of Harry's acceptance, becoming something that was neither dark nor light but entirely new. Harry Potter, the last Horcrux, the accidental vessel, the boy who lived because his mother died, became whole. The power that filled him was unlike anything the other 4 Horcruxes had provided. Not greater in quantity, different in quality. The consumed fragments had given him force, perception, endurance, understanding, connection. The integrated fragment gave him completeness. The hunger, the ever-present, insatiable pull that had driven him since the locket, went quiet. Not suppressed, not controlled. Fulfilled. The fragments were whole. The soul magic was satisfied. And Harry existed, for the first time, as a being whose power was not consumed but grown, not stolen but shared, not taken but given. He opened his eyes. The world was different again, but this time, the difference was warmth. The cold, analytical perception of 4 consumed Horcruxes was still there, but it was suffused with something golden, something that made every magical thread and current and signature he perceived feel not just visible but meaningful. Not just data, beauty. Not just information, connection. He could feel every magical being in London, and each one registered not as a signature but as a life. A person. A story. He could feel Morrow's. Not as a void, as a wound. An ancient, agonizing wound where humanity had been cut away, leaving behind an absence so vast it had developed its own gravitational pull. The Hollow King wasn't evil. He was injured. Catastrophically, millennially injured, and the hunger that consumed everything around him wasn't malice, it was the wound trying to fill itself with anything it could reach. Harry stood up, and the air around him shifted. The green-gold glow that had been building since the first Horcrux was different now, warmer, richer, layered with depth. His presence didn't warp the environment anymore. It embraced it. Magic flowed toward him not because he pulled it but because it wanted to be near him, the way plants turn towards sunlight. Hermione was staring at him with wide eyes and a hand pressed over her mouth. "Your scar," she whispered. Harry raised his hand to his forehead. Smooth skin. No mark. No ridge of old scar tissue. For the first time in 16 years, his forehead was unmarked. "It's done," he said, and his voice was quiet and warm and carried in every direction at once, not through force but through clarity. "I'm ready." Harry walked toward Croker's containment field. Behind him, the fighters had regrouped, battered, exhausted, but alive. Ron was directing the perimeter with steady authority. Neville had the DA in formation. The Order members held the flanks, wands ready, watching Harry approach the dome of white-blue light with expressions that held equal measures of hope and terror. Hermione walked beside him. She hadn't asked permission. She hadn't waited for an invitation. She simply walked, her hand near his but not touching, her magic blazing gold in the night, matching his pace step for step. Croker's containment field was failing. Harry could see it, the white-blue light flickering, dimming, the old man's life force guttering on the distant rooftop. Minutes remained. Maybe less. Inside the dome, Morrow's waited. The Hollow King had stopped struggling. He stood in the center of his void sphere, arms at his sides, watching Harry approach with those black hole eyes. His expression was difficult to read: patience, curiosity, hunger, and something else. Something Harry now recognized as the faintest, most attenuated echo of hope. Harry reached the edge of the containment field and raised his hand. The white-blue light parted for him, not by force, not by command, but by recognition. The containment field was a construct of sacrifice and purpose, and Harry's magic, saturated with love and acceptance, was the same language spoken with a different accent. The field opened around him like a door, and Harry stepped through. "Hermione," he said without turning. "Stay outside the field." "No. Hermione, I told you. I'm your anchor. If you go in there alone, the void will try to isolate you. That's what it does, it separates. It divides. It convinces you that you're alone, and then it consumes you." She stepped through the field behind him, and the gold of her magic blazed against the darkness like a torch in a cave. "You need someone to hold on to. Someone who reminds you what you're fighting for." Harry looked at her, at the fierce, brilliant, terrified, brave, impossible woman standing beside him at the edge of oblivion, and felt his new-forged wholeness resonate with her presence. She was right. She was always right. "Together," he said. "Together." They walked into the void. The darkness closed around them like water. Moroz's sphere of void was a physical space, or something like physical, a dimension of collapsed reality where the normal rules of existence had been consumed along with everything else. There was no ground, no sky, no light. Just the void, and Moroz at its center, and the faint, struggling glow of Harry's green gold light and Hermione's gold pushing back the darkness in a small circle around their feet. "You've changed," Moroz said. His voice filled the void from every direction. "The last fragment. You didn't consume it, you accepted it. I felt the difference. It tasted like..." He paused, searching for a word he'd lost centuries ago. "Sunrise. It tasted like sunrise." "Come closer," Harry said. "Why?" "Because I want to show you something." Moroz tilted his head, that curious, almost gentle gesture that made him look momentarily human. "The last person who asked me to come closer was Helga Hufflepuff, and she was holding a sword behind her back." "No swords. No weapons. Just this." Harry held up his empty hands, and the light flowing from them intensified, not aggressive, not blinding, just warm. Present. Real. The Hollow King studied him for a long moment. Then he took a step forward. The void shifted. The darkness pressed closer, and Harry felt the hunger, Moroz's hunger, the autonomous, biological force that consumed everything within reach, probe his defenses. It found the light and recoiled. Not from pain, from recognition. The hunger knew this light. It had encountered it before, 3,000 years ago, and the encounter had cost it dearly. "Love," Moroz said, and the word came out broken. Fractured. Like a key turning in a lock that had rusted shut centuries ago. "That's what you're carrying. Love. I can feel it. It's..." His black hole eyes flickered. Brown bled through the darkness, human irises surfacing like land emerging from floodwater. "It hurts. It hurts to feel it. I know. You can't know. You don't know what it's like to have emptied yourself so completely that the presence of warmth is agony. To have been hollow for so long that fullness feels like drowning." Moroz took another step, and his form wavered, the tall, perfect figure of the Hollow King flickering, showing something beneath. Smaller. Younger. A man, not a god. African features, strong and kind, with eyes that had once healed the sick and mended the broken. "Don't. Please. If you fill the void, everything I've been, everything I've become, will end," Harry said. "Yes. 3,000 years. Everything I've consumed. Everyone I've devoured. All of it wasted. All of it meaningless. It was always meaningless. The consumption never filled you. It never could. You were trying to fill a hole shaped like love with power, and power is the wrong shape. Moros was close now. Close enough to touch. His physical form was breaking down, the God King dissolving, the ancient man emerging. His robes of living shadow thinned to simple cloth. His height diminished. His face aged, not with time, but with truth, the accumulated weight of 3 millennia of loneliness settling into features that hadn't been honest in 30 centuries. I was a healer, Moros whispered. I healed people. That was my purpose. That was what I loved. His voice cracked. I consumed my first soul fragment to save my daughter. She was dying, a magical plague, untreatable, fatal. I discovered soul magic searching for a cure. The first fragment, my own, split and reintegrated, gave me the power to heal her. And it worked. She lived. What happened? She grew old. She died. And I didn't. Tears ran down Moros's face, tears that might have been the first he'd shed in millennia. She died, and the grief was unbearable, so I consumed another fragment to make it stop. And another. And another. Each one took a piece of the pain, and a piece of everything else, and eventually there was nothing left to hurt, and nothing left to love, and nothing left at all. Harry reached out and placed his hand on Moros's chest. The Hollow King flinched. The void around them convulsed, a massive, instinctive resistance, the hunger lashing out at the source of the light. Harry felt it hit him, a force that should have consumed his consciousness, devoured his soul, reduced him to another fragment of ash in Moros's internal wasteland. He didn't resist. He didn't fight. He opened himself entirely, dropped every defense, every shield, every barrier, and let Moros's hunger encounter the full, unprotected force of Harry's love. The hunger lunged. Found love. Tried to consume it. And couldn't. Love wasn't fuel. It wasn't a resource to be burned and discarded. It was a frequency, a resonance that didn't deplete when shared, that didn't diminish when given, that grew stronger the more it was expressed. Moros's hunger consumed everything it touched, but love wasn't a thing. It was a connection. A relationship between giver and receiver that existed in the space between them, not in either one alone. The hunger couldn't consume what it couldn't contain. Harry poured everything he had through the contact, every memory of love, every moment of connection, every instance of choosing warmth over cold. His mother's sacrifice. Ron's loyalty. Hermione's courage. Dumbledore's flawed, painful, genuine love. Sirius's hope. Hagrid's tears. The Weasleys' open door. Luna's gentle certainty. Neville's quiet bravery. And his own love, for Hermione, deep and new and trembling with potential. For Ron, steady and permanent as stone. For the world, complicated and imperfect and worth fighting for. Moros screamed. Not with pain, with recognition. The void inside him, the wasteland of ash that Harry had seen in the vision, was being flooded. Not consumed, filled. Love poured into the empty spaces where humanity had been carved away, and the void fought it, and the void lost, because the void had never been strong. It had only been empty. And emptiness is not strength. Emptiness is the absence of everything, and the first thing to fill it wins. The darkness around them shattered. The sphere of void fragmented, breaking apart like ice in spring, and light poured through the cracks, not Harry's light, not Hermione's gold, but a new light, warm and brown and achingly human, rising from the depths of Moros's being where the man had been buried for 3,000 years. The Hollow King fell to his knees. His body was changing. The godlike form dissolving, the inhuman perfection stripping away, leaving behind what had always been underneath, a man. Middle-aged, dark-skinned, with kind eyes and a healer's hands, wearing simple robes in a style that hadn't been seen in 30 centuries. He looked up at Harry with brown eyes, real eyes, human eyes, free of the black hole void for the first time in millennia, and his expression held wonder and grief and relief so vast it seemed to fill the sky. "I can feel it," he whispered. "Pain. I can feel pain." He was crying. Not the tears of a god, the tears of a man who'd lost his daughter and his purpose and his humanity and was, in the final moments of a 3,000-year existence, getting them back. "I remember her name," Moros said. "Adana. My daughter's name was Adana, and she had her mother's eyes, and she laughed when it rained." Harry knelt in front of him. Behind him, Hermione stood with tears streaming down her face and her gold magic blazing like dawn. "It's time to go," Harry said gently. "I know." Moros looked at his hands, human hands, healer's hands, mortal hands. "The souls I consumed. All those people. I can feel them now, feel what I took from them. The weight of it." His face contorted with a grief that had been 3,000 years in coming. "How do I atone for that?" "By letting go." "Will it hurt?" "I think so. I think it has to." Moros nodded. Slowly. Accepting. He placed his hands on Harry's, and the contact sent a shockwave through the remains of the void, light and darkness colliding, love and hunger meeting for the final time, and Moros, the Hollow King, the first soul splitter, the God-Eater, the man who had once been a healer, closed his eyes. "Tell them I'm sorry," he said. "Tell them," Moros remembered, at the end. He dissolved. Not into darkness, into light. The warm, brown light that Harry had seen rising from the depths of the man, released at last from the prison of consumed power. It expanded outward in a gentle wave, passing through Harry without resistance, flowing through Hermione, through the containment field, through the fighters beyond, through London, through the world. Everywhere it touched, the darkness receded. The void collapsed. Reality reasserted itself, streets healing, buildings solidifying, the ripped fabric of existence mending as the force that had torn it dissolved into warmth and memory and the faintest echo of a man saying his daughter's name. Moros was gone. Harry knelt on the street, a normal London street, restored, intact, wet with rain that had begun falling while the world was ending, and let the silence settle around him. The containment field was gone. Croker was, he looked up. The distant rooftop where Croker had stood was empty. The old man's magical signature was absent from Harry's awareness, not diminished, not hidden, but gone. Spent. Given entirely to the containment ritual that had bought Harry the minutes he needed. "He's gone," Harry said quietly. Hermione knelt beside him. Her hand found his. "He chose this. He was ready." "I know. That doesn't make it, no. It doesn't." They knelt together in the rain, on a London street that had been the site of a battle between mortals and gods, and grieved for an old man who had spent 200 years preparing for a sacrifice he'd always known was coming. Voldemort was dying. They found him in the crater where the Ministry's entrance had been, a hollow in the earth, filled with rubble and dust and the shattered remnants of the building that had housed magical Britain's government for centuries. The Dark Lord lay on his back in the debris, his body wrecked, his magic guttering, the alien threads of Moros's contamination dissolving from his core as the entity that had placed them ceased to exist. Harry stood over him and looked down at the ruin of Tom Riddle. It was almost impossible to reconcile this broken figure with the terror that had shaped Harry's entire life. Voldemort was diminished, physically shrunken, his serpentine features more pronounced in their gauntness, his red eyes flickering between crimson and the dark, human color they'd been before he'd split his soul for the first time. His magic was almost gone, the reserves that had made him the most feared wizard alive depleted by Moros's parasitic occupation and the loss of his final Horcrux. He was mortal now. Completely, irreversibly mortal. "Potter." The voice was barely a whisper, thin, ragged, stripped of the cold authority that had defined it. "You destroyed it. The old power." "How?" "I loved it to death," Harry said, and the absurdity of the statement was matched only by its truth. Something flickered across Voldemort's face, something that might have been amusement if his features still remembered how to form it. Love. Always love. Dumbledore's favorite sermon. Dumbledore's dead. I know. I felt it. Hours ago. Voldemort's eyes found Harry's, green meeting red in a gaze that had been repeated dozens of times over 17 years, always in conflict, always in hatred. But the hatred was gone now, burned away by Moros's occupation, leaving behind something raw. The fragment in your scar. You integrated it. Yes. What did it feel like? Harry considered the question. Like coming home. Voldemort closed his eyes. For a long moment, his breathing was the only sound, labored, wet, the breathing of a body that had been pushed far beyond its limits. When he spoke again, his voice was different. Softer. Younger. The voice of Tom Riddle, the brilliant orphan, the boy who'd been afraid of death and had burned the world to outrun it. I don't want to die, he said, and the words were the most honest thing he'd ever uttered. Harry knelt beside him. Hermione stood close, watching, her wand at her side. I know, Harry said. It was never about power. Not really. It was about the cupboard. Voldemort's eyes opened, dark now, fully dark, the crimson fading as his fractured soul lost the magic that sustained it. The orphanage. The cupboard they locked me in when I was bad. Dark, cold, alone. Death felt like the cupboard, forever. I would have done anything to avoid it. I did do anything. I grew up in a cupboard too, Harry said quietly. Something broke in Voldemort's expression, a crack in a wall that had been maintained for 70 years. Recognition. Connection. The terrible, simple truth that the two of them, linked by prophecy and soul magic and murder, had begun their lives in the same place, small, dark, alone, afraid. You chose differently, Voldemort whispered. I had help. People who loved me. You didn't. No. The Dark Lord's eyes drifted closed again. His breathing slowed. The old power, Moros, when it was inside me, I could feel what it felt. The emptiness. 3,000 years of nothing. A tremor ran through his body. That's what I was building toward, wasn't it? That's what the Horcruxes led to. Not immortality. Just, an eternity of emptiness. Alone in the dark forever. You don't have to be alone now. Voldemort's eyes opened one last time. Dark, human, 17 years old and 70 years old and ancient with the weight of everything he'd done and everything he'd failed to become. Is there anything after? He asked. Harry thought of the veil. Of Sirius falling through. Of the voices he'd always heard on the other side, not screaming, not suffering, but murmuring. Talking. Together. I think so, he said. I think there are people waiting. Tom Riddle, because he was Tom Riddle at the end, not Voldemort, not the Dark Lord, just a dying man in a hole in the ground, nodded. The faintest ghost of a smile touched his lips. Not cruel. Not cold. Just tired. Then the cupboard finally opens, he said. He died. Not with a bang, not with dramatic magical discharge, not with the spectacular death a Dark Lord should have earned. He simply stopped breathing, and his magic winked out like a candle flame, and Tom Marvolo Riddle, the most feared wizard of his generation, the boy in the cupboard, the monster and the man, was gone. Harry knelt beside the body in the rain and felt no triumph. No satisfaction. Just the vast, complicated grief of an ending that had been too long in coming and had cost too much for everyone involved. Hermione's hand rested on his shoulder. Harry. He was afraid of the dark, Harry said. His whole life. Everything he did, the Horcruxes, the war, the killing, it was all because a boy was afraid of the dark. And you weren't. I was. I just had someone to turn on the light. He reached up and covered her hand with his. Several someones. He stood. The rain was falling harder now, washing the dust and debris from the ruins of the ministry, cleaning the streets of London of the residue of a battle between gods. The first hints of dawn were touching the eastern sky, grey light seeping through the cloud cover, promising morning. Behind them, the fighters were gathering. Word was spreading, Voldemort was dead, Moros was gone, the war was over, and the reactions were a cascade of relief and exhaustion and grief and the stunned, disbelieving joy of people who hadn't expected to survive the night. Ron arrived at a dead run, skidding to a halt in front of Harry with mud on his face and a grin that couldn't decide whether to be triumphant or tearful. "Tell me it's done," he said. "It's done." Ron let out a breath that seemed to come from the bottom of his soul. Then he grabbed Harry in a hug that was half tackle, and Hermione was pulled in a second later, and the three of them stood in the rain in the ruins of the Ministry of Magic and held each other, and the magic flowing between them, green and gold and warm, steady red, harmonized into something that felt like home. "You're buying me a pub," Ron mumbled into Harry's shoulder. "I'm buying you a pub. A nice one. Not like the Hog's Head. I'll see what's available." Dawn came slowly, as if the sky itself was hesitant to illuminate what the night had wrought. The ministry was a ruin, collapsed into its own foundations, leaving a crater in central London that would require significant Muggle memory modification and even more significant magical reconstruction. The Statute of Secrecy had taken a beating, Muggle emergency services were already converging on the area, and the Muggle Prime Minister was reportedly on the phone with Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had been the emergency liaison for exactly this kind of scenario. The Death Eaters who'd survived the battle were being rounded up by a combination of Order members, DA fighters, and Aurors who'd emerged from hiding the moment word spread that Voldemort was dead. The mass surrender was almost anticlimactic. Without their master, without the fear that had bound them, most Death Eaters folded with the spineless speed of bullies confronted by consequences. Bellatrix Lestrange was found unconscious in a holding cell in the Ministry's sublevels, still bound from Harry's earlier takedown. Without Voldemort's augmentation rituals, she was powerful but manageable. She was taken into custody screaming his name, and the sound echoed through the ruins like the last note of a song that should have ended long ago. Harry moved through the aftermath in a state of quiet detachment that wasn't numbness, it was clarity. The wholeness of the integrated scar fragment had settled into him, and his perception of the world was transformed. He could still see magic, still feel every magical being in Britain, still process information at speeds that made normal cognition look like dial-up internet. But the hunger was gone. The consuming drive that had powered his transformation from desperate teenager to godlike being had been replaced by something steadier: purpose. Connection. The simple, profound desire to use what he'd become in service of the people he loved. He found Snape at the edge of the crater, standing alone, watching the sunrise with an expression that defied interpretation. The potion's master looked different without the weight of his double-agent burden, not lighter, exactly, but less compressed. Like a spring that had been held coiled for decades and was slowly, cautiously unwinding. "Professor." Snape turned. His dark eyes assessed Harry with the familiar acidity, but beneath it, something had shifted. "Potter. You look different. I feel different. You've consumed 5 Horcruxes and defeated an ancient god." Different is an understatement of characteristic proportions. Snape paused. His jaw worked, as if fighting against decades of ingrained hostility to produce words that didn't come naturally. The containment ritual. The modified sealing circle that the unspeakable used. I recognized elements of it. I contributed to its design, years ago, when Dumbledore first briefed me on the Morrow's contingency. I didn't know that. There are a great many things you don't know, Potter. But I suppose, given what you've become, the gaps in your knowledge are somewhat fewer than they were. Another pause. Longer. More difficult. Your mother would have been proud of you tonight. The words hit Harry like a physical blow, not from pain but from the simple, shattering power of hearing them from the one person who had known Lily Potter best and loved her longest. "Thank you, Severus." Snape's expression flickered, surprise at the use of his first name, quickly suppressed. He nodded once, sharply, and walked away, his dark robes billowing behind him in the morning wind. Harry watched him go and felt another piece of the past settle into place. The morning after the battle was measured in reunions and reckonings. Neville found Hannah Abbott in the crowd of evacuated students who'd been brought back from safe houses, and the hug he gave her was the kind that communicated 6 months of fear and loneliness and love in a single, crushing embrace. Luna drifted through the chaos with her characteristic serenity, pausing to comfort the grieving and congratulate the living with equal gentleness. The twins were already planning the celebration, a party at the Leaky Cauldron that would, according to Fred, make the fall of Grindelwald look like a quiet dinner. There were losses. Moody, who'd taken a piece of falling debris during the Ministry's collapse and whose magical eye had finally stopped spinning. 2 unspeakables who'd been too close to the seal when it shattered. A DA member, Colin Creevey, who'd snuck into the battle despite being underage and had been caught in the edge of Moroz's void sphere before it collapsed. Harry felt each death as a weight, not through magical connection but through simple, human grief. The power flowing through him could do many things, but it couldn't undo death. It couldn't bring back the lost. It couldn't fill the empty chairs at tables across Britain where people would never sit again. He attended to the wounded. His magic, transformed by the integrated scar fragment, no longer consuming but creating, could heal injuries that would have been beyond conventional medicine. Burns, curse damage, magical trauma. He placed his hands on the injured and let the warmth flow, and the wounds closed, and the pain eased, and the grateful, bewildered faces of the healed reminded him of what Morrows had been before the fall. A healer. The Hollow King had been a healer. Harry understood, with a clarity that went beyond knowledge into something like wisdom, that the same power that had created a God King of Darkness could be used to mend the world. It was the same magic. The same force. The difference was choice, the choice to give rather than take, to heal rather than consume, to connect rather than isolate. He would spend the rest of his life, however long that turned out to be, making that choice. Hermione found him at noon, sitting on a bench in what had been the Ministry's courtyard and was now an open-air ruin overlooking the Thames. He was watching the river, the way the light played on the water, the mundane magic of sunlight and current and the slow, patient flow of something that had existed long before wizards and would exist long after. She sat beside him. For a while, they didn't speak. The silence between them was comfortable, not empty but full, the way silence is full between people who've said everything that matters and are content to simply exist in each other's presence. "How do you feel?" she asked eventually. Harry considered the question with the thoroughness it deserved. Powerful. Peaceful. Terrified. Of what? Of time. He looked at his hands, the hands that had held Moroz's and felt a god dissolve, that had healed the wounded and closed the dead, that had done things no human hands had ever done. "I'm immortal, Hermione. The 5 fragments, they've changed me at a fundamental level. I don't think I can die. Not of age, not of disease, maybe not even of violence. Which means..." He trailed off, but she heard what he didn't say. "Which means you'll outlive everyone you love." "Yeah." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, Croaker was 213. He used time magic to extend his life, but the principle holds, wizards have options that muggles don't. "And you," she gestured at him. "You can see and manipulate magic at a level that nobody in history has achieved. If anyone could find a way to share longevity without the cost, Hermione. I'm just saying, from a theoretical standpoint, Hermione." She stopped. Looked at him. Her eyes were bright, not with tears, not with fear, but with the relentless, beautiful, unstoppable determination that had defined her since the day she decided that a bushy-haired muggle-born girl belonged in a world of magic. "I'm not going to solve immortality today," Harry said gently. "I'm not going to solve it tomorrow. But I'm going to be here tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. And right now, today, this moment, you're here too. And that's enough." That is a profoundly un-Hermione approach to a problem. I learned it from Ron. She laughed. God, he loved that laugh, full and real and startled out of her by surprise, the way the best laughs always were. I love you, she said. Simply. Without preamble or qualification or the careful analytical framing she applied to everything else. Just the words, and the truth behind them, and the gold of her magic blazing in the afternoon light. I love you too. Good. Because I have approximately 900 questions about the metaphysical implications of what you've become, and I intend to spend the foreseeable future researching the answers. Is that your idea of a relationship? It's my idea of a lifelong project. You happen to be both the subject and the partner. Harry kissed her. Gently, slowly, with the careful attention of someone who had all the time in the world and intended to spend it wisely. Her hand came up to his jaw, and his settled on the back of her neck, and the magic between them sang, green and gold, intertwined, harmonizing at frequencies that made the bench beneath them hum and the river behind them sparkle and the air around them warm by several degrees. When they parted, Hermione's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were shining and her hair was doing something improbable in the wind, and Harry thought that he'd consumed the power of 5 Horcruxes and defeated an ancient god, and there was nothing in his experience that compared to the way this woman looked at him. We should go back, she said. There's a lot to do. The ministry needs rebuilding. The Wizengamot needs reforming. Goblin Wand writes, you promised Ragnarok, and goblins don't forget promises. The Muggle Prime Minister needs briefing. The statute of secrecy is hanging by a thread. And someone needs to deal with the Malfoys. The Malfoys can wait. The Malfoys always wait. That's how they survive regime changes. Draco's already been spotted giving a statement to the Aurors about how he was coerced. She paused. He probably was, to be fair. That doesn't excuse anything, but it contextualizes it. You're already thinking about post-war justice. Someone has to. War is simple, terrible, but simple. Peace is complicated. She stood and offered him her hand. Coming. Harry took her hand, stood, and looked out over the Thames one more time. The river flowed. The sun moved across the sky. London hummed with the ordinary, miraculous business of millions of people living their lives, most of them unaware that the world had nearly ended last night and had been saved by a handful of teenagers and one very old man. Ordinary miracles. That was what mattered. Not the godlike power flowing through his veins, not the immortality that stretched before him like an uncharted sea. The miracles were ordinary, a friend's loyalty, a lover's hand, a city waking up to a morning it almost didn't get. Coming, Harry said, and they walked together toward the sound of their friends' voices and the complicated, beautiful, imperfect work of building a better world. The celebration at the Leaky Cauldron lasted 3 days. Harry attended for the first 6 hours, which was approximately 5 hours longer than his introvert soul could comfortably handle. But the look on Ron's face when Harry walked in, the pure, uncomplicated joy of a best friend who'd survived the unsurvivable and wanted nothing more than to drink bad beer and talk about Quidditch, kept him planted on a barstool long past the point of social exhaustion. The twins' party was everything they'd promised and more. Enchanted fireworks filled the pub with cascading light. Music played from instruments that had been charmed to perform autonomously, creating a soundtrack that shifted with the crowd's mood, triumphant and loud during toasts, soft and warm during the quieter moments when people remembered those who weren't there to celebrate. Kingsley was appointed interim minister within 48 hours, a decision so universally approved that even the Wizengamot's most obstructionist members couldn't muster an objection. His first act was to disband the Muggleborn Registration Commission. His second was to open formal discussions with the Goblin Nation about wand rights. Ragnarok the Lesser, now Ragnarok the significantly more important, attended the first meeting with a many-toothed smile and a list of demands that would keep the negotiators busy for months. Hogwarts reopened. McGonagall, properly appointed headmistress, with no pretenders or puppet masters in sight, oversaw the repairs with her characteristic blend of efficiency and controlled rage. The castle's ancient enchantments, weakened by Moroz's psychic emanations, were reinforced by Harry himself, who spent a full day walking the grounds, touching walls, and pouring his transformed magic into the stones. When he was done, the castle hummed with a warmth it hadn't possessed in living memory, not just protected but actively welcoming, the enchantments suffused with the same love-infused power that had defeated the Hollow King. The portraits, Harry noted with quiet amusement, no longer fled from him. They watched with curiosity and, occasionally, wonder. One, a medieval wizard in a frame near the Great Hall, actually asked Harry to sit for a painting. "You're the most interesting magical signature I've encountered in 800 years, the portrait explained. "I'd like to study you." "Maybe later," Harry said. The weeks that followed were full of the mundane, extraordinary work of rebuilding. Harry used his influence, and it was enormous, a weight of political and magical capital that made even the most entrenched power brokers sit up and listen, to push for reforms that would have been unthinkable a year ago. Goblin wand rights. House elf protections. Restructured Auror training with an emphasis on de-escalation. Muggle-born integration programs. A complete overhaul of the Wisengamot's hereditary seat system, replaced with elected representation. Not everyone was happy. The old pureblood families resisted with the tenacity of people defending not just privilege but identity. Harry met their resistance not with force, though the temptation was there, whispered by the Slytherin knowledge that still flowed through his veins, but with patience and persuasion and the occasional, carefully calibrated demonstration of what happened when you opposed someone who could see the magic in your wards and dismantle them with a thought. "You're terrifying them into compliance," Hermione observed one evening, reviewing his latest Wisengamot speech. "I'm motivating them through an awareness of consequences. That's the same thing with better vocabulary. I learned from the best." He kissed her forehead. She swatted his arm. Ron joined the Aurors. Not because he needed to, the war was over, and his family's role in the victory had earned them enough political capital to last generations, but because, as he put it, someone's got to keep the peace, and I've had practice. He was good at it. Better than good, brilliant, in the way that Ron was always brilliant when no one was watching, when the pressure was real and the stakes were personal. Within 6 months, he was the youngest squad leader in Auror history, and his team's arrest record was impeccable. "It's chess," he told Harry over drinks at the pub Harry had, in fact, bought him. "Just with more running and less sitting." Hermione took a position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where she immediately began rewriting legislation that hadn't been updated since the 17th century. Her colleagues regarded her with a mixture of respect and terror that was, in Harry's opinion, entirely appropriate. Luna published a paper on Thestral variant Patronus theory that revolutionized defensive magic and earned her a research position at the newly established Lovegood Institute for Unconventional Magical Studies. Neville returned to Hogwarts as the new herbology professor, a role so perfectly suited to him that the Sorting Hat reportedly sighed with satisfaction when it heard the news. The world turned. The sun rose and set. Magic flowed through the ley lines and the air and the stones, and Harry Potter, immortal, transformed, carrying the integrated power of 5 Horcruxes and the memory of a defeated god, lived in it. One evening, 3 months after the battle, Harry stood at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds and watched the sunset. The castle rose behind him, warm with enchantment and full of students. The lake stretched before him, its surface mirror smooth, reflecting a sky painted in shades of fire. The forbidden forest murmured at the margins, its ancient trees swaying in a wind that carried the scent of pine and magic and the turning of seasons. He could feel everything. Every student in the castle, every creature in the forest, every ghost drifting through the corridors. The magic of Hogwarts flowed through him like a second bloodstream, not because he controlled it, but because the castle recognized him. The enchantments he'd woven into its walls during the repairs had created a bond deeper than ownership or authority. He was part of Hogwarts now, and Hogwarts was part of him. He could feel further, if he reached. Beyond the grounds, beyond Hogsmeade, beyond Scotland. Every magical being in Britain was a point of light in his awareness, each one unique, each one alive. Farther still, across the Channel, across Europe, across the world. The magical networks of 100 cultures, 1,000 traditions, all connected by the ley lines that ran beneath the earth like the circulatory system of the planet itself. It was beautiful. Overwhelming. Humbling. And somewhere, at the very edge of his perception, so distant that it might have been imagination, so faint that it might have been a dream, something stirred. Harry felt it the way you feel a vibration through the floor, not with your ears, not with your eyes, but with something deeper. A resonance. A presence. Ancient, but different from Morrow's. Not a soul devourer, not a god king. Something else. Something that existed at a scale that made Morrow's 3,000-year reign look like a footnote. He reached for it, carefully, with the refined perception that 5 integrated Horcruxes and the defeat of the Hollow King had given him. The presence was vast, not a single entity but a chorus, a collective, a gathering of intelligences that existed outside the boundaries of human magical understanding. They weren't hostile. They weren't benevolent. They were interested. They'd noticed him. The way astronomers notice a new star appearing in a sky that's been mapped for millennia. The way deep-sea creatures notice a light descending into the abyss. Not with alarm, with curiosity. What are you? The question seemed to ask, not in words but in the subtle shift of magical currents at the edges of the world. Harry withdrew his perception. Slowly. Carefully. Not from fear, from respect. Whatever was out there, whatever ancient forces existed beyond the boundaries of known magical history, they could wait. He had time. He had, apparently, all the time in the world. Footsteps behind him. Hermione's magic, gold, warm, familiar as his own heartbeat, approaching across the grass. She came to stand beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched, and looked out at the same sunset. You felt something, she said. Not a question. Far away. Very old. Not a threat, not yet. Maybe not ever. But worth watching. Worth watching. She slipped her hand into his. Her magic and his intertwined, green and gold, the colors they'd carried through a war, through a transformation, through the defeat of a god and the rebuilding of a world. The harmony between them was effortless now, a resonance that went deeper than love, deeper than magic, into something fundamental about the nature of connection itself. Ron says dinner's ready, she said. He's made pasta. It's terrible. I love his terrible pasta. I know. That's one of many reasons I love you. They stood together for a moment longer, watching the last of the sunlight paint the sky in colors that no magic could replicate. The castle hummed behind them. The lake shimmered before them. The world turned, complicated and imperfect and beautiful, and Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the God-Eater, the last mortal to take the hollow crown and the first to give it back, watched the light fade and felt, for the first time in his life, completely at peace. Somewhere far away, in a place that shouldn't exist, something ancient stirred. There were older things than Morrow's. And they'd noticed Harry Potter. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, there was terrible pasta and good friends and the woman he loved, and the sunset was extraordinary, and he was alive. That was enough. That was everything. Harry turned from the fading light, took Hermione's hand, and walked toward home. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.